Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Servant. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This week has been crazy to say the absolute least. I can't even count all the bizarre, sad, scary, and happy moments this week, even if I had 4 arms. Let's review. This past week I just got news that my mom contracted a fatal disease that can be cured. It's just an expensive procedure, so chalk that one onto the sad moments category. After a whole 5 minutes of wandering around trying to find a job to pay for said operation, I was attacked and almost killed by a slime villain. Then All Might saved me. Soon after crushed my dreams saying I can't be a hero being a quirkless teenager. Immediately after Bakugo, or as I call him Kaken, was attacked by the same slime villain. I instinctively rushed face first in to save him. Then all the heroes who didn't even try to help Kaken called me an idiot. Then as if on cue All Might returns to save us both and apprehend the slime villain. Of course the world doesn't cut me a break because I was reprimanded by the very same heroes, while Kaken was praised, mainly because he had a quirk and I didn't. But then once I was almost home, All Might appeared. After telling me more about what he said before and praising me for running face first into danger knowing I might die, and called it the true essence of being a hero, tears were forming in the corners of my eyes. Then All Might told me that I have the potential to be his successor of his quirk, one for all. I was ecstatic, excited, happy that I can finally achieve my dream of being an actual hero. Then I remembered my mother's illness. After telling him about it, he pulled out his pocketbook and wrote me a check for 500,000 yen. I was dumbfounded and shocked at his sudden generosity. At first I refused the money, reason being that I didn't want to take a large sum of money from the symbol of hope. He insisted that I take the money, saying it was a payment to becoming his successor. But I still refused. He sighed with slight frustration. Then he said that if I was so adamant on not taking the money, then how about paying him back every last amount? Thinking back on it now, I should have taken the money when All Might offered it first. But I accepted it anyway and was saddled with an unnecessary debt. After I took the check, All Might told me to give the check to my mother and then to meet him at the beach at daybreak. Nodding, I took the check and ran to my home. I gave the check to my sick mother who was laying in bed. She looked at the amount and started crying. That's when the realization hit me, the fact that I got enough money to cure my mother's illness, and I will also be learning under All Might to get his quirk and become his successor as the symbol of peace. When all of that sunk in, I couldn't help but sob uncontrollably. Once all the emotion went away, tomorrow came around and I was ready to start my training with All Might. He told me that the UA entrance exams are coming up in about 10 months and we needed to start training pronto. Long story short, it was hell. It started with me being tasked with cleaning up the whole beach that was turned into a dump. And with me being unable to drag a lone washing machine, I was being insulted by All Might. After the first day, however, All Might gave me a workout and food schedule to use at home. Though my mother was being treated for her illness at the hospital, so the food was being made by me. But as time went on, I'm pretty good at cooking if I do say so myself. Now the training hit a few snags with me deviating from the regime which was made very specifically for me, and any slight deviation would ruin everything. As All Might put it, he scolded me for deviating and said that it was constructed to the very minute detail for me and my body, even though I told him that I needed to work harder than anyone else thanks to my lack of a quirk. Soon after that snag, 10 months were over and the beach was cleaned up entirely. All Might was clearly impressed and rushed to catch my tired body. After a few words of praise, All Might was ready to give me his quirk one for all, which involved eating his hair. As much as I would have liked to take my time when it involved eating All Might's DNA, he was quick to tell me that the entrance exam was in a few hours. Quickly swallowing the hair, I grabbed my stuff and ran as fast as I could to the testing area. That about wraps up the week I've had. Now all that's left is to pass the entrance exams. Absolutely nothing can stop M. I tripped over my own foot and was plummeting fast towards the ground, until I was caught a few inches from the ground. "Are you okay?" a voice said. I looked up to see a girl, not just a girl with long brown hair. "Are you okay?" she asked as she held her head out. "Why yeah, hi, I'm fine. See, could you let me down?" I asked, stuttering almost every word. I always struggled with talking with girls. I've been trying to stop that habit, but it hasn't been going well. "Okay," she said as she touched both her fingers. "Release," she said as I fell face first onto the pavement. "Anyway, good luck with the exams," the girl said, walking into the testing hall. After recovering from the close encounter with the second kind, I entered the testing hall, only to walk into Kaken. Needless to say, he was angry and confused as to why I was here. Before I could answer any of his question, the written portion started. It was simple enough. I feel like I passed that part, but it was the practical part of it that worried me the most. We were tasked with taking out robots. Each robot gives different point values ranging from 0-3. After that explanation, we were thrown into the battlefield. Needless to say, I was freaking out. Everyone else was fighting off the robots as if it was second nature, which makes sense, they had their quirks since pretty much birth, while I just got my quirk literally a few hours ago. Whilst I was frantically looking for anything, a giant robot came and was looming over the brown-haired girl from earlier. I was scared at what the robot will do to her, afraid that the robot might kill her, so I sprung into action, using the power All Might bestowed upon me to save her. I directed the power to my legs to jump a great distance. Then I directed the same power to my right arm, delivering a shattering right hook onto the robot. Now all that I thought about was landing safely. Then it hit me that the blowback from using my power broke my arm and legs. So I was saying my last prayers and confessions before I breached the pearly gates. At least that's what I thought, until, slap, the same girl slapped me, causing me to float for a second, negating the falling velocity. Our release, she said as I collided with the ground. She sighed with relief, thankful that I was fine. Then she started throwing up. While I was thankful she saved me, I was still at 0 points, so I crawled towards the robot she was on to hopefully get 1 point. Then the sound of my fears echoed throughout the area. "Time's up," Present Mike yelled. That sound was like a hammer shattering my heart. My one chance was ruined. I couldn't help but cry as Recovery Girl healed my broken limbs. She of course scolded me and All Might, reprimanding us for being reckless and not training me to use one for all properly. But that didn't help me get into UA. A few days later I got the results. Mother was resting in her room, still recovering from the procedures, so I was watching my results from home. It was a video recording from All Might. It was pre-recorded so he couldn't answer my comments and questions. He started off by saying that I had 0 points during the practical, which crushed my spirits. But he then said, if that were the only part to it. After motioning my attention to the screen, it showed the girl who he saved offering her points to him. It was a touching moment, which helped All Might segue into the second part of the practical exam. He explains how can UA reject someone who saved someone's life. So he brought up the secret part of the exam, hero points. Points awarded for doing heroic acts during the exam. In a shocking outcome, at least for me, I earned 60 points and earned my place in UA. And that's how my journey into UA started. All young Midoriya, congratulations on passing the entrance exams, All Might said with a massive smile. Well, it was thanks to you that I passed, I said with an equally big smile. Now don't sell yourself short. It was your quick thinking and will to throw yourself into danger to save others that made you pass. All Might responded, but that's not what I'm here for. All Might responded, oh, then what are you here for? I asked as he placed a piece of paper on the table. Your job, he said simply. I'm sorry. What? I asked. Remember, I gave you the 500,000 yen to pay for Yao Mother's operation. I was more than willing to give it to you out of goodwill, but it didn't sit right with you taking it for free, so I said you would pay me back the entirety of the 500,000 yen. All Might said, now I was nice and got you a job with an old friend of mine, hence the paper, he said. I picked up the paper and read the address printed on it. Oh, and there is one more thing. All Might said, what is it? I asked. Do you happen to own a suit? Eirazu's POV. I stepped off the station and headed to my home. Just received word that my parents hired a servant. Even though I have clearly vocalized my disdain towards servants. It's not that they are bad, it's just that I don't want people doing things for me. Does that make me a horrible person? Mother, father, I'm home, I said out loud as my mother peered out of the kitchen. Oh dear, come in, meet your new servant. Mother said, let's get this over with. I entered the kitchen to see a boy who looked to be my age, with a mess of black and green hair, a bunch of freckles that somehow are in the same formation on both sides, and appeared to be blushing a bright pink. Here is your newest servant. Please introduce yourself, dear. Mother gestured. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and it's an honor to serve you, he said, looking down the whole time. He was obviously shy and didn't appear to be comfortable to be in this situation. So he will be in charge of cleaning your room as well as assisting you with anything you may need. That is all, Mother said as both her and my father funneled out of the kitchen, leaving me and Midoriya. Sorry, he said, fumbling his words. My room is this way, follow me, I said as I headed out of the kitchen. He followed close behind, resembling a lost puppy. It was a tad cute, if I must say. We made it to my room, and I opened the door. It's not much, but here we are, I said as I gestured him into my room. He was visibly shocked for some reason. It wasn't much, like I said. This isn't much, he asked, looking around. This place is huge, he yelled with awe and amazement. After recovering from his amazement, he proceeded to clean whatever wasn't clean. So why are you a servant? Aren't you in high school? I asked. Yeah, I go to UA, he said as I stared at him wide-eyed. What class are you in? I asked. Oh, you go too? I'm in class 1A, he said. He's in the same class I'm in. As for why, I'm saddled with a debt, he said, turning a light pink. To who? My parents, I asked, though that might have lacked tact. No, to All Might, he said. I asked. I thought he was a symbol of peace. How does he even hold debts? Yeah, my mother contacted a deadly illness, and I needed 500,000 yen to do the operation, he said as he dusted the cabinets. A grocery list of bizarre events happened before I even got to All Might, but I don't want to bore you with that, he said. Well, you saying bizarre got me curious, I said. He laughed. All right, don't say I didn't warn you, he joked. Well, he was right, it was bizarre. It went from him coming into contact with a slime villain to All Might saving him, twice by the same villain. After all of that, All Might came in and said that what I did, running face first into death to save my friend, was the true essence of being a hero, he said. I was still speechless at all the events, but he continued his story. Anyway, I told him my story about my mother, and he wrote me a check for 500,000 yen. He would have gave it to me no questions asked, but I didn't want to just accept that large amount of money, so after some back and forth, he said that I could pay him back, he said as he finished dusting the countertop. He was even nice enough to get me this job after I got accepted into UA. He concluded. Wait, what even is your quirk? I haven't seen you use it, at least not until the last part of it, I asked. Oh, it's a buff-type quirk, where it can boost my strength, at the cost of pretty much destroying my body as a result, he answered, scratching the back of his neck. You're kidding, I responded. Trust me, I wish I was. It's useful in combat, but it has its drawbacks, he said. How can he call breaking his arms and legs a drawback? What's your quirk? I haven't seen you in the entrance exam, he asked. Oh, I got in on a recommendation. I have the ability to make anything with the use of my body fats, I said, shrugging. Well, you can, he asked, sounding a tad bit excited. Yeah, watch, I said as I stretched out my arm and suddenly a little doll popped out of thin air. Whoa, he said as I shrugged. Yeah, not a big deal, I said until he cut me off. That's so cool, he exclaimed, excitement twinkling in his eyes. What? I asked, not sure how to react. You can do so much. You can make anything you want, but it relies on your body fat, so you would need to eat a bunch in order to use it effectively, he said while mumbling. I stared at him, not sure how to react to this. Hey, I said, snapping my fingers in front of his face. Huh, he snapped in shock, then realized what happened and blushed a light red. Oh, sorry, it's an old habit, he said sheepishly. I chuckled. A bit of a goofball he is. It's fine, just concerned as to why you've been talking to yourself suddenly, I said as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, it kind of freaks people out when I do that, he said with a nervous smile. I can see why. So why did you want to come to UA? You must have a reason aside from how prestigious it is, I asked. Well, I want to be a hero like All Might, which is funny because he was pretty much the reason I'm in UA, Midoriya responded. Really? I asked. Yeah, he trained me for 10 months straight to get me in shape, and his training helped me a lot, he responded. Was that all? I mean, sure, training would help anyone get stronger, but did All Might teach him to jump face first into danger to save that girl? Probing him was probably not a good idea, so I dropped the subject. They're all done. Anything else you need? He asked. No, not really, I said. Okay, give me a yell if you need me, he said as he headed towards the door, then stopped. Oh, that reminds me, he said as he turned to face me. What's her name? He asked. Right, I never told him my name and my parents probably didn't tell him. Momo Yaoyorozu, I said. Okay, Yaoyorozu, feel free to yell if you need anything, he said as he walked out the room. He seemed nice and polite. He's even a classmate. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. It was day 2 of my tenure at UA. We finished some sort of training exercise to determine where we're at without quirks. Logical ruse, as he liked to call it. Today All Might is handling the class and we're doing some sort of test. Long explanation short, we're being split into 5 groups of 4 people, and those groups will be then further divided into 2 groups consisting of heroes and villains. The heroes' objectives are to A, capture the villains, or B, touch the secret weapon before time ran out. The villains' objectives are to A, capture the heroes, or B, protect the secret weapon until time runs out. I was paired with Minta, who I could swear was staring a little too much, and we were the villains against Jiru and Kaminari, while Midoriya was paired with Uraraka, who are going against Bakugo and Ida. Midoriya's round was first while we were permitted to watch in some sort of monitor room. Of course we couldn't hear anything, only see what is happening. Midoriya and Uraraka climbed up the fire escape and entered the building on the 2nd floor. Once they rounded the corner, Bakugo appeared winding up a punch, which Midoriya dodged and moved Uraraka out of the way. The spectators made comments, but I was too engrossed in the battle to remember what they were saying. Probably praise. Again, we couldn't hear what they were saying, but he looked really angry. Bakugo attacked again, only to be grabbed out of the air by Midoriya and flipped onto the ground. They said something to each other, but that only made Bakugo even angrier. Once he lunged, he yelled something to Uraraka, probably telling her to run because she left. While Bakugo lunged, Midoriya dodged, wrapped the capture tape around his ankle but was caught by Bakugo. Only Midoriya dodged the punch and started running. Midoriya ducked behind a corner and began thinking. About a plan and weighing his options probably. While he was thinking, Bakugo was busy blasting any door to see if Midoriya was behind one. I shifted my gaze over to the weapons room. Ada was mulling around wondering what to do, then he had a plan. We couldn't hear it, but I could tell what he was doing. He was taking the persona of a villain. Interesting. While he was doing his villain monologue, Uraraka snorted with laughter, which was a bad move. It shouldn't matter how ridiculous it sounded. You should never blow your cover while you have the element of surprise. Blow it she did, as Eda noticed her presence and she shifted into his vision. He was boasting about something, and Uraraka was weirded out. She pushed the intercom to signal Midoriya, probably saying where the weapon is. Midoriya nodded and went back onto the move, only to be stopped by Bakugo. For a split second his grenade-shaped arm brace glowed red. That didn't look good. Midoriya turned to face Bakugo, not deterred to run. Then he looked fearful as Bakugo gripped a latch on his brace. He yanked it off as a massive explosion enveloped the area they were in. Come in, Midoriya. All Might bellowed into the microphone, hoping he was all right. To his surprise and mine, he was fine. His costume was tattered and he was shaken up, but he was fine. Thank goodness. Bakugo walked out of the smoke created by his quirk, and he looked insane, like he was intending to kill. On the other screen, Ida was talking into his headset, probably hoping to get Bakugo's attention for answers. Uraraka, seizing an opportunity, rushed towards the weapon. Ada, hearing her footsteps, turned to face her, only to see her make herself float with her quirk. Interesting move. Shocked by this outcome, Ada regained his composure and grabbed the weapon, moving it to the other side of the room. Uraraka, after releasing her quirk, rolled into the wall, dazed but not out. Back to Midoriya and Bakugo. Bakugo was taunting him, while Midoriya talked to Uraraka, discussing strategy probably. Sir, isn't this getting out of hand? Kirishima asked. That Bakugo is acting real crazy. He's gonna kill him, he added. Not so, All Might said as he looked the screen. Then he pulled up the microphone. Bakugo, use that power again and I'll stop this fight, and your team will lose, he said. Bakugo looked up towards the intercom, yelling at it. To imply such a strong attack is inviting destruction to a stronghold you should be protecting. That's a poor strategy whether you're a hero or villain. The penalty will be a massive loss of points, he said as Bakugo looked distraught and angry. He then charged at Midoriya at blinding speed with the intent to hurt. Midoriya took one step back, preparing to dodge. Then he appeared to have lost his footing, with Bakugo approaching at the speed of a bullet. And with Midoriya losing his footing, he could only prepare to counterattack. He took a swing, only for Bakugo to propel himself over Midoriya and attack him in the back. Everyone looked with shock. What was that move? Kirishima asked. He doesn't come off as a guy with a strategy, but he's actually quite intelligent, Todoroki commented as everyone turned their attention towards him. What are you talking about? Kirishima asked. He changed his trajectory while in midair with a blast that doubled as a smoke screen. Very clever, Todoroki responded. A fate attack like that requires an extreme amount of precision. He had to calculate the physics and demonstrate control over his quirk. I commented. I'll admit that much, he does have skill. Bakugo is uber talented. I hate it, Kaminari replied. After that attack, Bakugo punched Midoriya with the right hook he was expecting. Not giving him any slack, he gripped his arm, boosted himself in front of him, and slammed him to the ground. This is hard to watch. All he has to do is wrap tape around him, not kill him, Ashido said out loud. Bakugo is certainly acting like a villain, Takoyomi responded. I thought Midoriya was pretty amazing at the start of the fight, but he's completely outmatched in terms of combat power, not to mention Bakugo seemed like a natural at all this stuff, Kaminari commented. I ignored them and placed a hand on my mouth. I don't know why I was afraid. Is it because I was concerned? Midoriya stood back up and struggled to stand up straight. He said something. No, yelled something, as Bakugo gripped his fist, yelling determined. They both ran towards each other as Midoriya's fist surged with the power he showed during the entrance exam, while Bakugo prepped his quirk. They're gonna kill each other. Sir, Kirishima yelled. All Might looked torn, whether to stop the fight or let it continue. Both of you stop, he yelled as they were a foot apart. Then Midoriya yelled something, telling Uraraka something, as All Might stopped and watched. At the last moment, Midoriya pivoted and aimed his punch up skyward, while the blast of Bakugo's quirk collided with his left arm. The shockwave of the punch broke through the remaining 4 floors, destroying almost the whole building. With Uraraka and Ida, Uraraka grabbed a broken pillar with her quirk and batted the debris back at him. But it was only a distraction. She jumped towards the weapon, making herself weightless as Ida blocked the debris. She clasped her fingers together and reverted her gravity back to normal, grabbing the weapon and winning the challenge. Bakugo looked at the destruction and yelling something, then directing his gaze at Midoriya. Once the smoke went away, we looked at Midoriya's arms. His right was bright red from his quirk, while his left was charred from Bakugo's blast. One look at Bakugo's face told you all you needed to know. He was scared, shocked, and distraught. You did it. The hero team wins, he yelled. Midoriya was leaning to the side, then collapsed on the floor. Everyone was stunned, me included, as 2 robots on the stretcher was taking the wounded Midoriya to Recovery Girl. All Might returned with Bakugo and we were doing a debrief. Once they were both inside, All Might started the debrief off. Well, despite the results, the MVP of this match was young Ida. All Might said as everyone, including Ida, was shocked at this. Shouldn't it be one of the heroes instead since they're the winners? Asui asked. Valid question. Why didn't I choose one of them? Anyone have a guess? All Might asked as I raised my hand. Sir, I can tell you why. I started. Ida embraced this challenge. He was the only one who truly adapted to his assigned role. I added, I'll explain. Bakugo's judgment was clouded by a personal grudge against Midoriya. As you pointed out earlier, launching a large-scale attack indoors was a foolish move. It could have been disastrous. Similarly, Midoriya's plan was also poorly thought out. Considering the amount of damage he received, he rendered himself helpless, not smart. As for Uraraka, she let her guard down mid-battle and her final attack was too reckless given the hypothetical stakes. If she treated the fake weapon as though it were real, she wouldn't have used such an imprecise move. I analyzed as I looked at it. Ida was fully prepared for his opponent's arrival. He had a strategy and never lost sight of his mission to protect the dummy weapon, even if he was foiled in the end. I said as he looked happy. Technically the hero team won, yes, but they took advantage of the fact that this was training, and they didn't respect the spirit of the trial. I finished. Everyone was silent, even All Might. Why yes, well you overlooked a few things. Young Ida could have relaxed a little bit in the exercise, but otherwise he nailed it. He said with a thumbs up. One should always start with the basics and devote themselves wholeheartedly to learning. That's the only real way to become a top hero. I said as everyone looked at me as if I was made of gold. All Might proceeded with the exercises. The next match was between Todoroki and Shoji as heroes versus Ajiro and Hagakure as villains. Well, to call it a match would be an absolute understatement. Todoroki froze the whole building, making a sneak attack by Hagakure and any combat with Ajiro completely useless. He also made the monitor room really cold. Once they succeeded in getting the weapon, he melted the whole building. Todoroki said a comment to Ajiro, then left. The third match went underway, as Zero covered the area around the weapon with tape while Kirishima hardened his arms to defend the weapon. All the while Takoyami used the power of his dark shadow and Asui used her frog capabilities to win the battle. My match was next, and in all honesty I would have wanted Midoriya to be here, but I can't really do much about it. Recovery Girl is surely trying his best. I used my quirk to create plates for the door, while Minda was being a useless pervert. In all honesty, I contemplated hitting him with one of my plates, but I resisted. His quirk would be useful for this battle, so I just glared at him and he slinked away. Once the plates were up, all that mattered was waiting for Gyro and Kaminari. I heard footsteps and a faint sound of electricity. Using my quick thinking, I created a pair of rubber gloves. Once I heard his footsteps stop, I put on the rubber gloves and stood on my hands. Electricity flowed through the room, but luckily I was unaffected. As for Minda, well, he's seen better days. At least some of the plates weren't fried to a crisp, so getting in here won't be super easy. Something must have happened to Kaminari, because he didn't send in another electric shock. Time slowly ran out and I won. Round 5 was basically a 2v1 scenario. Koda's ability is he could communicate with animals, but there weren't any animals around. As for Sato, his quirk allowed him to get a boost when he eats sugary foods. So long story short, the heroes won that battle. We all met with All Might. He praised us about going through this exercise without serious injury, except Midoriya. He said he was going to check on him, and left the building like he has somewhere urgent to be, as he put it. Afternoon classes went by, as everyone was on edge about Midoriya's conditions. Everyone agreed to stay behind and wait for Midoriya's recovery. At 3:50 he entered the Wana classroom with an arm cast. Once the door opened, everyone jumped to greet him, while I stayed in my seat. While everyone was concerned, I was certain that he would be all right. And besides, he dealt with way worse injuries in the entrance exams. That didn't make his decision any less stupid, though he didn't have much choice in that scenario, so I can't get mad at him too much. Once everyone got their introductions out of the way, Midoriya ran out of the room, probably to chase down Bakugo. For whatever reason. Well, whatever his intentions are, is none of my concerns. I grabbed my stuff and headed back to my home. My arm recovered thanks to Recovery Girl, though my mom had a lot to say about it. At least the Airazus were nice enough to give me time off to recover my wounded arm. A few days passed and we had to pick a class representative. As to be expected, everyone wanted to be the rep, so Ida said the best course of action is an election. Even though everyone was quick to point out the glaring flaw being that everyone would vote for themselves, they did it anyway. And the results were unexpected. Why do I have 3 votes? I asked, shocked. An even bigger shock was that Yaoyorozu had 2 votes, making her the class deputy to my 3, which made me rep. Alright, who voted for him? Kaken asked, sounding extremely angry. After many comments and a distraught Ada, Poor Ida, Yaoyorozu and I stood in front of the class. Granted, I was the one who was shaking the most. Really? This is not a mistake, I said, shaking. She sighed audibly. How did this happen? She asked. Well, it's not like I wanted this, but the people decided. Homeroom ended and it was lunchtime. Ida told Uraraka and I about how I was a better candidate than him for class rep, then told us about his brother Ingenium. Of course, I freaked out and rambled about him and tidbits about him. He even talked about how he wanted to be just like his brother. Like how I want to be like All Might. I wanted to tell him about how I was lucky that there was hero points in the entrance exam. Suddenly the alarm went off. It was a level 3 security breach. As to be expected, everyone was in panic and it was a mob. I was with Ida and Uraraka for a second, then the mob dragged me away from my friends. As all hope was lost for me, Ida was suddenly spinning above the mob. What are you doing? I asked, though he didn't hear me. He slammed into a wall and gripped on a pipe to steady himself. Listen up, everything is okay, he yelled as the mob stopped. It's just the media outside. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. Everything is fine. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we are the best of the best, he yelled as he managed to calm down the mob of students. The police arrived quickly and got the media out of the school. Now that this incident of terror is over, time for another one. My first act is class rep. It's time, class rep. Let's being. Yaoyorozu said as I was quaking in my boot. Okay, so we need to figure out who the other class officers will be, I said with fear seeping out of my voice. But first, there's something I want to say, I said as everyone, even Yaoyorozu, turned to look at me. I've thought a lot about this, and I believe Ida should be out class rep, I yelled as Ida looked up in shock. He was able to capture everyone's attention and get us in line. So I believe he is the one who should be leading out class from now on, I said as the class was silent. Yeah, you know what? If Midoriya vouches for him, I'm good, Kirishima said. Plus he was a big help. He totally manned up and took charge right, he added. The whole class was voicing their approval of my decision, except Aizawa-sensei. He called it a waste of time. Ida stood up and took the job, and everyone approved, except Yaoyorozu. Hello. I got 2 more votes than him, she complained with a whisper. I couldn't help but snicker. Hey, why are you laughing? She asked, also whispering. Oh, no reason, I said, but the smile on my face said otherwise. Not wanting to make a scene, she dropped the subject. Soon class ended and I headed home to grab my suit. I may be a student, but I still had to pay back All Might. Once I was at the gate to the Yaoyorozu residence, I rang the doorbell. Ms. Yaoyorozu, I'm here, I said. Mother and father aren't here, but I'll let you in. The voice on the other end said it belonged to Yaoyorozu. Then the gate slowly opened. I'll never get used to that. Once I entered, the gate closed and I followed the long path to the mansion. Yaoyorozu's POV. Hey Yaoyorozu, Midoriya said with a bow. Enough with the formalities, I said. Sorry, I said. I might have been too hard on him. And beside, it was his decision. So do you need help with anything? He asked. Yes, I have some questions, I said as he looked at me, shaking a little bit. I'll start with this. Why did you give Ida the class rep job? I asked. Why? I thought I was pretty clear why, he said. I mean, why wasn't I given class rep, and he would have been given deputy? I said. Well, like I said before, he calmed down the mob, and he's more punctual and follows code, he said. I can be punctual, I said as he looked at me, tilting his head. Are you okay? He asked. I shook my head. I'm fine. Next question. Why did you use your quirk knowing it will break your arms? I asked. Well, it was just heat of the moment, I guess, haha, he said, laughing. I glared at him. This isn't a laughing matter. You could have caused permanent damage to your arms. Recovery girl could do so much to heal you, I said, slowly reverting to my lecturing tone. Sorry, he said as I sighed. Anyway, last question. Well, it's more of a rehash of what I said during your team's debrief, that you were out of commission, I said as he looked at me, giving his full attention. As I said before, your plan was reckless and, for lack of a better term, stupid. I started. While it won you the match, it caused too much damage to not only the building that you were supposed to keep mainly intact, but also it could have caused damage to the weapon. If the weapon the villains had was a bomb, then it would have most likely blew up the bomb, I added. But that's not the only thing you didn't do well. You also caused damage to yourself. While it is a powerful quirk as seen by the damage you've caused with a single shockwave, it also has powerful blowback, which will cause you become a liability more than an asset. So in conclusion, and I'm sure you already know this, practice on honing your quirk, as well as honing your body and fighting capabilities without using your quirk, since your quirk, at least at its current state, is more of a last resort rather than a power-up. I concluded. Than a power-up, he said as he wrote that in his notebook. Did you write that all? I asked as he nodded. Yup, it took 2 pages, he said, showing me the notes of my entire lecture. Impressive, I said as he rubbed the back of his head. Thanks, he said. Anyway, now that the lesson is over, you may leave, I said as he looked at me shocked. That's all? I asked as she nodded. Yes, there isn't really much to do if you stayed, I said. He looked hesitant but complied as he exited my home. Sigh, maybe I was too hard on him. Maybe I'm still upset over such a trivial issue that was me not being class rep. Well, no point in mulling over it now. It's in the past. And besides, it seems Midoriya was taking what I said to heart. He has the will, determination, and above all else the kindness to be a top hero. Until then he needs to hone his quirk. We all loaded onto a bus and headed to some facility belonging to the school. Of course, it didn't take long for Bakugo to get angry at a comment Asui muttered. His anger resulted in snide comments from Kaminari which led to more anger. Ugh, what a vulgar conversation, I said as Uraraka laughed. I don't know, I think it's funny, she said with a smile. Soon the conversation died down and we made it to the facility. 13. A pro hero as well as a faculty member explained that this facility had different areas that people could be stuck or need help in. They being ruins, landslide, mountains, conflagration, flood, and downpour zones. She dubbed the facility Unforeseen Simulation Joint or USJ, and based on everyone's expressions, they must have realized that it sounded a lot like Universal Studios Japan. Once we entered, the lights were blown off, and a portal opened up in the fountain. What's happening? Everyone looked at the central plaza thinking this was part of the simulation, only for Aizawa-sensei to confirm my suspicions and fears. They were villains. Aizawa-sensei jumped into action, telling 13 to protect us, but once he left, another villain, one clouded in mist, appeared behind us. 13 uncovered one of her fingers to capture the villain, but Bakugo and Kirishima jumped into the fray to attack him. There was an explosion, probably due to Bakugo's quirk. However, it didn't faze the villain. A dark mist was flowing from the villain. I heard a loud booming sound, but the mist had my attention. We were all enveloped within it, and then darkness. NGHH. Huh? I asked as light started to seep in as images of rocks were getting closer and closer. Wait, I was falling. Before I had any time to react, I landed face first into the mountain's base. Oh, a voice behind me said. It sounded familiar. Gyro? I asked as she looked up. Hey, Yarazu, another voice asked. It was Midoriya. We got up and headed towards each other. A breath of relief escaped my mouth. I'm glad to know that at least some of my classmates are all right. There they are, a voice said. It wasn't like one of our classmates, so it had to be a villain. Once we turned around, we say that there weren't just one or two. There were several. My guess was 20. Get ready to fight, I said as we stood back to back, covering our blind spots. Don't use it unless you absolutely have to, I whispered to Midoriya, to which Ni nodded in agreement. The villains were swarming us. They didn't feel like they were powerful, probably some low-level grunts looking for work, but the sheer number was enough to make this difficult. This is exhausting. They just keep coming. How many of you F-Kers are there? Gyro asked as she blasted a few with her sonic blast. Don't know, just keep fighting, I said as I hit one of the villains with a sword I just made. Midoriya has it worse though. With his volatile quirk, he just had to resort just hand-to-hand combat. Not that he isn't holding his own, in fact he's doing really well given the hindrance of not using his quirk. Then suddenly a massive surge of electricity was heard to our left. Everyone, even the villains, turned to see what happened. It was in the flood area. Most of the villains were floating up unconscious as Kaminari was laying on his back floating looking dazed. They stuck him in the water area. They must not know what our quirks were when they separated us, Midoriya commented. Good insight, I said as I saw Asui carry the dazed Kaminari and Minta. That further confirms it, with Asui at the water area, but that's not the only thing, I added. This also proves that everyone is still here in USJ, I concluded. Sorry for interrupting this little discussion, but the villains are still here, Gyro said as she was holding off 5 of them at once. Yeah, Yarazu, I have a plan, Midoriya said as he punched a villain, knocking him out. I'm listening, I responded. How much more can you make? He asked. Quite a bit, I said. All right, he said, then leaned in to whisper into my ear. Make a massive tarp and a few smoke grenades. He said them scooted away. Can you do that? He asked. Why, yeah. Oh, I see what you're going with this, I said. Gyro, get over here, I yelled. Whenever I get a minute, she said. Then Midoriya helped ease her plate of villains. Okay, coming, she said as Gyro, Midoriya, and I stood close to each other. I made the tarp and pulled it over us. What are they doing? One of the villains asked. Yeah, what are we doing? Gyro asked as I started making the smoke grenades, following Midoriya's plan. You better have a follow-up, I said as he cracked his knuckles. Yeah, I do, Midoriya said as the villains were talking amongst themselves. What do we do? One of them asked. They must be up to something, another responded. Well, there is 20 of us and 3 of them, we can just rush them, another said. One of them hasn't used their quirk yet. We can't risk it, another stated. Well, surround the blanket. Whatever the quirk is, he can't hit all of us, especially with his friends close to him, another suggested. All right, I made 5 of them, I said. All right, I'll blow away the tarp with my quirk, Midoriya said. I said, use it as a last resort, I said. I'm not going to use my whole arm, Midoriya said as his finger was surging with energy. I'm just going to use my finger to blow the tarp away. Once that happens, use the smoke grenades and run away. I'll be right behind you, Midoriya said, stuttering at the end. We're running. There are 20 of them left, we can take them. Gyro said as his lie completely flying over her head. He isn't going to run. He's going to use his quirk to defeat the remaining villains. As much as I wanted to say no, we don't have much option. Seems this is the last resort. Gyro could barely handle 5 villains on her own. And I'm running low on energy, so this is our only option. I nodded in agreement. All right, ready? He asked as I grabbed 2 flashbangs. Gyro grabbed 2, and Midoriya grabbed the last one. 3.2.1. Now, he yelled as he flicked his finger, causing the tarp to fly into the air. Once we weren't covered anymore, we threw the grenades at the floor. Smoke covered us as Gyro and I jumped away. Midoriya now, I yelled. Detroit. Midoriya yelled as energy was surging through his arm as the smoke was blown away due to the deher power in his arm. Smash. He yelled as he punched the ground. The mountain shook and the villains were defeated thanks to the initial impact and the shockwaves of the punch. Once we were certain they were defeated, we made our way back to Midoriya. His arm was red, like during the battle trials. Sorry, I had to use it, Midoriya said. It's all right, there wasn't much option. I said, I still think we could have took them. Gyro said with a huff, but whatever, let's go meet up with the others. Gyro said. We nodded and started moving towards the central plaza. Once we reached the clearing, we looked around to see if anyone else made it out of their areas. All we could see was Isui, Kaminari, and Minta. Aizawa-senpai was fighting off villains, and he was doing well. Wait, who is that? I asked, pointing to a guy with hands all over his body. He's not any villain I know of. Midoriya said. Maybe his hands are his quirk. He asked. No, I think they're for show. Then he would have used them by now. I said. Before Midoriya could think of a response, Aizawa attacked, but his elbow was caught by the villain. Then something happened. He froze in place. We couldn't see what was happening. From this distance, Yaoyorozu, make binoculars, Midoriya said. All right, I said as I managed to make 3 pairs of binoculars, one for each of us. After taking a good look at Aizawa's elbow, I came to a conclusion. His skin decayed. I said, is that his quirk? Midoriya asked. It has to be. I can't think of anything else it could be. I said, should we help? Gyro asked. No, not yet. He may have been caught off guard, but he's still fighting strong. I said, if there was any evidence of a jinx in the universe, then this would be it. Wait, what is that? Gyro asked, looking at the giant villain behind Aizawa-sensei. Before I could respond, the villain gripped his head and started breaking his bones. One by one, I could hear his bones cracking. It was hard to watch. I can't keep watching this, Midoriya said, throwing the binoculars aside. I have to help, he yelled, jumping off the mountainside. Midoriya, wait. I yelled, but it was too late. Damn it. Gyro, stay here. I said. What? She asked. Sorry, but it's for your own good. I said. This is stupid, let me help. She said. Fine, I can't stop you, and any more arguing is wasting time. Let's go. I said. Gyro nodded and followed me down the mountain. It's time to save Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya, wait. Yaoyorozu yelled. I know that I shouldn't do anything reckless, but what other choice do we have? As I ran closer and closer to Aizawa-sensei, I could hear the shattering of his bones and blood dripping onto the pavement. I have no choice. I have to help him. My attacks might not work on a villain of that size, but if I could just distract him, then it might give me a chance to get Aizawa-sensei to Isui and then to carry him away to safety. It's all I got. I sent the power of one for all into my left arm, the only arm not broken. Detroit smash, I yelled as I landed my punch on the villain. Wait, my hand doesn't hurt. It looked completely fine. No time to ponder why my arm isn't dead. Why isn't the villain affected? He didn't even move. You seem confused. The hand villain said. This villain has shock absorption. It's one of his many quirks, he said as the villain looked at me, let go of Aizawa-sensei, and pulled back for a punch. He also has super strength, he said as he unleashed his punch. Bracing for impact, I felt something wet surround my body. I got you, Ribbit, Isui said as she pulled me away before the giant villain could land a punch. Thanks, Isui, I said, catching myself. While I'm happy that you remembered at times like this, we should get out of here now, she said. But what Midoriya, a voice said. Wait, Yaoyorozu, I asked as she walked up to Tsu and I. What is wrong with you? You should have waited for us, she scuttled. Sorry, acted on impulse again, I said as she sighed. At least you're getting a grasp on your quirk, she said as she got ready for battle. More heroes. This'll be fun, the hand villain said as the big villain turned to face us. As Tsu put me down to fight the brain villain. Be careful, guys. The brain guy has multiple quirks, shock absorption and strength, I said. How can that be? Yaoyorozu said. I don't know, but we still have to fight it. I said, ready? I asked as everyone including Minta nodded. All right, I said as I sent one for all through my good arm ready for battle. Then the doors blew open. as the sound of the doors breaking echoed throughout the room. It was All Might. He tore off his jacket and tie, getting ready to fight. All the lower villains in the area were talking about taking All Might down. And in a nanosecond he took every single one of the lower-level grunts and picked up Aizawa-sensei. He muttered something to him though he was unconscious. Soon after he picked up all 6 of us and carried us to a safe location a few meters from the villains. Everybody back to the entrance, and take Yamanari and Mr. Aizawa with you, he doesn't have much time, he said, setting them on the ground. You saved us, All Might, I said under my breath. The hand villain walked over to pick up his hand and reapply it onto his face. He was muttering something, probably noticing how All Might is getting weaker. All Might, you can't. The brain villain took 1F. I smashed him and I didn't break my arm this time, but he wasn't phased at all. I said, he's too strong. Young Midoriya, he yelled, stretching his hand out towards us. I got this, he yelled, doing a pose, probably to show Asui, Minta, Gyro, and Yaoyorozu that everything will be fine. Not wanting to argue, Asui, Minta, and I took Aizawa-sensei, while Yaoyorozu and Gyro took Yamanari. We headed towards the exit. While All Might was fighting the brain villain, we'd be a hindrance if we interrupted now. All Might landed multiple punches whilst dodging the brain villain's punches. After dodging behind him, All Might unleashed a suplex, shrouding them in a mushroom cloud of debris. Everyone was commenting on how All Might was on a whole other level than the brain guy. But I am the only one who knows how All Might is slowly getting weaker. Slowly he's losing his power. He's saving us at what cost? Everyone is cheering, but they don't know how much danger he really is. Once the dust cleared, it showed All Might being grabbed at the sides by the brain villain. The mist villain created portals around the two so the brain villain could get a clear grab. The brain villain was digging his sharp claws into his wound, his weak spot. He released the brain villain to pry him off. All Might's in trouble. We know I have to do something. Asui, I said as she looked at me. Yeah, what is it, Midoriya? She asked. Can you carry Mr. Aizawa for me? I asked. She looked at me with a confused look. Ribbit, sure, but what are you gonna do? She asked, taking his arms. All Might, I won't let them kill you. Are you crazy? Minta yelled as I started sprinting. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu yelled, but I ignored her. Now isn't the time. There is still so much I want you to teach me. This can't be how it ends, it just can't. I'm coming, I yelled, throwing all caution into the wind, as I jumped towards All Might, hoping to get a grip on All Might, only for the mist villain to show up in front of me with another portal leading. I don't know where. I had too much forward momentum to stop. I was sailing into the portal. Get the hell out of my way, Deku. Bakugo yelled as he slammed his fist into the villain, activating his quirk for extra damage. Soon after, a stream of ice started to envelop half of the brain villain. Todoroki, one of your poorly trained thugs told me you're here because you think you can kill All Might, he said with his monotone. All Might pried himself off of the brain villain's grip thanks to Todoroki's ice weakening. Then Kirishima jumped in to attack the hand villain, only for him to dodge. Guess I found your body that time, you smoky bastard, Bakugo commented. The symbol of peace will not be defeated by delinquents like you, Todoroki stated. Tears were forming on my eyes. But now isn't the time. Midoriya, a voice behind me said. My Yaoyorozu, I said, looking behind me. What are you doing here? I asked. I can ask you the same question. What were you thinking? She asked, only to be stopped by Kirishima. You can grill him all you want later, get ready to fight, he said, hardening his hands. She created a sword from her arm. All right, she said as she got into battle stance. Turajiri, how can you let this brat get the best of you? You got us into a real jam here, he said nonchalantly. You got careless, you dumb villain. It wasn't hard to figure you out. Bakugo started. Only certain parts of you turned into that smoking warp gate. You used that mist to hide your actual body as a kind of distraction, thinking that made you safe. He added, that's why we missed. He concluded. You live up to your school's reputation. He commented. But if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they're well aimed, Bakugo said. The mist villain tried to escape only to be hit with Bakugo's quirk. Don't move. If you try anything funny, I'll blow you up right now. They'll be cleaning you up for weeks, he threatened. Whoa, that doesn't sound very heroic, Kirishima commented. They escaped uninjured and captured my 2 strongest men. Kids these days really are amazing. They make the League of Villains look like amateurs. We can't have that, hand villain said. Namu, he said as brain villain broke out of the ice at the cost of his own leg. But his body started to grow back. How? What is this? I thought you said his power was shock absorption, All Might said. I didn't say that was his only quirk, hand villain said. He also has super regeneration, he said. All Might gripped his wound and got ready. Namu has been modified to take you on even at 100% of your power. He's basically a highly punching bag that hits back, he said as Namu got into battle stance, as did we. First we need to clear our method of escape, the hand villain said. Get him, Namu, he said as that thing, Namu, charged towards Bakugo. He's fast. All Might said as Namu unleashed a punch. The shockwave alone knocked us back what felt like 100 feet. What force? I commented as I looked at the cloud of smoke. Kakin. I yelled, then looked beside me. Kakin. Well, that's awesome you dodged him. I praised. He grunted. Shut up. No, I didn't, you damn nerd. He commented. Then how did you get over here? Kirishima asked. We all turned our attention to the hole in the wall. All Might took the blow. These are kids and you still didn't hold back? He asked, seething with anger. I didn't have much choice. He was threatening my companion. Besides, these kids are no angels, he said as he turned towards me. That plain-looking one, he tried to kill me with a maxed-out punch. What kind of hero does something like that? He added. Yaoyorozu opened her mouth wanting to rebuttal but didn't get a chance to. You think you can get away with being as violent as you want if you say it's for the sake of others? Well, you know what, All Might. That pisses me off. Why do people get to decide that some violence acts are heroic while others are villainous, casting judgment as to what's good and what's evil? You think you're the symbol of peace? Huh. You're just another government-sponsored instrument of violence, and violence always brings more violence. I'll make sure the world understands that once you're dead, he said, finishing his monologue. You're nothing but a lunatic. Criminals like you always try to make your actions sound normal. But admit it, you're only doing this because you like it. Isn't that right? All Might asked. He didn't move, but I could tell he was caught off guard. We've got them outnumbered, Todoroki said. And Kakin found the mist guy's weakness. I responded, readying myself. These dudes may act really tough, but we can take them down with All Might's help, Kirishima said, hardening his arms. Let's do this, he said. Don't attack, All Might said, putting his arm in front of us. Get out of here. You would have been in trouble if it weren't for me, remember? You need our help, Todoroki responded. I thank you for your assistance, but this is different, All Might said as Todoroki looked at him. It's gonna be all right. Just sit back and watch a pro at work. All Might said, extending a ball-up fist towards us. But you're too hurt, you're bleeding, and you're almost out of time, I said, but caught myself. Luckily no one caught that, except maybe Yaoyorozu, but I'm praying she didn't. All Might extended a thumbs up, signaling it's all right. All Might, I said softly. Namu, Kurogiri, kill him, I'll deal with the children, Hand Villain said. All Might gripped his fist and stood tall. Let's clear this level and go home, he added as Namu charged towards All Might, while the Hand Villain charged towards us. Heads up, looks like we're fighting after all, Kirishima commented. All Might then suddenly charged, stopping the Hand Villain dead in his tracks while Namu ran to fight him off. They collided punches as the shockwave sent Hand Villain away. Soon they were trading blows as the speed of their punches were pushing us away. He said, your quirk was shock ABSORBTION, not nullification. That means there is a limit as to how much you can take, right? He asked as his punches were faster and more concentrated. So you were made to fight me, big guy. If you can really withstand me fighting at 100% of my power, then I'll have to go beyond that and force you to surrender. All Might bellowed, his punches increasing in power and speed. He's giving it his all, even though he's injured. Those aren't just random punches either. They're targeted, and every single one of them is more than 100% of his power. Namu was knocked back as All Might followed him. A real hero will always find a way for justice to be served, he yelled as he knocked Namu in the air, caught him, and slammed him back into the ground. Now for a lesson, he said as he went back to the ground with Namu. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean, he said as he pulled back a punch, tapping into the full power of One for All, Go Beyond, plus Ultra. He yelled as he punched Namu square in the chest, launching him like a miniature rocket breaking through the roof of the USJ. The force of the punch shook the entire USJ, as Namu was nowhere to be seen. That was like the finishing move in a video game. He beat the shock absorption right out of him. I've never seen that kind of brute strength, Kirishima said. Imagine having power like that. He must have been punching that monster so fast he couldn't regenerate, Bakugo said as everyone stared in shock. But my attention was at the cloud of smoke that was All Might. Man, I really have gotten weaker. Back in my heyday, only 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out. But today it took more than 300 mighty blows, he said with his trademark smile. Steam was erupting from his body. He was running out of time. You've been bested, villains. Surrender. We all want to get this over with quickly, All Might ordered as nothing happened. The Hand Villain was muttering to himself and scratching his chin as a nervous tick. As I expected, there is no reason for us to fight now. He'll handle this. Come on, Midoriya. We should regroup with the others, guys. The last thing we want is to be taken hostage or get in his way, Kirishima said. No, something isn't right. They don't know it, but he's bluffing. The villains must have caught on too, especially since the other grunts were waking up. Hand Villain then rushed towards All Might. He's running out of time, and he doesn't have the energy to take him down. I have to help. I launched myself towards the Hand Villain. With One for All surging through my legs, it in turn broke them. But if I just land a punch, my legs are the least of my worries. Then the Mist Villain opened a portal and an all too familiar hand came out of it. It's the same hand that decayed Aizawa-sensei's elbow. And it was right in front of my face. I was going too fast and lost all feeling in my legs, so I couldn't move out of the way. What do I do? What do I do? Midoriya, a voice yelled as suddenly blood erupted from his hand. Why Yaoyorozu? I asked as I landed face down on the floor. She ran over during the confusion. She gripped my clothes and dragged me away from the battle. NGJH Kurogiri. After them, the hand villain yelled. A loud bang echoed throughout USJ as blood erupted from his arms and knees. Huh? I asked as I looked towards the sound. The entrance of USJ. Ada returned with reinforcements. All the villains who were unconscious recovered and started to fight the pros, who were quickly defeated. Hand villain and mist villain were making a retreat, but 13 used her black hole quirk to try and suck them up. However, it wasn't enough, as the pair escaped to who knows where. I sighed a breath of relief, thankful that it was all over. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu muttered as something wet hit my face. Why, you idiot? She yelled as all the emotions she kept inside her during all of this were being let out at once. Fear, frustration, everything was let out in the form of tears. The pros who came over to check on us brought over the robots with a stretcher, I assume for me. Yaoyorozu tried her best to place me on the stretcher with little pain on my body as I was carried off. I assume the heroes went through the lengths to keep All Might hidden from everyone. At least I hope they did. I woke up in the nurse's office, with All Might right beside me on another bed. While we were laying down, a detective from the police entered the room. All Might referred to him as his best friend in the police force, and also knows about not only his weakened state but also One for All. Soon after they talked about what happened, we were allowed to leave. I exited the nurse's office and hooked left. Then a hand was placed on my left shoulder. Wait, a voice I instantly recognized said behind me. Shouldn't you be heading home, Yaoyorozu? I'm sure your parents are worried, I said with a smile. How? She asked. I stared at her blankly. How can you move on from that whole fiasco with a smile? You broke both your legs and your arm again, she asked. I sighed. It's not that I'm happy, I was scared and I still am, I said as I turned to face her. Back before I came here, before I discovered my quirk, even before I started preschool, I dreamed of becoming a hero. When I was a little kid, I thought being a hero was the coolest thing. I added. I said that I want people to see my smile and feel safe and be the kind of hero everyone looks up to. She stayed silent, not sure what to say. I glanced at my watch. It was 4:15. Anyway, you should be heading home. I'll drop by tomorrow, okay? I asked as I headed out. I heard her take a step, but she didn't say anything. Soon I headed on home, because tomorrow was a whole new day. It's been a whole day since the incident in USJ. Aizawa-sensei just stated that the UA Sports Festival will still go on as planned. Everyone vocalized their concerns. Not that I blame them considering what we just went through, but it is important for scouts to, well, scout us. It's also to show the world that the situation is under control and that everything is fine. After that information was dropped, we were told to train and hone our quirks, though he was mainly aiming that advice at Midoriya. Soon class was dismissed and it was lunch. I was standing in line with Uraraka behind me. So, how are you feeling? She asked. What do you mean? I asked. Well, you were right there 5 feet from the villains at USJ. Don't you feel shaken up? She asked. I was. Then something happened, I said, facing forward. What, huh? Yaoyorozu, a voice to the side of me said. Midoriya, I asked. Deku, I thought you were with All Might. Uraraka asked. I was, but I had something to do first, he said as he pulled out a satchel. I made you lunch, he said. I was stunned. I had no idea how to react. It only took Uraraka laughing for me to be embarrassed. That's adorable, she yelled. Was it my parents? I asked while she was mulling to herself. Yes, he said. I could tell he was lying, but it'd be awkward to not take it. And the lunch here wasn't that good. I sighed and took the satchel. Sorry for leaving you, Uraraka, I said as she stopped laughing immediately. Oh, don't worry about it, she said, waving me off. Go enjoy your food, she said. I stepped out of line. Well, that's all I wanted to do, so I'm gonna leave. Bye, he said as he speed walked away. That kid is such a goof. I sat with some Class 1A students. They were talking amongst themselves about the upcoming sports festival. I, on the other hand, was curious about this lunch. What's wrong? Gyro asked, who was sitting in front of me. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you, I said, not registering how rude that sounded. I stuttered as she laughed. Don't worry about it. Now what's wrong? You've been staring at that bag for about 30 seconds now, she asked. Oh, nothing at all, I said. She stared at me blankly for about 3 seconds until the look of realization was spread across her face. I don't like where this is going. Oh, I see. Yeah, she said. What? I asked. Nothing. Just curious about what's going on with you and that kid, she asked. What do you mean? What kid? I asked, though I know exactly what she's thinking of. You know, kid, about yay tall, messy green hair, a complete dork, she said. I have no idea what you're talking about, I said as I unbuckled the latch on the satchel. Then why did he give you that lunch then sped away? She asked as I stopped dead in my tracks. So he was being nice, big deal. And he had business with All Might, whatever business that is none of my concern, I said as I undid the second latch. The smell of warm food blew into my nose as my hunger ravaged my brain, telling me to eat it. Okay, if you say so, she said with a smirk as she ate her food. Relax. So he was being a nice guy. And besides, it's probably not even that good. I ate a spoonful of the rice. Okay, it's really freaking good. Like, super good. How is it super good? I scarfed it down like a starved wolf. Then I noticed Gyro staring at me with a concerned face. Do you mind? I asked as she laughed. Sorry, she said, going back to her own food. Lunch was finally over. It was getting stressful with Gyro constantly casting me a grin. I don't like him. He's nice and all, but he's my servant and classmate. Classes were over and it was very uneventful. So I packed up my notes and headed home. Yaoyorozu, a voice behind me yelled. It was Midoriya. Yes, I asked. Are you heading home? He asked. Yeah, I asked. It only then just hit me. Oh, you want to walk with me? I asked. He turned a bright pink. Well, if you want to. He said. Is he still nervous around girls? Well, we're going the same way, right? I assume you're going to work. I asked as he nodded. Well, let's go, I said, turning back around to head home. He followed behind me, the exact same way as he did when I led him to my room. Look, people are going to pin you as a stalker at this rate. Come closer, I said. Once I said that, he came a closer, blushing deeper the closer he got. Okay, question, I said as he looked at me. Why are you so shy around girls? I asked. That's, I don't know. I just am. He yelled defensively. I rolled my eyes. Well, we're here, I said, pushing the buzzer. Oh, Momo and young Midoriya, come in, Mother said as the gates opened. We headed inside to see my parents dressed in business attire. Dear, we'll be at a business meeting. We will return at around 8. Behave yourselves, Mother said as they headed out. So, anything I need to do? He asked. Before you do, I want to say something, I said as he gave me his full attention. Thanks for the food, I said, turning away, hiding my blush. Oh, you liked it? I thought I cooked it too long, he said with quite possibly the brightest smile I've ever seen him wear. And no, it was perfect, I said as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, I can make you more, he offered. I would appreciate that, I said as he walked into the kitchen. So Midoriya, I yelled, hoping to get his attention. Yes, he yelled back. What did All Might need from you? I asked, as the sounds of utensils and pans stopped. What do you mean? He asked. Hiraraka said you were with All Might, remember? I asked. Oh, he was just amping me up for the sports festival. You know how he is, Midoriya said as he continued cooking. He didn't stutter, so he must have been telling the truth. One more thing. Were you lying when you said my parents texted you to make me lunch? I asked. He stopped once again. No. Why do you think that? He asked. You pause after you give an answer whenever you're lying. It's not hard to figure you out, I said. It was faint, but I heard a dang it, Midoriya, I said. Okay, fine. I made you lunch because of how you were feeling yesterday, he said. I stayed silent as he continued his thought. The way you sounded was so not like you. Not that I blamed you, so I thought making you food will help, he said. Why is he so nice? Before I could think more on that, he came out with food. I made you my favorite, katsudon, he said, sitting across from me. He watched me, not to be creepy, but probably to get my opinion. I plopped a piece of pork into my mouth. I said instinctively. Is it good? He asked with a look in his eyes like a 4-year-old showing his mother an art piece he made in school. Yes, it's delicious, I said. I pumped his fists into the air in a surge of pride. I couldn't help but laugh. Okay, calm down. I said it was delicious, not 5 stars, I said, trying to tone down his ego. Oh, is that a challenge? He asked. If you will make me more food, then yes, I said. It's amazing how he can turn from the shyest guy in the presence of a girl to a confident fighter when it comes to competition. After I accepted his challenge, he rushed into the kitchen, and I can appreciate some good food. After a few tries, I was getting full. Okay, that one I'll consider 5 stars, I said as I cheered. Yeah, he yelled. After he took the bowls into the kitchen and washed them all, he came into the dining room to do some homework. We were already finished with Cementos's homework. Actually, we were done with all of the homework already. Question, do you have a gym here? He asked. I looked up with a raised eyebrow. I am sorry, I shouldn't have assumed. It's in the back, I said simply. Oh, thanks, he said as he walked through the back door. I chuckled to myself. Seems habits don't die hard. Guess I should train too. It'd be bad if he got ahead of me a day before the sports festival. I entered the gym, only to see something I never expected to see ever. Midoriya had his shirt off. We froze for a whole 3 seconds as my eyes instinctively saw his whole body. How is he so muscular? Why, Yaoyorozu, he yelled as he scrambled for his shirt. How is his back so muscular? Sorry, I didn't think you'd come, he yelled as he fumbled his shirt on. Sorry for not saying anything. I just didn't want you to get some extra training done and get the edge on me, I said as I headed into the locker room walking past him. Oh, and by the way, your shirt's on backwards, I teased as I entered the locker room. As I started changing, I couldn't help but hear mumbling and a loud thud. Once I finished changing into my workout gear, I saw him clutching his knee and laying on the ground. What happened? I asked, kneeling next to him. I was flipping my shirt. Then I lost balance, then I hit my knee, and now I'm here, he said rapidly as he massaged his knee. I sighed. You know, for someone with amazing speed and power, you are rather clumsy, I said as I helped him up. He staggered but stood up. Soon the workout started, going from a few simple workouts to a quick spar. After we were done, I draped a towel over my shoulders to soak up the rolling beads of sweat from my neck. You're improving your combat capabilities without that quirk of yours. Good work, I commented. So are you. You're churning those staffs and weapons at breakneck speed. I would hate to face you in the fighting tournament, he said. Well, we would have to make it to the fighting tournament, but the feeling is mutual, I said. Well, I'm sure we'll be fine, he said, giving me a thumbs up. I smiled at his chipper attitude and glanced at my watch. It's 7:30, shouldn't you be heading home? I asked. Oh right, sorry, see you tomorrow, he yelled as he grabbed his stuff and headed out. I stared as the doors slowly closed with a smile. He sure is a handful. It was the day of the sports festival, as everyone lined up for the first event, a race. The route is simple, because the main struggle is to A, get past the obstacles, and B, get a decent placing to continue on to the sports festival. It also didn't help that the other classes were out for blood. Class 1 of blood. The race began in a few minutes, as everyone that was participating was stretching and limbering up. Then Present Mike was announcing that the race began in 1 minute, as we all stood up and got ready to run. 5 seconds left. And it took me just now to realize something. Our first obstacle. The door. Go, Present Mike said as everyone ran. The ones in front had it easy. It was the guys and girls in the middle that got snagged, and in turn the people in the back got set back. Todoroki was up front, and he was clearly playing to win, which made sense considering what he said to me in the Class 1 locker room. You've got All Might in your corner helping you out, he said as I looked up at him in shock. I'm not going to pry about what's going on between you two, but just know I'm going to win, he said. At that moment, he declared war against me during this battle, and it showed he's taking no prisoners. Once he was out of the tunnel, he sent a wave of ice towards us, trying to freeze us in our tracks. All of Class 1 saw and got past his trap. Kaken, Takoyami, Yaoyorozu, and even Minda of all people. A lot of the others, though, weren't as lucky. But we got through the first obstacle, only to run into another. A bunch of the robots, the ones from the entrance exam, came to stop us. Todoroki, wanting to preserve his lead, froze all of them, making a path between his legs for him to run through. A lot of the other competitors saw it and ran towards it, but the robots broke through the ice and fell on top of each other, sealing his path for the time being. Everyone was stuck, with no other option but to attack. At least most had no other option but to attack. Some of the aerial quirks like Bakugo, Zero, and Takoyami climbed over the robots, not paying them any mind. Smart strategy. The rest of us were stuck fighting them off. I wasn't too focused on fighting. I can't let Todoroki and Kaken beat me. I dodged past one of the smaller robots and saw a shard of the robot's armor from Todoroki's attack. Quickly, I grabbed it and chopped one of the smaller robots in half. Clutching the armor to my side, I ran away from the carnage, only to have the remaining big robots locked onto me. I gripped my shard and prepared to fight, only for a bunch of explosions to hit every one of them. I turned to see Yaoyorozu with a cannon beside her. Don't just stand there. Run, she yelled as she abandoned her cannon to run. Taking the hint, I ran with my armor shard. It slowed me down, but it could be useful later, in case there is a laser field or something. Man, do I regret my decision seeing the next obstacle. It was a canyon, though looking super deep. One of the support department students blasted her way over with her gadgets, while Tsuyu crawled her way across, and while he sped his way with his quirk. Me, with my limited options, just slowly crawled across. With this shard weighing me down, I was thinking how much of a waste of time taking this thing was. Then we made it to the final obstacle. It was a minefield. Todoroki and Bakugo were up front fighting it out, while everyone else was slowly making their way forward. I was last. I had to turn things around right now. But how? Wait, minefield, I got it. I used the shard to dig in the dirt. Gyro and a few others walked past me thinking I was wasting my time. Well, I'll show them. IWS digging up some of the mines. To Mki, a concentrated blast to jettison me to first. It was a risk, but what choice do I have? Once a few mines were laid in a clump, I held the shard close to my body, said a prayer that I even go the right way, and jumped onto the bombs. The sheer force of the bombs were enough to get everyone's attention, as I was blasted forward with enough G-force to rip apart my skin. I was launched ahead of Todoroki and Kaken. They immediately stopped fighting to catch me. Bakugo launched himself into the air to take me down, while Todoroki created an ice path to get over the mines. While they were gaining on me, I was losing speed, and I didn't think ahead enough to think of a strategy past this point. I had one chance. I had to eliminate the remaining competition. I had to grab onto my opportunity to surge ahead. Grabbing onto the rope, I placed my feet onto their backs and slammed the shard onto the ground as a cluster of bombs exploded, shooting me far into first past the minefield. I was running like my life depended on it, because it did, as an angry Bakugo and a determined Todoroki were right behind me, doing anything they could to catch up and take first. The sounds of Kaken's explosions, Todoroki's ice, and my rapid footsteps, all of them were echoing in the dark entrance. As the bright light got bigger and bigger, their sounds got louder and louder. It was a close race, closer than I expected it to. But I came out first, and the winner is Midoriya. Present Mike yelled, as many of the spectators and the viewers cheered for my victory. I looked around, marveling at the sight and sounds, from their cheers to All Might's smiling face, to Bakugo's angry growls. Tears were forming in my eyes, but I wiped them away. It's not over yet. All the other contestants were coming in and placing. All of Class 1 made it to the second round. Though we almost lost Aoyama, he got 42nd. We were given a quick break. Thank gosh I needed it. Kaken angrily sulked off and Todoroki walked away with the same stoic expression he always wears. Midoriya, that was brilliant. Yaoyorozu commented. Gee, thanks, I muttered. Deku, Uraraka yelled, walking up to us both. That was so cool. You were like Wham, and the mines were all like Push, and you were flying through the air, and then Bakugo was all like GRR. She said, recreating the whole scene with sounds, hand movements, and facial expressions, which were utterly hilarious. I must admit that was quite ingenuitive, Midoriya. Ada said, adjusting his glasses. Thanks, guys, I said. Round 1 was over. Now it's time for round 2 of the preliminaries. The competitors reconvened back to center stage to start the next event. After being introduced, Midnight, the rated R hero, took the stage. 42 of you qualified for the next round, she said, brandishing her whip. Gird your loins and prepare for the next test, she said as she pointed to the rapidly spinning roulette on the screen. It landed on Cavalry Battle. A Cavalry Battle. Those of you at the top will suffer the most. Of course, that's something you'll hear over and over again at UA. Show us what plus ultra means, she yelled as she pointed her whip at me. Izuku Midoriya placed first in the qualifier. He'll be worth 10 million, she said. I must be seeing things. But when everyone looked at me, their eyes flashed red. I'm scared. Things have changed a lot since junior high. But what didn't change was the fact that I'm still a target. I placed first because of some good luck, but it doesn't seem to have mattered. As fear ravaged my body, Midnight was explaining the rules. The match takes 15 minutes, and each team will be in groups of 2-4. The group's total points on their headbands will be their total, and the 4 teams with the highest point value wins. Of course, it won't matter what team I'm on. I'll be a target regardless of who I pick. The objective of the game is to swipe other teams' headbands to get more points. The only stipulation is that if you swipe someone's headband, you have to wear it, so the more you have, the harder it is to manage them all. However, if you lose all your headbands, you'll still have time to get yours back and take more. All right, time to think. Regardless, I'll have 1 or more teammates. I can't be alone, or that'd be super unfair. The problem is that no one in their right mind would want to be on my team, unless some people want to join my team for the sole purpose of standing out, which makes sense with more people gunning for you. It'd be a great chance to show off your quirk and skills. Make a team fall and I will slap you with a red card, Midnight warned. So we can't make someone fall or we'll be disqualified. You have 15 minutes to construct your team. I suggest you get moving, she said as she flicked her whip. Okay, so it doesn't matter how many points we have since I have so many. I just need to pick the right people. Okay, I know who I want. It's a matter of if they want to join my team. I see everyone is sticking to people in their homeroom. Makes sense because they know each other, their quirks and their uses. It's better than partnering with people you don't know. I need to find a team of my own, and fast. But everyone won't want to team up with me because I'm worth so dang much. Hey Yaoyorozu, I said. She looked at me with a neutral face. Sorry, but I won't be teaming up with you. And before you say anything, it's not because of your headband, she said. I apologize, but we're enemies in this competition now, she said as she walked to Todoroki's group. Oh hey, what's up, Ajiro? I asked, sounding absolutely pathetic. Sorry, he said, walking away. Some friends I have. Not that I really blame them. Everyone is worried about their standings, that no one would gamble partnering with me. And since I haven't used my quirk at all, I'm the biggest wild card in this game. Hey Deku, a familiar voice rang. I slowly and nervously turned around. Let's team up, she yelled. Uraraka, are you sure? I asked as tears were flying out of my eyes. Everyone will be after me and my stupid 10 million point headband. Tell me you're not kidding, I yelled, tears still falling. If we run away the whole time, then we'll win, right? She asked. You're either overestimating me or underestimating everyone else here. I said as I stopped crying. Phooey, she said. Anyway, it's better to team up with people you trust. She yelled. Oh my heart, are you okay? You have this ugly face on, she said. I shook my head rapidly. Actually, I wanted to team up with you too. Thanks a lot, I said. But we need someone else to fit with Uraraka's quirk. I know the person. I looked around to see if I can find him. There he is. Ida, I said as we ran towards him. He turned to us as we gave him hopeful smiles. I explained the plan I came up with. Uraraka's quirk and his maneuverability, we can evade the competition easily. However, Ida had other plans. It's a good strategy, but I'm sorry, he said. Huh, Uraraka and I said in unison. I'm afraid I'll have to decline your offer, he said as he adjusted his glasses. Since this all started, I've been losing to you. Please don't take this as an insult. You're a great friend, but if I continue to follow you, I won't get stronger, he said. Bakugo and Todoroki have already challenged you, but they aren't the only ones who see you as a rival, he said as he began walking towards Todoroki and his group. Midoriya, I'll try my best to defeat you, he said standing in the middle of them. Whoa, Ida, Uraraka said looking around panicked. So it's begun. Everyone is already an enemy. Even my closest friends. Well, except Uraraka. I'm at the top, and they'll be gunning for me for the top spot. I can't rely on anyone, not this time. Then I heard the revving of engines. Haha. Oh, perfect, you're still alone, a voice said coming towards us. And you're the star. The same voice said stopping in front of me. Team up with me, first place. A girl with goggles and pink hair yelled. Whoa, so close. Who are you? I asked. She chuckled and adjusted her goggles. I'm a student in the support course, she said. Name's Mei Hatsume. She yelled. Oh, you're that weirdo from the race before. Uraraka said. We haven't met, but I would like to use your current fame to my personal advantage, she said. She's very blunt. If I team up with you, then I'll be in the spotlight. Part of the team that everyone is keeping their eyes on, she yelled, zooming closer. That means that my super cute little babies will inevitably be seen by big company CEOs who are tuning into the sports festival, she said, getting even closer and following that line of reasoning. This is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited, she yelled, moving an inch away from my face, causing me to fall. Uraraka said something, but I was too busy dealing with Hatsume. After speaking a mile a minute, she pulled out a case full of gadgets, but one stood out to me the most. She picked it up and explained it. I based this on a certain hero's backpack, though of course I added my own twist, she said, holding it up for me to see. Wait, I recognize that, I said, pointing at the gadget. Airjet, the Buster hero has one of those, I said. She laughed when I recognized who it was from. I love that guy. Isn't he awesome? MMHM. His agency's close by, so I got to go on a tour one time. Then it hit me. Not being able to team up with Ida was a definite blow. I've got Hatsume and Uraraka now, but I still need one more. Looks like pretty much everyone is on a team already, but that's fine. I know exactly what power my team is missing. I combed the area, seeing if anyone is alone right now. Wait, there he is. I walked towards him, as a small prayer was said in my head, hoping he doesn't have a team already. I grabbed onto his shoulder. Join me. Takoyami turned to me. We shall discuss strategy over there, he said, pointing towards a far wall secluded from other teams. So what I want you to do is devote yourself to defense. I'm hoping you won't have to attack at all. Is that good? I asked as Hatsume was outfitting me with the jetpack, while Uraraka was putting on her hover boots. HMPH. Interesting, he said as we all looked at him. My quirk's offensive ability increases when I'm in darkness, but that makes Dark Shadow more aggressive and difficult to control, he said. On the other hand, the beast is easy to handle in the sunlight. That's at the cost of its attack power though, he said as he looked at me. You couldn't have known this, and yet you've chosen the correct role for me. Your proposal seems like a good one under the circumstances, he said, cracking a smile. Very well. I'll follow your lead, he said. Once he finished that statement, time was officially up. All we could do now is get into position, with me, the 10 million point bearer, at the top. You ready? I asked. Yeah, Uraraka yelled. Hatsume? I asked. She giggled and nodded. Takoyami? I asked. Yes, he said as Dark Shadow appeared right beside him. Let's do this, I yelled as the match started. As to be expected, everyone ran towards me. They're not even giving us a chance. Ha, such is the fate of the pursued, Takoyami said as Dark Shadow got into attack position. Make your choice, Midoriya, Takoyami said, standing at the ready. That's easy, we're running away, I said. Don't think so. One of the 1B students, Tetsu. Anyway, their front runner unleashed his quirk, softening the ground, making us sink. What's happening? Uraraka asked. We're sinking, I said. I can't get out, Uraraka yelled. Time to use it. Hatsume, Uraraka, watch your faces, I yelled as they covered their faces. I pushed the button, launching us out of the ground and into the air. The Class 1B students yelled something, probably telling his team to take us out of the sky. Then I saw Gyro's headphone jack earlobes fly towards us. Takoyami took action, sending Dark Shadow to bat away her jacks. Good work, he said. Please continue to watch over our blind spots, Dark Shadow. He added. Got it, Dark Shadow said. Wow, that's seriously cool. Your shadow is just what we needed. It'll take care of our omnidirectional mid-range defenses. Takoyami, you're amazing, I praised. You are the one who chose me, he said. We're landing, Uraraka said as her hover boots activated, making a smooth landing. Her quirk is amazing. She's flirting everything but her and the equipment. We landed and continued running. So what did you think of my babies? Hatsume asked with a bright and proud smile on her face. Aren't they just precious? Cuteness can be manufactured, you know. Excellent mobility. Your babies are amazing, Hatsume, I praised. Aw, thanks, she said. Ahaha. A loud laugh was heard behind us. We turned to see Shoji running towards us. It's Shoji. Is he all by himself? Where's his team? I asked. Takoyami surveyed the field, seeing another team charging towards us. What we need is breathing room. We can't get caught trapped between multiple opponents, Takoyami said. Uraraka tried to move, but couldn't. No, she yelled. What happened? Is something wrong? I asked. Yeah, I'm stuck, she yelled, trying to get free. It's mind his ball. But where did it come from? I asked, looking around. Right over here, he said. I turned around to see him looming inside Shoji's self-made seal. Is that even allowed? I asked. Judges say yes, Midnight yelled. Well, that answers that one. Then a long tongue was shot out of the small crevice. I ducked and it hit the group in front of us. HMPH, impressive moves as usual, Asui commented. Oh man, you've got Asui in there, too, I asked. I told you to call me Tsu, she said as both her and Minta ducked back into Shoji's barrier, and suddenly her tongue and Minta's purple balls were coming out of the small hole created. I was dodging out of the way of everything. The balls and Asui's tongue. Quickly, we must move, Takoyami yelled. I dodged a couple more balls and pushed the button. We got off the ground, at the expense of Hatsume's hover boot. My baby's ruined, she sobbed. Sorry, but at least we got away from them, I yelled. If there was evidence of the existence of jinxing, then that would be it. Kaken blasted off his team to come for my headband. Don't think for a second that you're safe, he said as he reached out. I've got you, Takoyami, I yelled as Dark Shadow moved to block Kaken's blast. What the hell was that? He asked as Zero pulled him back in, avoiding disqualification. We landed back down onto the ground. Nicely done, Uraraka, I praised. It's hard to control where we're going with just one foot, she said. I understand, I said. With that busted boot, our movement is limited now. We can't risk going back up to the sky again, meaning we have to rely on Takoyami's Dark Shadow and our increased mobility thanks to Uraraka's zero gravity. I heard a shout and explosion. Turning my attention to the scoreboard for a split second, I saw that Kaken has 0 points. Ouch, at least he'll be one less team to worry about. He wants to win, but he holds grudges, and he's gunning for the team that took their bans. Once I reverted my gaze back onto the battlefield, I saw the enemy, Todoroki's team. I'll be taking that now, Todoroki said with his cold tone. I didn't think this confrontation would happen until later in the contest, Takoyami said. He seems to have it out for you, Midoriya. The game's only halfway over, we can't stop now, I said. Now Ida forward, Todoroki said, as Ida revved up his calf pistons and boosted towards us. Yaoyorozu, be ready to protect us, Todoroki said. On it, she yelled as she appeared to be conjuring up something. Kaminari, Todoroki called, but was cut off by Kaminari himself. Oh, I know what I gotta do, he said with a smug smile. Watch our surroundings. It's not just Todoroki. Everyone is after us, I said, looking around to see every team running after us. Hope you made something strong, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari yelled, as Todoroki dropped something over him. Yaoyorozu made a spike that was drilled into the ground. Indiscriminate SH cock. 1.3 million volts, he yelled as electricity started flying all over the area. I jumped in fear as Dark Shadow took the front of the blast. He yelped in pain but survived. Everyone around them, however, wasn't so lucky, taking the full power of his 1.3 million volt attack. Less than 6 minutes left, Todoroki said, prepping his ice attack. Time to make a move, he said as he touched the spike Yaoyorozu created, covering it completely in ice, which in turn froze a path to trap everyone who were shocked by Kaminari's shock. Adding insult to injury, Todoroki made a lap around the students, stealing some of their headbands. I might as well take these, he said as his group resumed their advances on us. Todoroki made an ice wall. I had no other choice but to use the jetpack. I pushed the button, but it short-circuited. Dang it, Kaminari's attack shorted out the jetpack. Baby, guess it needs some upgrades, Hatsume said. They're too fast, Uraraka said. Take care of them, Takoyami said as Dark Shadow made an advancement towards Todoroki's group. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki yelled, as she made a stone slab to block Dark Shadow's attack. She's too good at her creation quirk. We have to be careful, I said. No, Kaminari is the one to fear. Takoyami whispered. If there was any more sunlight, Kaminari's attack would have completely destroyed Dark Shadow. We were backing away from their advancement. I get it. His lightning is our big problem, I answered. As long as he keep using his quirk, it will be very difficult for me to attack. Dark Shadow is too timid in the light, Takoyami said as Dark Shadow whimpered. We were back to the boundary. We have nowhere left to run. Your attack power is low. But they don't know that's the case, right? I asked. I don't think so. The only person I've mentioned this weekend to is Koda back at USJ. And he's a man of very few words. Takoyami answered. Okay, good deal. We could use that. This'll work out. All we have to do is hang on to the 10 million points we have no matter what. I said. He's cornered us, sure. But there is one glaring problem. Todoroki doesn't use his left side to attack. So if we keep far to the left, he can't use his ice abilities without risk of hitting. Wait, Ada shifted his position. Is he trying to make a mad dash for the 10 million points? But what about Dark Shadow? Before I could answer all of those questions, Ada boosted himself towards us. Watch the I said, but I was shocked by the sheer speed of Ada. Reciprocal burst, he yelled as Todoroki took the headband. Ada, what was that? Todoroki asked. I forced my torque and RPM into overdrive, which gives me explosive power. Unfortunately, the recoil stalls my engines for a while. It's a secret move I've been saving. No one in the class knew about it. He explained. I didn't say anything. I was taken into shock at the sheer speed. I told you, Midoriya, that I'd do my best to beat you, he said with the look of pride on his face. Don't let them go, I yelled. Kaminari's still a problem for us. It'll be smarter for us to try for other points now, Takoyami stated. We can't, I said. We don't know who's got the other headbands. This is our only chance, I added. Then let's go, Uraraka said, running towards them at full speed. We'll get the points back, I promise, she said with determination. I'm not alone in this. All three of them put their trust in me. This is my responsibility. One for all was flowing through my right arm. We all have our reasons to win this, and I refuse to let the others down. This is the first time I'm using this power against a person. This'll be fine. I'm not actually going to hit him. I'm just slicing through the air to take out my opponent's defenses. I swiftly moved my arm backwards. The sheer force moved Todoroki's hand away. Now's my chance. My hand hurts, but it's not broken. He's turned the bands around to hide their point values. But he put the 10 million one on last right, so it must be on top. I got it, I said, grabbing the 10 million point headband. That's it. I did it, I said. Oh, wait a minute. Please tell me I've got something wrong with my eyes, Hatsum said. I took a look at the headband. It has 70 points. They tricked us, I yelled. We mixed the headbands up, Yaoyorozu said. There's no way we'd leave the prize on top. You underestimate us, she said. Todoroki, you better watch yourself. That was too close, Ada said as Todoroki was clutching his left side. The final 10 seconds were on the clock. No time for wallowing in self-pity. Takoyami, Kaminari, Deku, Bakugo, Uraraka, let's go. Yaoyorozu, who's got the points? Todoroki grabbed a pole that Yaoyorozu created. I reached out to grab anything. Kaken launched through the ice wall to grab the 10 million points. Damn it, icy hot. It was a two-way race for the points. It was right in my grasp. Time's up. Present Mike yelled as Bakugo fell onto the court. I reached, but I pulled back. It was game over. Bakugo, Zero yelled. Are you okay, man? He didn't respond, just pounded the ground in anger. Damn it, Todoroki muttered under his breath. Present Mike presented the 4 teams. Not that it really mattered to me. In first place, Team Todoroki. Yaoyorozu sighed. We ended in first place, but it was too close for comfort, she said. Ada gripped his fist. I'm sorry. I let everyone down, didn't I? He asked. That's not true. You're the reason we won. Thank goodness for that special move of yours, she said. That is true. If he didn't catch us by surprise with his reciprocal boost, then we would have stalled out the time. At least until Bakugo rejoined the fray. In second place, Team Bakugo. Ugh, we were so close to first place, Ashido said. Man, sure, but we're moving on, so it's all good, Zero said as Kirishima chuckled. I don't think our leader would agree with you, he said, like, at all. Bakugo screamed in frustration. At least he advanced. In third place is Team Testut. Wait, what? It's Team Shinzo. When did they come back from the dead? Guys, I'm really sorry, I said with a solemn tone. They said in unison. While Hatsum was fixing her jetpack, both she and Uraraka pointed to Takoyami. I must apologize. When Todoroki was shaken by your first attack, I tried to grab the 10 million point headband, but things didn't go as planned. Still, I got one. It was around his head where his guard was the weakest. Midoriya, you're the one who created the opening for me and ensured our advancement, Todoroki said. And in 4th place is Team Midoriya. Suddenly all the emotions shot out of my eyes. I cried as the sheer force of my tears and emotions caused small craters around my knees. We were moving on. We're moving on to the final event. Midoriya was crying. Not that I blame him really. He almost got knocked out of the sports festival with that one mistake. But how can anyone cry with that much force? Tears were flying out like a hose. And he created tiny craters because of it. I have no words. Present Mike announced that it was lunch break before the afternoon festivities, and then the fighting tournament. Soon we all headed to get some food. I walked past Ada and Uraraka, who were discussing Ada's secret move. Wait, where is Midoriya? I would have guessed that he would be with them. Maybe he went to the bathroom somewhere. Well, it didn't stop me from being hungry. Lunch was uneventful, and the food was meh. I wish I had Midoriya's cooking, but starving girls can't be choosers. After eating my food, I headed back to the sports festival. I took a shortcut and crossed through a patch of trees. Hey, wait, a voice said. I turned to see Midoriya and Todoroki. I'm only here because others have supported me. I've been really lucky, he said as he looked at his hand. In fact, I've had even more help since I've come to UA, he said as he stared at his hand, probably reminiscing about his time in UA. All Might is constantly saving people with a fearless smile. He's the greatest hero, and I want to be just like him. In order to do that, I have to be strong enough to be number 1. I know my motivation might seem stupid compared to yours, but still I can't lose this either, he said. I owe it to everyone who supported me to try my best, he said, looking up to lock eyes with Todoroki. You declared war on me earlier, he said. Well, right back at you. I am going to beat you. Midoriya finished. Todoroki walked away, leaving Midoriya standing there watching him leave. Yae Arazu, are you there? He asked. Knowing the jig was up, I walked out of the trees. How long have you known? I asked. A while. I could have called you out, but I wanted you to hear that too, he said, turning to me with a determined smile. I may have declared war on Todoroki, but it's F. Wait, what is that? He asked, pointing towards the uniforms I created. Oh, uniforms. We're supposed to wear them for the cheer battle later, I said. He raised an eyebrow. Cheer battle? He asked. Yeah, Mr. Aizawa told Minta and he told us, I said. Anyway, I got to go see ya, I said, walking away. Wait, he yelled, but I ignored him. Lunch was almost over and I didn't want to anger Aizawa-sensei. Back at the sports festival stadium, I handed the girls each a uniform. They're tacky, but if it's required then I'll grin and bear it. Oh, what a mistake this was. Turns out that this was a ploy by Minta and Kaminari to see us all in cheerleading uniforms. After yelling at them and crouching down in embarrassment, I contemplated taking them off and preserving what little dignity I had left. At least, until Hagakure wanted to go with it because she thought the uniforms were cute. I sighed. At least I can use the tournament to show that I'm not just some pretty face. We were to draw lots to see who we are fighting. Everything was going smoothly. Until, excuse me. It was Anjiro. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing. Everyone was taken by surprise, including me. Anjiro, no way, Midoriya commented. But this is a rare chance for you to be scouted. Ada said. Sorry, it just wouldn't be right, Anjiro said, putting his hand down. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end of it, he said, glancing towards a purple-haired student. I recall him being in the general study department. I think it was that guy's quirk, he said as Midoriya glazed towards him. I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Just think about this, okay? Midoriya said, trying to reason with Anjiro. I have, okay, he said. Everyone gave their all in round 2, but I was just someone's puppet. No way. I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here, he said, tightening his fist. It wouldn't be fair. You're making way too much of this. Just kill it in the finals and prove you should be here, Hagakure exclaimed. Yeah, what she said. I didn't do much in the battle, either, Mina said as Anjiro placed a hand on his face. That's not it. I'm talking about my pride here. I refuse to give that up, he said as Midoriya and Ida sighed. Also, why are all the girls dressed like cheerleaders? He asked. We all groaned in embarrassment. A part of me wished that damned Grape made it to the tournament so I can beat him to a pulp. One of the Class 1B students stepped forward to opt out too, for the same reason as Anjiro. All that was left is Midnight's ruling. This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys. That turns me on. Shouta, Anjiro, you're withdrawn, Midnight said with a crack of her whip. Wait, what? Did she say it turns her on? All the students asked. Aoyama placed a hand on Ajiro's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll win it for you, he said. A nice gesture, but I'm not confident he'll live up to his promise. Midnight now needed 2 students from the 5th place teams to step forward. One of the Class 1B students, Kendo was it, didn't want to be in this due to their team being stuck the whole time. She pointed to Tetsu's team because they were the ones fighting the whole time. After a brief exchange, Tetsu himself and Shizunaki were entered into the tournament in place of Ajiro and the Class 1B student Shota. Now it was time to draw lots to see who we are facing. Midoriya was facing against that purple-haired guy from before Shinso. Next was Todoroki versus Zero. Then Kaminari versus Shizunaki. Afterwards Hatsune versus Ida. Aoyama versus Mina next. Kakoyami versus myself. Kirishima versus Tetsu. Bizarre how fitting this battle is. Finally Bakugo versus Uraraka. Once that was done, the pre-tournament games were being played. As to be expected, everyone was getting way too into them. The only one who I can see not being too interested in them was that annoying guy from Class 1B, until he was being carried away by Kendo. Uraraka was jumping around and cheering, probably to calm her nerves for her battle. I just shook them lazily as I watched her. Before I knew it, the finals began. Cementos finished the battle stage, and the first bout began, Midoriya versus Shinso. The two fighters made their way to center stage. Present Mike told them that Recovery Girl was here to treat injuries, so go they could got nuts. Midoriya's quirk is unstable. He's slowly been able to harness its power without breaking his limbs. But can he recreate that? This Shinso guy, according to what Ajiro said, it's a quirk that makes people lose control. Is it mind control? If that's the case, what triggers it? I hope Midoriya figures out a strategy. I want to face him after I dealt with Takoyami. No, I'm getting ahead of myself. I shouldn't underestimate Takoyami, especially with that dark shadow that is. Ready? Present Mike yelled. Begin. He yelled. Midoriya wasted no time in running towards him. Then he suddenly stopped. What happened? I asked, looking towards Ajiro. Damn it. I told him not to say anything. He said. What do you mean? I asked as everyone looked towards him. His quirk is mind control, I'm sure of it. As for how he does it, I lost control after I responded to him, whether it'd be a question or a statement. Ajiro said. I looked concerned as I kept watching. Once you're in control, he could make you do anything. Ajiro said as we saw Midoriya absent-mindedly walk towards out of bounds, even walk out of bounds. What can he do? I asked, concern slowly seeping out of my speech. I don't know. What snapped me out of it was physical contact, Ajiro said. But it's a 1v1, no one would touch him. Uraraka said. Midoriya was getting closer and closer to the edge. Then a wave of pressure erupted around him as he shook his head rapidly. Did he wake up? Uraraka asked. Why, yeah. But how? Ajiro asked. I saw it for a split second. His ring and index fingers were bright pink. He injured himself to wake up from his trance. Once he regained his senses, he charged back to Shinso. I couldn't hear that was happening, but I was certain that Shinso was trying to get Midoriya to react again. But it didn't appear to work, as Midoriya pushed Shinso towards out of bounds. Shinso landed a punch on Midoriya's face. Blood leaked out of his nose, but it didn't stop Midoriya from pushing. Once they were close to the edge, Shinso pivoted and shoved Midoriya towards the edge. But Midoriya saw that and grabbed his arm and flipped him onto the ground. Shinso is out of bounds, Midnight said, flicking her whip towards Midoriya. Midoriya is the winner. Shinso got up and walked away from the battle, only to stop and listen to the spectators praise him for his quirks. He glanced back to Midoriya and told him something, probably something congratulatory. Midoriya didn't get mind control once, but he got mind controlled twice. Soon after he gave Midoriya control back, he exited the stadium. I sighed. What a relief. I said. Yeah, I was scared for a second, Ajiro said, leaning back into his seat. I'd be lying if I didn't expect him to win there, but I'm glad it worked out. He left the stage, probably to go get his fingers healed by Recovery Girl. Now all that's left is to watch the remaining matches. The next match was Todoroki versus Zero. And it was rough. Todoroki didn't even bother waiting. He just froze Zero with a mountain of ice, rendering him immobile. After he admitted that he couldn't move, Midnight gave the match to Todoroki. To add insult to injury, albeit unintentional, the crowd started chanting, "Nice try." Yeah, that'll hurt his pride. Not that the next match was any better. To be fair, Kaminari unleashed his 1.3 million volt attack, but Shizaki blocked it with vines that came out of her hair. Once he unleashed his attack, however, she just grabbed him with more vines and rendered him immobile, thus ending the match. Before I could say anything, that guy from Class 1B, what was his name again? Anyway, he was saying how he was beaten in a second and how he thought Class 1 was better than Class 1B in every way. Thankfully, Kendo came up and knocked him out in one blow. Sorry, she said simply. I'll never understand him. Next match was Ida versus Hatsune. While to call it a match would be a lie, it's more of a demonstration of Hatsune's gadgets, like her jetpack that Midoriya used, a net, and for whatever reason, she even used a long pole. Once she was satisfied with her demonstration, she declared a forfeit and Ida moved on. His pride was wounded at the fact that he was used for her demonstration, but I'm sure he'll get over it. Next was Aoyama and Mina, but I headed downstairs. There was a resting area for the fighters, and my match was next. However, I did run into Midoriya. Oh yeah, Urazu. He greeted. Hey Midoriya, how's your fingers? I gestured towards his 2 bandaged fingers. Oh, this is nothing. Recovery girl did a lot for my fingers so I can battle my next opponent. Who is it, by the way? He asked. It's Todoroki, I said. His eyes widened for a split second. Oh cool, he said, sounding a mix of excited and scared. You seem excited, I commented as he nodded. Well, he did declare war on me earlier, and if I beat him, then I could face you later. He said, giving me a shaky thumbs up. So you better not lose, okay? He said. I chuckled. I don't plan to, I said as I walked past him. Mina and Aoyama's match ended quickly, as Mina defeated him by dodging his naval blasts. Once the announcement for my battle with Takoyami was heard, I made my way to the center stage. So you better not lose, okay? I don't want to let him down, so I have to think of a strategy. Takoyami, his dark shadow is good in long range, mid-range, and short range. From what I've seen during the cavalry battle, he doesn't have much weakness, aside from the shadow getting timid when he was taking the front of Kaminari's blasts. But those were at 1.3 million volts. There has to be something I'm missing. Dark shadow. Dark shadow. Wait. Could it be? Is it light? No, that would be too obvious. Come on, dark shadow weakness is light. Still, it's all I've got right now, aside from forming a shield and blocking him to get an opening. I have to go for it. I made it to the stage, and Takoyami was in front of me. Midnight asked if we were both ready, which we were, and Present Mike counted us down. Ready, go, he yelled. I immediately created a pole as my weapon, and behind my back, 2 flashbang grenades. He sent his dark shadow to me at blinding speed, and once he was close, I pulled the trigger and threw one of the green, emitting a blinding light. It worked. His shadow snaked away. Now's my chance. I ran towards Takoyami. With another flashbang at the ready, I swung my pole, landing a direct hit. So you figured out my weakness, he said as he clutched his arm. I thought long and hard about it on my way over here. The minute I said dark shadow in my head, it hit me. I said, he said as he looked at my waist. I surrender. He said, wait, what? I asked, shocked. My dark shadow is evasive and powerful. Though the more light it is exposed to, the weaker it gets. There is a point where dark shadow will be out of commission once it gets hit with too much light, he explained. If my dark shadow is taken out of the equation, I was at a serious disadvantage, ignoring my strength or lack thereof when I'm facing opponents in hand-to-hand combat. But you had many weapons at your arsenal. It was only a matter of time before you would have defeated me anyway, he said as he made his way off the stage. You're a cunning strategist, don't lose sight of that, he commented, heading into the stadium. The winner is Yaoyorozu, Midnight said as I stood there confused. I won, but I barely did anything. I threw 1 grenade and hit him once. Whatever, there is no point in fretting over the past. And Kirishima's match was next. I headed back to the Class 1 spectator seat. Yaoyorozu, you did it, Mina yelled as I nodded. Indeed, she did well, Takoyami responded. At least he was graceful in his loss. Well, had I not figured his weakness out, he probably would have overpowered me. I said, well, looks like you and I will be fighting next, Mina said as she leaned in closer. And know this, I'm playing to win, she added. I laughed. I wouldn't have it any other way. Good job, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya said. You declared war on me, didn't you? I said with a determined smile. If I had lost immediately after you said that, then that would be pathetic. I said, man, Midoriya, everyone wants to beat you, Isui said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I don't know how I feel about that, he said. I chuckled to myself as I moved my attention back to the battle. If there was any way to describe a stalemate battle, this would be it. Both of their quirks are the same to the extent of they could heighten their defense by making their skin harder. It got so bad that Midnight called the battle a tie for the time being. What do you think the tiebreaker would be? Midoriya asked me. Probably something involving their strength, like an arm wrestle or something, I responded in a half-joking manner. I could see that happening, or a judo-style wrestling match, he said. What he said wasn't inherently funny, but the image of those two trying to pin each other down made me laugh. What's so funny? He asked, turning a light shade of pink. Oh, nothing, I said, glancing at the drink on the chair next to him. So Uraraka's next? I asked. Oh right, I should see how she's feeling. See you soon, he said as he ran to the waiting rooms. I turned my attention back to Cementos restoring the stage. Here's hoping she does well. I made it down the steps and headed to the first waiting room where Uraraka was waiting. However, Uraraka headed out of the room, going towards center stage. Uraraka, I yelled as she turned to face me. Oh Deku, she said with a smile. I walked up to her. So you're facing Kaken, I said as she nodded. Yup, it'll be tough, she said as I jumbled around my bag for my notebook. Well, be careful. Kaken isn't someone who would take it easy. In fact, I have a plan if you want it, I said as she shook her head. Thanks, Deku. Really, but I don't want it, she said as I slowly pulled my notebook away. If you're sure, I said, putting my notebook away. It's not that I'm saying your plan probably won't work. If anything, I'm certain your plan will succeed. That's why I don't want it. she started. Ever since the cavalry battle, I've been thinking that I've been relying on you too much, she said as she looked at her hand. Ada, Todoroki, and even Yaoyorozu have declared war on you in hopes to get stronger, she said as she looked up to me. You're a great student and an even greater friend. But in this competition, I don't want your help. I want to get to the finals and win on my own, she said as she gave me a shaky thumbs up. So don't you lose either. I want to face and beat you in the finals, she said as she walked towards center stage. I watched her go down the steps, and I headed back to the Class 1 spectator seats. Oh Midoriya, you're back, Yaoyorozu said as I sat beside her. How's the battle going? I asked as an explosion was heard. She's trying to touch him, probably to make him float and easy for her to eliminate him through the out-of-bounds rule, she explained. Another explosion, as she was knocked back a few meters. But is that her whole plan? I asked as she looked at me. He obviously expects that, hence why he's knocking her back with his explosions, I added. So there must be MRO to this plan that we don't know about, she asked as I nodded. Yes, why else would she act so recklessly? I said. I was watching the fight until Yaoyorozu nudged me. There, she said, nudging up in the sky. I looked up to see a bunch of floating debris. That's her plan, I whispered as she nodded. Yes, it has to be, she said. Seems all the spectators didn't see what we did because they were booing. They were booing Bakugo for him brutally attacking Uraraka. Then Mr. Aizawa stepped in. Where's the man who started this uproar? Are you a pro? He said as the crowd quieted down instantly. Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career, he stated. Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves to have made it this far, so he's making sure he does whatever it takes to keep her at bay and come out on top, Aizawa said as the dust settled, revealing Uraraka still standing as determined as ever. She shakily brought her hands together. Release, she yelled as the debris plummeted down onto the stage. While Kaken looked at the plummeting debris, Uraraka ran towards him, planning to touch him with her quirk. Not seeming fazed, he aimed his hand above his head. And once she got close enough, he unleashed a massive blast, destroying her plan and knocking her back. He destroyed it with one blast, I said, with a mix of fear and shock. That's Bakugo for you, Yaoyorozu said, not taking her attention off the match. She struggled to get up, but did much to Kaken's amazement. All right then, time for us to get serious, Uraraka, he yelled as he charged towards the shaken-up Uraraka. Mustering up whatever determination she had left, she turned around and ran towards him as well. But her body couldn't handle it. She collapsed on the ground from exhaustion as he stood back. While her body couldn't handle it, she didn't want to give up. With whatever strength she could muster, she clawed her way over to him, trying hardest to stand up. Then, she stopped. Midnight walked over to her to see if she could still fight. She passed out. Bakugo is the winner, she announced. We were stunned from both the blast from earlier and Uraraka's willpower to keep going. Medical robots carried her to Recovery Girl, while Kaken walked through the tunnel. I got up. Where are you going? Yaoyorozu asked. I'm going to go see Uraraka, I said as I turned away. Are you sure that's a good idea? She might not be in the mood to see anyone right now, Yaoyorozu said. But, I said. Then Ada stood up. I'll accompany you, Midoriya, Ada said. It's my duty as class rep to see to the well-being to my classmates, he said. Ada, I said as Yaoyorozu stood up. Well, based on that logic, I should go too as the class deputy, she said. That's such a stupid name, she muttered under her breath. I stifled a laugh as we headed down to waiting room 1. It also works because my fight was next, once Kirishima and Tetsu settle theirs. As we were walking, I ran into Kaken. Hey Kaken, I yelled as Yaoyorozu and Ida stopped right before the stairwell to not be seen. What the hell are you doing here? He asked angrily. Oh, well, I'm up next, so you know. I was gonna hang in the waiting room. You also congrats on winning your match, I said as I slowly moved out of the way. See you around. It was your idea, wasn't it? That stupid, desperate plan of hers. You would come up with something that annoying. If we end up, he said, but I cut him off. You're wrong, I said as he stopped talking. That plan. Uraraka came up with it all on her own. I didn't know anything about it. If that battle was harder than you'd thought it'd be, then it's because of her strategy, not mine, I said as I proceeded back to the waiting room. It didn't take ears like a mouse to hear him growl. What the hell are you two looking at? He snapped, walking past Yaoyorozu and Ida, who caught up with me. Is he always that angry? Ida asked. Only if something is difficult, I responded. We made it to the waiting room 1, and Uraraka was there bandaged up. Man, I lost. Too bad, she said as carefree as usual. Oh hey Ida and Yaoyorozu, she greeted, waving at them. Guess I got a little carried away at the end, thinking I had it in the bag. Dang it, you seem well, but how are your injuries? Ida asked. Oh yeah, Recovery Girl took care of me, she said, pointing towards her injuries. She was really careful not to drain my stamina and all that. so I've still got a few scratches and scrapes but nothing too major, she said until frustration took over. Geez, I didn't realize how powerful Bakugo was. He wiped a ring with me. Now I realize how much more training I have to do, she ranted. We all stared at her dumbfounded. It's amazing after the stamina needed for recovery girls' healings. And she's still going at full throttle. Uraraka, are you sure you're okay? Yaoyorozu asked. Oh, yeah, totally. I'm better than I expected, she said as her phone vibrated. Even if you lost, you always keep looking ahead to what's next. Deku, you guys look ahead to the future too. This just means that I have to work harder now to catch up, she said, clutching the phone close to her chest. Before I could say anything, Preset Mike yelled into the intercom. He was commentation over the intense arm wrestling match between Kirishima and Tetsu. Hey, you were right, Yaoyorozu, I said as she rolled her eyes with a smile. Made sense anyway. Ignore defense and focus on who's stronger, she said. You're intelligent too. I need to study more too, Uraraka said, adding to her mental list of improvements. Present Mike yelled into the intercom that Kirishima advances and we have our round 2 bracket. The first match was between Todoroki and I. Guess I'm up later, I said as Uraraka stood up. Oh, I'm sorry, Deku. You weren't able to prepare since I was here, she yelled concerned, but I waved her off. Nah, the 3 of you being here is all the motivation I needed to win, I said as I opened the door. I'll be watching, good luck out there, she said, waving bye to me. I smiled and exited the waiting room and headed down to the central stage. I heard another opening and closing of the waiting room door, probably Ada and Yaoyorozu. She has to be so upset. I thought the 3 of us could help her in some way, but I didn't do anything for her. If anything, she encouraged me by cheering me on. She's got my back and the backs of everyone. What did I do to deserve an amazing friend like that? Before I could answer that rhetorical question, a bright orange glow filled my vision. It's as if I was face to face with the devil, the number 2 hero, and Todoroki's dad, Endeavor. I yelped as he looked down at me. I was looking for you, he said. Well, that can't be good, probably involving Todoroki. Oh yeah, hi, I said nervously. So, what are you doing back here? I said, taking a step back while he took a step forward. I watched your match against that brainwashing guy. Your power is pretty impressive. To create so much wind pressure just by flicking your fingers. It reminds me of another quirk, he said. Crud. He's going to compare me to All Might, isn't he? You seem to have much in common with All Might, he said with a more intense glare than before. You, oh well, I guess I never thought of it that way, I said, trying to deflect the assertion. Sorry, but I should be going, I said, walking past him. Does he know about One for All? No, he would have said the name during the conversation. He's a guy I shouldn't let know about All Might's secret, One for All, or anything of the sort. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might as the number 1 hero, he said as I stopped dead in my tracks. And his match with you will be a good testing ground for how much training he has left, he said as I felt the tension of the room change. So hit him hard. Don't disgrace yourself for him by holding back. I thought back to Todoroki's words, and his mindset of never using his fire quirk. That's all I wanted to say. I apologize for bothering you, he said as he started walking away. Endeavor, I said as he turned around back to me. I'm not All Might, I said. What are you talking about? He asked. And the same goes for Todoroki, I said, turning back to him. He may be your son, but he isn't you, I said as his glare somehow intensified. I walked away from him and continued making my way to the center stage. One way or another, I'll give him everything I got. And hopefully, he'll give me everything he's got. Ada and I made it back to our seats in the Class 1 spectators booth. Uraraka made it back shortly after we did. With pink eyes. Was she crying? I shouldn't pry right now. And besides, Ada is better suited at this than I was. All I'm worried about is Midoriya's fight. This was the whole purpose of Todoroki's declaration of war. And now they will face each other. Midoriya also declared war during the lunch break, so he's not going to take it easy on him either. But that's not what I'm worried about. Midoriya's quirk is what I'm worried about. He still doesn't have a full grasp on it yet, even if he manages to direct the energy into his fingers, like he did during the quirk assessment we did with Aizawa-sensei. He'd only have 10 fingers, no less than that. 2 of his fingers are still injured from his first fight, so 8 fingers, and his arms and legs, and I'm sure he can't use it with his toes, while Todoroki can use ice at will. And even worse, we've only had a glimpse at his fire side when he used it, albeit accidentally during the Cavalry Battle. So throughout the whole time we have had in UA, Todoroki has only used half his power. Which of these rivals will make it to the next round? Present Mike rhetorically asked. Begin, he yelled, starting the match. As expected, Todoroki wants to end this quickly, sending ice towards Midoriya, who countered it with 1 finger, then another, and another, and another. He's running out of not broken fingers. What is he doing? Maybe he's trying to find a weak spot. Before I could analyze the battle more, Kirishima ran in. His friends exchanged congratulations. But what stuck out to me was what Bakugo was saying. It's not as easy as you think, you morons, he said as everyone looked at him confused. If you overuse your muscles, you risk tearing them apart. If you sprint too much, you run out of breath, he said. We have limits on how much our bodies can handle the using of our quirks. Quirks are physical abilities, too. They can get worn out. You can't just use them non-stop, he said. It makes sense when you put it that way, Kirishima commented looking back to the match. I wonder if that's how Midoriya thinks he's gonna beat Todoroki, he said. Todoroki doesn't want an endurance match if that's the case. So he sent another ice wave, which Midoriya blocked with another use of his quirk. That's all the fingers on his right hand. What's his next move? Todoroki didn't leave it to chance. When all the fingers in his right hand were gone, he rushed Midoriya, creating an ice path for himself. Midoriya now resorted to his left fingers, flicking them to destroy Todoroki's ice path. But he jumped and aimed for Midoriya. Midoriya jumped out of the way, but Todoroki used more ice to ensnare him. Once the ice came into contact with his foot, he prepped another finger. No, he prepped his whole arm. He unleashed the force, hoping that it would be enough to knock him off. Much to his and my surprise, it wasn't. He caught himself with another ice wall. Once the dust settled, his whole left arm was bruised and I assume broken. All he has left is his legs and right arm. Midoriya is shaking, but Todoroki isn't looking too good either. There is ice forming on his arm. Is it showing a limit? Like Bakugo said, quirks are physical attacks. So maybe he has a limit. Maybe his body can only handle so much ice at a time and he needs to use fire to counterbalance it. They were talking. We couldn't hear anything, but I was certain they were talking about something. Anyway, not that it matters. Todoroki sent another wave of ice, the finishing move. Then Midoriya used the power again. Is it his fist? As Todoroki slid across the stage to the opposite side, I immediately looked at Midoriya. His pointer finger, it's purple. Did he use the power on an already broken finger? You think you can win with half your strength? Midoriya yelled. Look at me, Todoroki. You haven't managed to put a single scratch on me yet, he said, gripping his fist. So come at me with all you've got, he yelled with the look of sheer determination on his face. Todoroki, looking angry, charged towards Midoriya. Wait, his movements are slower. Is it because of the frost on his body hinders him not only in his quirk but his physicality as well? Todoroki got close enough and jumped towards Midoriya. He prepped his arm with the same energy as before and landed a solid punch on Todoroki. Todoroki flew across the stage while Midoriya winced in pain, but it wasn't enough to break his arm. Wait, his left arm, it's frozen. Was it when he hit Todoroki? Todoroki got up and ran towards him, sending another ice wave at his direction. Midoriya dodged it. As Todoroki moved into close quarters combat, he dodged another ice wave, and Midoriya unleashed another wave of energy at the cost of another one of his fingers. Every time an ice wave is sent, he hurts more of his fingers. With his frozen left arm and wounded right one, Midoriya limply charged towards Todoroki. As he got close, Todoroki sent another ice wave. With all his fingers in critical condition, he charged up his thumb and flicked it against his mouth. The force not only sent Todoroki back but Midoriya as well. I don't understand. Why is he putting himself through this? Does he want to win that badly? I want to live up to people's expectations, he said as he continued charging towards Todoroki. I want to be able to smile while doing something good for them. I want to be a pro. Whatever it takes to be a hero, he yelled. Todoroki must have been caught off guard because Midoriya landed a headbutt on his chest. That's why I'll give it my all, just like how you should be, he yelled. Todoroki stood there for a few seconds. Then Midoriya landed another hit. I refused to use my left side. Todoroki muttered. It was faint, but I heard it. It's yours. Your quirk, not his, Midoriya yelled. Then Todoroki started steaming. Then his entire left side is engulfed in flames. He tapped into his fire side. Midoriya stared in a state of shock as an excited smile crept on both of their faces. Endeavor walked down the steps exclaiming some words of encouragement. In any case, Todoroki has abandoned everything and tapped into both his fire and ice sides. Midoriya did the same, using his power in his legs, getting ready for one final attack. Then Cementos and Midnight were forced to step in, as Cementos used his cement quirk and Midnight used her somnambulist quirk to decommission them. But it was too late. Todoroki unleashed a massive wave of ice, something far greater than what we've seen before. Midoriya leapt using his quirk, at the cost of his leg, speeding over Todoroki's ice wave towards him. Then Todoroki used his fire side, melting the ice in its entirety, and prepared his final attack, as Midoriya did the same with his right arm. Cementos summoned 5 walls to hopefully stop the attacks, but the sheer power was too great, as the walls were destroyed and the sheer force was felt all throughout the room. Holy CP balls, Mineta yelled as Shoji held onto him to make sure he didn't fly away. This is crazy, Kaminari yelled. What's happening? I asked, trying to withstand the sheer force of their attack. Soon the force dissipated, and the smoke started to clear. Once it fully cleared, I combed the stage for any signs of Midoriya. he wasn't on the stage. Then that means Midoriya was on the far wall as he slowly collapsed from pain and exhaustion. Midoriya is out of bounds, Midnight said. Todoroki just stared at the unconscious Midoriya, still processing what had happened. As the round was deemed over, the nurse robots carried Midoriya to Recovery Girl on a stretcher. Without thinking, I got up and headed down to Recovery Girl's office. Then more footsteps were heard, but they didn't matter. I needed to find out if Midoriya's fine. I, along with Uraraka, Ida, Asui, and Mina, barged into the nurse's office, startling the man with yellow hair. It took one look at the kid to realize he's in bad shape. He's in no state for visitors, Recovery Girl said as Midoriya slowly opened his eyes. Hey, Yurazu, guys, he said, sounding tired and in a lot of pain. Shouldn't you be watching the matches? He asked. The stage was far too damaged. They're taking a quick break to repair it, Ida said. That match was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life, Midoriya. What pro is gonna want a sidekick who hurts himself? Mina asked until Asui slapped him with her tongue. Thank you. Now you're just rubbing salt in his wounds, Asui commented. Probably not a good time. Hey, I'm just speaking the truth, he defended. I wanted to say something, but I was in too much shock to say anything. You're much too noisy. I know you're worried, but I've got to focus on surgery now, Recovery Girl said. Wait, surgery? We all asked. Go on, get out of here, Recovery Girl said, kicking us all out of the office. I sighed heavily. Can't do much right now. All I can do is win this whole tournament. I started walking back to the Class 1 booth. He tried his hardest to not only win, but to get Todoroki to use his fire side. Now he's out of commission for it and needs surgery. Even during a battle for his future, he would still meddle in someone's life and break their walls to get them to unleash their full power. I've made up my mind. I'm going to win this whole damn tournament. Yairuzu's POV. The stage was finished and Ida was heading back for his battle. Mina and Asui sped ahead of us to watch the battle, leaving Uraraka and I the last to head back. So, what did you say? She asked. What do you mean? I asked. What you said to yourself. You looked pretty determined. She responded. Oh, that. I said that I was gonna win this whole damn tournament. I said as determination and anger seethed in my words. It took her a second for her eyes to light up. Oh, you want to win this? For Deku? She asked. Huh? I asked as she started laughing. That's adorable, she yelled. It's not like that. I yelled back. Oh, really? Then how come you didn't have this determination when you beat Tokoyami? And how come you suddenly feel determined after we just saw Deku in Recovery Girl's office and just heard he's getting surgery? She asked. That's because you have taken a liking to our little cinnamon roll. Uraraka finished. No, and cinnamon roll? I asked. Yeah, he's sweet enough to be a cinnamon roll. Do you not watch anime? She asked. Yeah, when I was like 5. Anyway, not the point. You want to win to avenge Deku, which makes sense because both Bakugo and Todoroki will be in your path, Uraraka said. Even if what you're saying is true, which it isn't, how can we be certain that I will face those two during the tournament? I asked. Well, Bakugo will probably beat Kirishima. Don't tell him I said that. And it's between Todoroki and Ida in the finals, she said. But? I said. No buts. You want to win, do you? Uraraka asked. Why, yes, I said as she stomped her foot. That's not loud enough. Say it with me. I'm gonna win, she yelled. I'm gonna win. I yelled with a tad bit more enthusiasm. Louder, she yelled. I'm gonna win. I yelled louder, once more from the pits of the neck. I quote, I'm gonna win. I quote, I'm gonna win. I yelled as loud as I possibly could. Atta girl. Now go. Ida's match ended, she said as she roughly turned me around and shoved me towards the center stage, after drinking some water from a nearby fountain. Thanks to the impromptu hype-up exercise, I made it to center stage to face off against Mina. Her acid will be a problem. Not only can she use it as a projectile but can slide on the ground with it. I need to be careful. Wait, maybe I could use the projectile attack to my advantage. I just need to make a bunch of throwable objects to distract her or make her move back. Then with one strong hit, I'll knock her out of bounds. But what will suffice? Maybe something that's threatening enough to warrant her stepping back. Begin. Present Mike yelled. I wasted no time in making a flashbang grenade and tossed it directly at her. She shot it out of the air with her acid. That the best you go, she taunted until I hit her in the stomach with an up-close attack. No, I said, making a smoke grenade. I got plenty more, I said as I threw it on the ground, enveloping us in smoke. Cheap trick, she yelled. Then watch this, I yelled as I gripped her shoulders and shoved her out of bounds. Ashido's out of bounds. Present Mike yelled. Awa dang it, she yelled but stood back up. Oh well, I gave it my all, and at least I didn't come in last like someone, she yelled, garnering a hay from I assumed to be Kaminari. 1 down, 2 more to go. I made it back up to the spectators' seats and watched Bakugo pummel Kirishima. His quirk couldn't withstand the onslaught as his quirk gave way and he was defeated. After that, we were given a small break for Cementos to fix up the stage again, and then the semi-finals would kick off. That gives me time to come up with a strategy for Bakugo. He can beat me in a physical confrontation with that dang quirk of his. How does it work exactly? He sweats nitroglycerin. Wait, sweat. If I lower his temperature, then I can weaken or even stop his quirk temporarily. Maybe. But no, how will I buy myself enough time to get it set up? If I can somehow disrupt his vision. Smoke grenades. No, that would be only temporary. And besides, he can blow the smoke away with his quirk. Flash grenades. Better. But the effects would only last for about 10 seconds. I could cover myself with a tarp. No, the confusion would probably last about 2 seconds until Bakugo blasts me anyway. What if I throw sand in his eyes? Wait, that might work. If I throw sand or dirt or anything in his eyes, then he will not only be stunned but lose his vision temporarily. The problem is that while he can't see, he could hear me, even if I make everything silently. He could hear when I use them. Maybe I could make something that makes sound, a speaker or something. Yeah, okay, I think I have a halfway decent plan. Phase 1, block his eyesight. If his eyesight is blocked, then I can create my secret weapon. Phase 2, distract his hearing. With his hindered eyesight, his hearing would in turn be heightened. The cheers of the crowd might be enough, but better safe than eliminated. Phase 3, weaken his quirk. If he sweats nitroglycerin, then if I lower his body temperature, I could weaken his quirk enough to shove him out of bounds. Well, it's all I got. Time to iron out the kinks. Hey Jiru, I said as Jiru looked towards me. Yes, she asked. I need some music, loud and obnoxious ones. I asked. Well, I've heard of this band called One Direction. Will that suffice? She asked. Anything will do. I said. All right, hand me your phone. She said as I handed her my phone. All right, that should be enough. Why do you need these? She asked. You'll see, I said as I got up and headed to the waiting room. Thankfully, I ate a lot of food during lunch period, so I had lipids to spare. Also thankful that Jiru needed a speaker a few days ago for practice. I made one and tried to figure out how to connect my phone to the speaker. Thankfully, it was simple enough. Present Mike announced over the intercom that Ida was defeated by Todoroki, meaning that when I defeat Bakugo, I'll face Todoroki. I made my way down to the center stage, all the while ironing out the remaining kinks of my plan. Okay, with the secret weapon I'm thinking of, and the handful of dirt I plan on throwing at his face, I could only make 3. Should I make them now? No, I don't want to be convicted of cheating. I'll just have to make dirt as fast as I can, and then swiftly go to phase 2. Soon Bakugo and I were at center stage. He has a sheer look of determination. I shouldn't leave anything to chance. Begin. Present Mike yelled. Bakugo wasted no time charging towards me, preparing a blast aimed directly at my face. Okay, I've prepared the dirt, and recalling his battle with Midoriya, he'll probably launch himself behind me. All that I've got to do is make him do that. I moved my balled up first forward. As expected, he propelled himself over me. I pivoted swiftly and tossed the dirt at his face. Ugh, he yelled as he collapsed on the floor. He opened his eyes for a split second, then closed them again. Cheap trick. But it's going to take more than that to defeat me, he said as he just stood there, waiting for me to make a sound. Now's my chance. I slowly and quietly moved around in circles. Luckily, Present Mike knows when to not say anything during commentary. As I was walking, I created the 3 speakers I allowed myself to make, and connected them all to my phone through Bluetooth. Where are ya? Scared I'll beat you, he taunted as he waited for me to slip up. Unbeknownst to him, I placed the 3 speakers a good ways away from him. The point isn't to keep him distracted throughout the whole match. The point is for them to be destroyed so I can create the secret weapon ahead of time. Once I placed them down, I moved a few feet away and pushed play. The song started playing, and Jiru was right. This was loud and obnoxious. Ugh, what is this garbage? He yelled as he started firing at the general direction of one of the 3 speakers. Quickly, while he's distracted, I made 2 of the catapults I planned to use on him. Once I made the second, he destroyed one of the speakers. 2 more, another speaker was destroyed. As the 3rd speaker was destroyed, I managed to angle them and load them with their ammunition. What are you trying to do? He yelled, frustrated. Once he was finished yelling, I launched one of the catapults. Snow, he yelled as he was hit in the face with one of my massive snowballs. Ingenious, she's planning to weaken Bakugo's quirk, Present Mike yelled in the microphone. I wasted no time in pelting him with more. They're aimed at his face, so his dirt would be cleaned off. But if I keep hitting him, he should be cooled down enough to not be able to use his quirk. Stop, he yelled as he tried to use his quirk. But a light spark came out of his hands, nothing more. You said it yourself, I yelled as I launched another one. Quirks are physical abilities. Yours is a special case, where your sweat is your quirk, so if I cool down your body temperature, then your quirk gets weakened. Am I right or am I right? I asked as I launched the last of the snowballs. He groaned in frustration. I had to knock him out fast. If he gets frustrated, he'll just heat up again. I wasted no time in running to him, going for the kill. No you don't, he yelled as he aimed his hand for one last blast. Quick, make a snowball. With the last of my energy I made one last snowball. His hand started to spark, but I shoved a snowball in his open hand. Huh, he yelled as I gripped his shoulders and pushed him towards the edge. He planted his feet, not surrendering yet. But I didn't have time for this. I gripped his arm, and with my last ounce of strength, flipped him out of bounds. I breathed heavily. That took every ounce of strength I had left. Yaoyorozu is the winner, Midnight said as Bakugo kept laying on the ground trying to process what had happened. In all honesty, I contemplated walking over to him to help him up. But I feel like not only would he hate that, but I also feel like he would rip off my arm the moment I reached out to him. So I just walked away, hoping to get any type of food before the next match. As I headed up the steps, however, Yaoyorozu, a familiar voice yelled, "Midoriya, why are you here?" I asked with concern. I understand that Recovery Girl heals people quick, but why is he walking? Oh, Recovery Girl deemed me free to walk around, but your fight was so cool, he yelled with excitement in his eyes. I smiled as he retold the events of my match like an excited little kid, but I had prior rights. Hey Midoriya, do you know where a kitchen is? I asked. Oh, that reminds me, he said, fumbling around in his bag. I made you another lunch. It may be a bit cold though, he said. When did you? I asked. Oh, during the games before the tournament. All Might was nice enough to get me ingredients, so I made it before my match. Hopefully it's 5 stars to your liking, he said with a smile. I felt my face get warm. Thanks to Midoriya, I needed the fats from my match with Todoroki, I said as I hoisted it over my shoulder. Oh yeah, be careful with him, he's strong. And in my opinion a better opponent than Kaken, Midoriya said. What did you say, Deku? An all too familiar voice growled. We turned to see Bakugo stomping up the stairs angrily, angry at both Midoriya's comment and him losing to me. Throwing dirt in my eyes was a dirty trick, he said, his tone seething with venom. Hey, it was well within the realm of the rules. I'm surprised you didn't just violently attack, I said. He stopped suddenly. Well, if I shot violently I could have hit the spectators, and besides all the noise I would have made would have helped you in your noise trap, he said as he moved past me. He turned around, probably wanting to say something, but turned and walked away. Out of my way, Deku, he snapped, making Midoriya move out of the way like a kicked puppy. Are you all right? I asked. After recovering from his panic attack, he stood up and faced me. Oh yeah, fine, he said. I was not convinced, but I shouldn't probe him. Anyway, I'm glad that you didn't face the full front of Kaken's anger when you beat him, Midoriya said. I feel like he couldn't do much. If he were to attack me within the walls of the stadium, he would have probably faced punishment, I answered. Makes sense, he said, facing me with a smile. Anyway, you should eat that. You're given a break before the finals to prepare mentally, Midoriya said as he slowly walked away. As he left, I looked down at the bag Midoriya gave me. I can't wait to eat his amazing cooking. Midoriya's POV. After I gave her the food, I, albeit slowly, made it back to THW Class 1, a spectator booth. Oh Deku, you're back, Uraraka said. Yeah, I said, sitting down. Kaken looked at me with a huff. He's still salty about his loss, Kirishima teased. Shut up, bastard, he yelled as Kirishima laughed at him. I was too focused on the upcoming battle to worry about them. She'll be fine, Deku, Uraraka said. What do you mean? I asked, feeling my cheeks warm up. Oh, don't even try. I know that you're worried about Yaoyorozu. Well, if she could beat someone like Bakugo, Mr. Explode first asked questions later, she'll be fine, she said, trying to ease my nerves, at the expense of Kaken swearing at her. But still, I'm on edge. Not only because Yaoyorozu is facing Todoroki, one of the most powerful students in our class, but I'm worried about Ida and his brother. After hearing the news that a villain mortally wounded his brother, after he told us why he was leaving, he immediately left to go to the hospital his brother was currently. Before I could think about it anymore, the torches on the 4 corners of the stage went off, signaling the final fight. After a small exchange, Present Mike started the fight. Todoroki, like always, starts off with a wave of ice. Yaoyorozu, however, countered by quickly creating a cannon like the one from the obstacle race. It was enough to destroy most of the ice. That's how the two traded blows. Todoroki sent ice. Yaoyorozu fired back. It was a stalemate at that point, though. Todoroki's right side was icing up. Maybe she's going to stall him out like I did. After 2 more trades, Yaoyorozu abandoned the cannon and chased after him. While she was running towards him, Todoroki quickly froze the ground, trying to trap her movement. Using her quick thinking, however, she quickly made a pole and lifted herself up. You're not going to get me that easy, she yelled as she launched herself forwards and landed a direct hit on his stomach. But that was game, set, and match. Once she landed the hit, Todoroki gripped her wrist, and suddenly ice started forming on her arm and soon her whole body. She was immobilized as Todoroki started walking away. Don't walk away, she yelled as suddenly the ice started to melt. I've never seen the ice melt before. Then suddenly fire started to shoot out of her back. Once all the ice melted, she stood there, holding something silver. No way, a flamethrower. I studied this during the intermission. Seemed useful, does it not? She asked as she tossed it to the side. Before he could comprehend what happened, she landed another punch on Todoroki. I'm winning this thing, she yelled as she gripped his shoulders and started to shove him to the out-of-bounds line. Once they were at the edge, Todoroki gripped her wrist with one hand, her calf with another. Both her arm and calf were frozen and thus she couldn't move. He broke out of her grasp and with one final attack, pushed her out of bounds. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Todoroki is the winner, Midnight announced. Loud cheers were heard as Present Mike went ballistic, and a little sad at the end. Soon everything was cleaned up, and 3 podiums were made for the placers. Now all that's left was the reward ceremony, presented by who else than the symbol of peace, All Might. He gave away the medals as well as small words. Then he turned to face the crowd. Here they are, the winners of this year's sports festival, he yelled as the crowd started cheering. But listen closely, any of you first years could have been standing on these podiums. Think about what you've done today. You've challenged each other, learned, and climbed even closer to your goals to being pros. I think the next generation of heroes is going to be our most promising one yet, he yelled, pointing to the sky. So I have one more thing to say. I want to hear everyone with me. You know what it is, he yelled. Thanks everyone for your hard work, All Might yelled. Plus Ultra. The audience yelled. There was a chorus of boos afterwards, as everyone vocalized their disappointment that All Might didn't say Plus Ultra. Well, yeah, I guess, but everyone did such a good job, he said, trying to salvage this lost opportunity. After that fiasco, we were all permitted to head back, but first I had to talk to someone. Yaoyorozu's POV. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya yelled limply, walking towards me. Midoriya, tone it down, okay? You're still hurt, I said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Oh yeah, sorry, he said. I sighed. Anyway, sorry I didn't win, I said with disappointment. I thought I had him there, but he got me. Are you kidding? That was amazing, he yelled. Really? I asked, feeling my face warm up. Yeah, you were so cool. Todoroki was like F-whoosh with the ice, and you were like Boom with the cannons. And it was like that for a few minutes, then you ran to him like Zoom. And then he was came in with the ice like F-whoosh again. But you were like Nope, as you used a pole to launch yourself over it to hit him. But he froze you and I thought the match was over. But you came in with a flipping flamethrower and melted that ice like it was summer. Then you tossed it aside like you didn't need it and almost beat him. You almost won, he yelled, explaining in a fashion of a kid in an amusement park. There seems to be a running trend here. In any case, it was refreshing to listen to him ramble. It was a breath of fresh air after the battles. Once he finished retelling my match in his own excited way, we made it back to Class 1A. Aizawa congratulated us on our performance in the sports festival and said we had 2 days off to recuperate. Then classes were let out for the day. I was on my way home until, Hey Yaoyorozu, Midoriya said, walking up to me. Hey Midoriya, I assume you aren't coming in today, I asked. Oh, yes, sorry about that, he said. It's fine, just be careful and work on your quirk, okay? I said, glancing at his hand. Your hand looks bad after the effects of it, I said, though it might have been a bad idea. Yeah, sorry, he said. Why are you apologizing? I asked. Because you said to only use it as a last resort. But I used it with reckless abandon, he said. I let out another sigh. Yeah, but you were going against Todoroki, and besides, Present Mike did say to go all out, I said. That's true, he said. Anyway, you should head on home. I'm sure your mother's worried sick after your battle with Todoroki, I said as he looked at me wide-eyed. Why, you did call her after you recovered, right? I asked. No, I quote him, sorry, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? He yelled as he speedily walked away. Slow down, you're still hurt, I yelled, and he's gone. I said to myself, you two seem to get along. A condescending voice I knew all too well said behind me, Jiru, what are you doing here? I asked. At school, because class ended literally a minute ago, she said. Oh right, I yelled, trying to change the subject. But don't try to change the subject. I saw how Midoriya was excited when you two were talking about your match, she said with a smirk. As so, he's an analytical mind, I said. I also heard Uraraka and you talking about you wanting to win for Midoriya, and her yelling exercise about you winning, she said. Why, you heard that? I asked, feeling my face get warmer. My quirk lets me hear through concrete, genius, she yelled, laughing. As so? I asked, running out of legs to stand on in this argument. Nothing, she said in a condescending tone as she headed home. I audibly sighed as I packed up my stuff and headed home. I could use a really long bath after this stress. Yaoyorozu's POV. Our 2-day break was over and school reconvened. Midoriya, understandably, couldn't make it due to his arm. but his arm recovered enough to warrant him not using the brace. Anyway, we were going to pick our codenames and hero identities for the upcoming draft. Normally first years like us wouldn't need to worry about it, but since they were extended to accompany first years, we now have to worry about them. It was also mentioned that while they may be interested in us now, we still have to work hard to keep their interests. As for who got offers, Aizawa-sensei flashed them on the board. Todoroki got 4,123. I got 4,100. Bakugo got 3,556. Takoyami got 360. Ida got 301, and the list goes on. But what shocked me the most was that Midoriya got 0. Well, thinking about it logically, the spectators noticed that his quirk tears his body apart the more he uses it. But still no one. I would have expected him to have at least 1 for his tenacity and intelligence. Reactions were mixed, between people being upset from the large gap between offers, to those who were excited that they even got offers, to those who didn't get any. Back to the assignment at hand. We were tasked with picking code names, and who else to judge them than Midnight? Soon after the assignment was explained, the students started walking up and presenting their names. Some were bizarre, some were great, some were fitting, and one was shot down. I went up. I thought that Creati was a good name for me, and so did Midnight. Many of the students used their own names like Ida, Takoyami, and Todoroki. Bakugo's name was shot down twice. Apparently King Explosion Murder wasn't good enough for whatever reason. All that remained was Midoriya's, and whenever Bakugo comes up with a good name, Midoriya got up from his seat and headed towards the front of the class. He then turned his board to show us. Everyone looked up in shock. Are you really okay with that? Kaminari asked. You might be called that forever, you know. Kirishima added. Yeah, I didn't like this name until now, Midoriya said, but a good friend of mine changed the meaning of it. And now I really like it. It made me who I am. This is my hero name, he announced as Deku was written across the board. I couldn't help but smile at that. Lord Explosion Murder, Bakugo yelled. And that feeling is gone. Soon that assignment was completed, and we were tasked with choosing our offers by the end of the weekend. Now I'll have to admit, I am interested in Uebami's agency. I've heard that her quirk is snake hair, and said snakes have heightened senses, so maybe I'll learn something from all this. A few days later, I regret every decision I've made up to this point. Turns out Uebami wanted not only me, but Kendo, for the sole reason being that we were cute, and wanted to use our cuteness to film a commercial. Flattered, sure, but I wanted to learn new skills and get some experience on the field, not being in a commercial, and I'm not even being paid for it. Not that I really need the money, but still, principal. Guess I got to grin and bear it. A couple more days later. Gosh, this is hell. We were subjected to many different things. Photo shoots, interviews, literally nothing productive. Kendo and I were literally sitting right beside her while she was talking to some late-night show host. Then I felt my phone buzz. It was from Midoriya. There wasn't any context, just his current location. This isn't like him. He usually has context to his texts, and never just sends his location. Unless it's in distress signal. Excuse me, is there a bathroom around here? I asked him. Oh, down the hall to the left. He said. Great, sorry for interrupting, I said, bowing as I rushed to the bathroom when in reality I had to get to Midoriya's position. He's in Hasu. Wait, that sounds familiar. Hero killer. My pace quickened as I ran as fast as I could to the location specified. If it is indeed the hero killer that Midoriya is currently dealing with, then I have no time to dawdle. As I got closer to the specified location, I heard the cracking of fire and the formation of ice. Todoroki, I asked as I entered the alleyway. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki yelled as I quickly surveyed the area. Ida, Midoriya, and the pro-hero native were on the ground. What happened? I asked as I made a pole to use as a weapon. Hero killer, did you get Midoriya's text too? He asked as he sent more ice in his direction. Yeah, ran here as fast as I could, I said as I turned towards Ida and Midoriya. What happened? Could you guys move? I asked. And no, I can't move a muscle, Midoriya muttered. Is it his quirk? I asked. Most likely, he yelled, sending another wave of ice his direction. Can you get us some artillery? Todoroki asked. Got it, I said as I turned around to make them, only for a knife to be lodged into my arm. Og, I yelled in pain. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki yelled as the hero killer seized the opportunity to charge at Todoroki. After forcibly prying the knife off my arm, I picked up the pole preparing to hit the hero killer until a green blur knocked him away. Midoriya, I asked. I'm fine, I'm no longer paralyzed, he said, unsure of what happened. So it has a time limit? Todoroki asked. No, then he should have been the last one to be free, Native muttered. I still can't move, Ada said. I was the last one paralyzed but the first one freed. I have 3 guesses why, he said as we gave him out attention. The first is that the amount of people paralyzed could determine how long the paralysis state lasts. The amount of blood ingested could have a play in it, or it could be determined based on the person's blood type. Midoriya concluded. If it's the last one, My blood type is B, Native said. My blood type is A, Ida muttered. So you figured it out. Bravo, he said. His voice sent chills down my spine. He's even more terrifying with that quirk of his. Midoriya, what's your blood type? I asked. Oh, he whispered. Mine's O as well. Todoroki responded. I responded. So if I was the first one freed, then O must have the shortest time limit. Midoriya concluded. That has to be, but we don't know how long Ida still has. I said. Even with the 3 of us, it'd be hard to carry them away. Todoroki said. He's fast, he could dodge my ice and fire, and Midoriya can only attack with close combat. Todoroki stated. I could make a flashbang. I suggested. Will that even work? Midoriya asked. No, I don't think so. Even with the temporary stun, I assume that would give us 10 seconds at the least, 30 seconds at the most. All that would do is get us out of this alleyway and give him more room to work with. Todoroki said. I see. I said. Then what's the plan? I asked. Listen, you 2 have lost more blood than I have, and you also have the ability to use ranged attacks. I'll distract him while you 2 support me from behind. Sound like a plan? He asked while manifesting his quirk to envelop himself with green lightning. Okay, that's new. You want us to take a pretty big risk. Okay, Todoroki said as he and Midoriya got ready. We can protect them. He said. While those 2 got ready, I prepared a cannon as a last resort. It's destructive and could probably destroy part of a building if I'm not careful, but better safe than sorry. Wait, I got it. I can use a projectile, a bow and arrow or something to keep him from moving away from Midoriya. I can't use those jumps like Midoriya, or attack long range without destroying the buildings. This is all I could do. I quickly pulled a bow and a quiver of arrows from my stomach. Why, you know how to use that thing? Native asked. I practiced a little while ago, when I was bored. I responded as I pulled back the bowstring, loading up an arrow. With Midoriya's speed, Todoroki's ice and fire, and my arrows, he can't escape. Not that he wants to escape. He's going after Ida and Native, wanting to kill them for whatever they did. Doesn't matter. He's a deranged lunatic who will do anything to make his actions justifiable. The battle raged on. While Midoriya landed a hit on the hero killer, Midoriya was paralyzed after he suffered a small cut. Midoriya was on the ground as the hero killer focused his attention on us. He charged toward us. Watch your right, Midoriya yelled, as Todoroki fired off a stream of fire to his right. As he dodged, I shot off another arrow. I'm running low, about 6 shots left. Once the hero killer was on the ground, he was running towards Todoroki. Todoroki sent a wave of ice, and afterwards a blast of fire. Ice and fire. The hero killer commented as he dodged both. As he was running, I shot an arrow, which he blocked with his sword. Hasn't anyone ever told you, you rely on your quirk too much? He yelled as I shot another arrow at him. He dodged and threw a knife at my shoulder. It was just too fast to react. Makes you a careless fighter, he yelled as he drew out his sword. I pried the knife off of my shoulder. Wincing at the pain for a split second, I reached back to draw another arrow, but the hero killer was an inch away from his arm. Todoroki, Midoriya yelled. Recipro burst. Ida charged towards the hero killer, breaking his sword with his knee. Once he landed another kick on the hero killer himself. Ida, Midoriya yelled. I smiled in relief. His paralysis has worn off, which means Native must not be far behind. You're free too. Guess his quirk isn't as great as I thought it was, Todoroki commented. Todoroki, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu. This has nothing to do with you 3. I apologize, he said. Come on, not this again, Midoriya commented. Wait, he wanted to take the hero killer alone. Wait, his brother was on the news about the hero killer, so that's why. I'm okay, he said, standing up straight. I won't let you 3 shed any more blood for me, he exclaimed, a determination burning in his eyes. It's no use trying to pretend you're a hero now, hero killer said, tossing his broken sword away. A person's true nature doesn't change in just a few minutes. You'll never be anything but a fraud who prioritizes his own desires. You're the sickness that's infected society and ruined the name hero. You're a fundamentalist lunatic, Todoroki said. Ada, don't listen to this murderer's nonsense. No, Ada said. He's completely correct. I have no right to call myself a hero at all, he said as blood rolled down his armor and dripped off his fist. But still, there's no way I can back down. If I give up now, then the name Ingenium will die, Ada yelled. The hero killer gritted his teeth. Pathetic, he yelled as he charged towards Ida. Todoroki shoved him back and blasted him with fire. Idiots, Native yelled. The hero killer is only after me and that kid in the white armor. Stop fighting back, just get out of here, Native ordered. I don't think we could run even if we wanted to, I said as I shot off an arrow. The hero killer jumped off of the sword's hilt. Something has changed in him just now. He seems psychotic with his approach, I said as Todoroki nodded. He sent a wave of ice towards the hero killer. The hero killer jumped off the ice shards and swiftly made his way towards us. I'm down to 3 arrows and I don't have the fats after Uobami's stupid forced diet. Even if I had the fats, he's not giving me a chance to make more. Todoroki sent a wave of fire towards the hero killer when he got close, but he jumped out of the way at the last minute. Ida tried to rush towards him, but his muffler wasn't working properly. "Hey Todoroki, can you regulate your temperatures?" he asked. "Not well with my left, but yes, I can," Todoroki said, still using his fire. "You gotta freeze my leg for me, without plugging my exhaust," he yelled. "You're in the way," Stain yelled, throwing another knife, which Ida blocked with his arm. "No Ida," Midoriya yelled. "Get away," I yelled as I fired another arrow, but he dodged. "Only 2 left. Why won't you stay down?" he yelled, throwing another knife. It lodged into Ida's arm again. I shot him again, only for him to destroy it with his knife. "I'm down to my last arrow." "Ida, just do it, hurry," Ida yelled. I glanced to see Midoriya standing up and tapping into his quirk. All the while Todoroki gave Ida's calf a coat of ice. "It's done," Todoroki said, shooting more fire at the hero killer. Ida gripped the knives with his teeth and pried them off. I took aim. "This is my last shot. I must make it count." Ida stood up and used his Reserpo burst again, while Midoriya ran up a slope of ice. I saw blood from his ankle land on the ice, but it didn't deter him. They were both flying towards the hero killer at blinding speed from different angles. He was confused at the 2 people heading towards him, so much so that he couldn't defend them both. Ida landed a kick to his sides, while Midoriya landed a punch to his face. A split second after, Midoriya gripped his arm. Was the aftermath finally sinking in? Todoroki prepared his fire attack, but the hero killer wasn't finished. He swiftly grabbed his sword and landed a slash on Ida's shoulder. He groaned in pain. "I'll defeat you, Stain," he yelled, "because you are a criminal. Don't let him get away." Todoroki yelled as he sent off a fire blast. Ida contorted his body to land one more kick. "And I am a hero," he yelled. Once the kick was landed, Todoroki landed his fire blast. Ida and Midoriya were falling. Thankfully, Todoroki caught them with an ice slope. "Stand up. Keep fighting," he said, then stared at Stain's body. "He appears to be unconscious. He's gotta be knocked out, right?" Midoriya asked. "I hope so," I commented as holstered my bow over my shoulders. "Then let's restrain him and get him to the street," Todoroki suggested. "Maybe we can find some rope." "Yeah, and we should probably take his weapons," Midoriya suggested. "Good idea," Todoroki said. Luckily someone threw away some rope, as Midoriya took off all the weapons he had on his body. He had his snap sword, his sheath, 4 serrated knives, a dagger, and 4 throwing knives. Native got up once the battle was over. Midoriya was shaky, so Native carried him on his back. Once the 5 of us were in the street, an elderly man in a yellow costume appeared. In literally a nanosecond, he zoomed from across the street to kicking Midoriya in the face. Midoriya introduced him as Grand Torino, the person he's interning. After scudding him, the pro-hero reinforcements came to assist us. They called the police to apprehend Stain, and an ambulance for us. For once, during this whole day I felt ease, until it was quickly stomped out for fear and shock. One of those monsters, like the Nama was it, from USJ, grabbed Midoriya and tried to fly away. "Midoriya," I yelled as I pulled out my bow and took aim. "1 shot is all I need." I shot the arrow at the Namu's side. It shook in pain as it let go of Midoriya. Ignoring the pain in my body, I ran as fast as I could to catch him before he hit the floor. I made it just in time, as he landed into my arms before he could be harmed, as I kept my eyes on the flying Namu in case it came around for another lap. Then it stopped moving and started to fall to the ground. Stain suddenly jumped onto the Namu and drove a knife into its brain. "Didn't we?" Tied him up and took his weapons. I set Midoriya down and, with the last of my energy, created a pull to fight him off. All the while the other pro-heroes got ready to fight as well. "Why are you all standing around like fools?" a deep voice said. "The villain must have flown this way, right?" he asked as a flaming man entered the street. "Wait, Endeavor, what's he doing here?" "Gah, no matter, I have to protect Midoriya." "Hold on," he said, looking at Stain. "Don't tell me that man is." Stain looked at Endeavor. He looked visibly angry. "Endeavor," he growled as he stood up. His mask fell off, as Endeavor made a fire spear. "Hero killer," he bellowed, getting ready to strike. "Wait, Todoroki," Grand Torino yelled, making Endeavor stop for a split second. Stain got up and started walking towards us. I gripped my pole, ready in case I have to fight. "You false hero," he yelled. The air feels tense. Is it a part of his quirk? "I'll make this right," he said. I can't move. These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites," he yelled, moving closer. "Hero, I will reclaim that word," he bellowed, taking another step forward. "Come on, try and stop me, you fakes." No one moved. Are they affected by this too? "There's only one man I'll let kill me. He's a true hero," he said. "All might is worthy." A black and red mist emanated from him, as were all paralyzed to move a single muscle. Clang. The paralysis was over, and Stain stood there motionless. "I think he's out cold," Endeavor said. Everyone fell back, still reeling from the effects. "Midoriya, are you all right?" I asked. He looked at me and blinked. "Oh, I'm fine. Thanks for saving me," he said. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It's all over. Yaoyorozu's POV. NGH. A raspy groan was heard. Oh, you're awake, I said, looking at Midoriya, who gripped his head. Where are we? He asked. The hospital, after the incident with Stain. We were transported here. You were out like a light once we were laid down, I explained. Oh, he said, standing up. He winced but stood up. You shouldn't be standing, I said. It's fine. It only stung for a second, he said. But still, anyway, I never got to thanks you, he said. For what? I asked. For coming when I texted everyone, for shooting that Namu thing, for throwing yourself in harm's way when Stain got out, Midoriya listed. But he didn't do anything after all, I said. So, that doesn't change that you weren't trying to protect me, he said with a smile. And that shot was pretty cool, he commented. I couldn't help but smile. Before I could respond, Gran Torino and some guy, I assume is Ida's mentor. Gran Torino, Midoriya greeted. And Manuel too, Ida said. Idiot, I could yell at you for hours right now, he said, walking towards Midoriya. Before I do, you have a visitor, he said. Wait, the chief of police of Hasu. So you're the UA students who brought down the hero killer, huh? He asked. We are, Todoroki said. This can go either two ways. Either we're in trouble for meddling in pro-hero affairs as well as putting our lives in danger, or he's going to praise us. And I think I know which one it is. Stain had some serious injuries, severe burns and several broken bones, he said. Right now he's in the hospital under strict guard. We all looked at him in both confusion and shock. Here's a lesson you should have already learned. When quirks became the norm, the police force sought to maintain the status quo. It decided we wouldn't use quirks as weapons. That's when heroes came in. They could do whatever we couldn't, if they were licensed, of course, he informed. Oh, I see where this is going. It would be impossible for the police to condone the use of deadly quirks. After all, we're here to stop such harm from being done. The only reason pros can use their powers now is because of the strict code of ethics that the early heroes chose to abide by. That's why it's against the law for uncertified people to use their quirks to cause injury, whether you were up against the hero killer or not. None of you had the authority to harm the villain. That means the four of you, and your supervisors Endeavor, Manuel, Uobami, and Gran Torino should receive harsh punishments for this gross abuse of your powers, he said. So after all we've done, taking down a serial killer, we're still going to get in trouble for it? Now wait a minute, Todoroki said. If Ida had not stepped in, Native would have been murdered. And if not for Midoriya or Yaoyorozu, both of them would have been dead. Todoroki, Ida muttered. No one else even realized that the hero killer was in Hasu. Are you saying we shouldn't have just stood by and watched people die? He asked. Seacom do. So it's okay to break the law as long as it goes your way? Tsurigami asked. Todoroki stopped in shock. But, sir, isn't it a hero's job to save people? He closed his eyes and looked down. This is why you're not a full-fledged pro yet, he muttered. It's obvious UA and Endeavor haven't been teaching you near enough. What a shame. He gritted his teeth. You damned mutt. Todoroki ceased walking towards Tsurigami. Todoroki, listen, he's right, Ida said. Stop there, kid, Gran Torino said, standing in the way of him. You'll want to hear him out till the end, he warned. What I've said is the official stance of the police department, he said. But any punishment would only be necessary if this went public. He added, if it did, you'd probably be applauded by citizens everywhere. But there's no way you could escape from being reprimanded. On the other hand, we could say Endeavor saved the day. Stain's burns would support this story completely, and we could pretend you weren't involved. Thankfully, there were very few witnesses. This could be the last you hear of any punishments. It would mean no one would know about you, though. You'd receive no acclaim at all. We all stared at him, still processing what he said. The choice is yours. Personally, I know where I stand, he said, giving us a thumbs up. I don't want to damage any promising young careers. Not for a mistake like this, he concluded. Either way, we'll need to take responsibility for being negligent as supervisors, Manuel said. Ida walked up to him and bowed. I'm sorry, I should have listened, he said. Manuel chopped his head. Yeah, you caused us a lot of trouble, he scuttled. Remember that, and don't do it again. Sir, Ida responded. And I apologize as well, Midoriya said, bowing his head. I apologize as well, I said, bowing as well. Me too. We'll leave it to you, Todoroki said, bowing as well. I know it's not fair, Tsurigami said. You won't enjoy any of the fame and praise you probably would have received otherwise, he said as he bowed as well. But at least, allow me, as the chief of police, to thank you. Todoroki made a face, then turned away. You know, you could have started with that, he muttered. Soon Tsurigami as well as our supervisors left the room for us to recover. Ida had just got his test results back. My left hand, Ida said, might have damage that's permanent. What, permanent? Midoriya asked. Both my arms were pretty torn up, Ida said, but the injury to my left arm was especially severe. There was damage to my brachial plexus, which just means I'll have trouble moving my fingers, and my hand might have some numbness. Apparently, There's a chance it could be healed with nerve transplant surgery, he said. It amazes me how he can say his problems with a smile as if it wasn't a big deal. When I came across the hero killer, I stopped thinking rationally. The first thing I should have done was call Manuel, but I got lost in my own anger, he said. I hate him so much, but I can't deny he spoke the truth. That's why, until I'm able to call myself a real hero, I'll leave my left hand as it is. Todoroki turned towards him. Are you sure? He asked. Midoriya looked at him in shock, then showed Ida his own hand. Ida, I feel the same way, he said as Ida looked at him. Let's get stronger together. A silent determination was shared as Ida nodded. Todoroki looked at Midoriya's hand with wide eyes. I feel kind of bad, he muttered. We all glanced towards him. About what? Midoriya asked. Whenever I'm involved, someone's hand gets all messed up, he said. Is something wrong with me? Wait, what? Am I cursed? He asked. We all stared at him wide-eyed at his statement. I tried to hold back chuckles as Midoriya and Ida just bust out laughing. Todoroki, I didn't know you had a sense of humor, Midoriya exclaimed in between laughter. This isn't a joke, Todoroki responded. I'm like the hand crusher or something, he said. All right, that got me. Laughter poured out of my lips as Midoriya and Ida were just cackling. I know he's being serious, and that's the best part. To the hand crusher, Ida and Midoriya yelled laughing. Haha, oh no, I'm next then, I exclaimed, feigning horror, which made Ida and Midoriya laugh in complete hysterics. Once the jokes were told and laughter settled, Midoriya headed out to tell Uraraka what happened, leaving me alone with Ida and Todoroki. So, you and Midoriya? Todoroki asked. Huh, I asked. It's not hard to figure out, you know, he said as Ida looked at him confused but interested. You yelling you'll win after Midoriya losing. You rushing in an ally way at the middle of the night due to Midoriya's distress signal. You fighting the hero killer off. And to top it all off, you firing off an arrow at that brain villain, rushing to save Midoriya, and standing tall against Stain with nothing but a pole. Todoroki listed off. That's because we're good friends, I defended. Really, I never seen you two hang out all that often, Ida responded. Dang it, Ida, just admit you have feelings, Todoroki said stoically. Feelings? And Midoriya, I yelled. Yes, I do indeed have feelings, Ida blurted out. Oh, with who, Ida? Midoriya asked. Oh, it's nothing you should worry about, he said, shifting a glance towards me. Thanks, Ida. Oh, okay, Midoriya said, dropping the subject. I was tempted to ask Todoroki, but thinking about it now, I feel like he wouldn't have won at the moment, as well as he would probably throw me under the moving bus. So I stayed quiet. Soon a nurse came in telling us we were all clear to go back to our internships. Once we exited the hospital, we all said our goodbyes and went back to our internships. My boring internship. A few boring days later. Thank goodness it's over. Aside from the demo commercial we did about some hair product, dodging Kendo's questions, and doing a patrol which was an autograph session. Once it was over, and a light scolding from Uebami for my actions getting her a pay cut, we headed back home to UA. The first day back was interesting. Kaminari and Kirishima were laughing at Bakugo's hairstyle. Not that I blame them, it was pretty hilarious. Once class started, we were given a small training exercise to get back into shape. What better way to get back into the swing of things than a training session? All Might led us to another training area, called Ground Gamma. It was a giant factory-type labyrinth with pipes and building everywhere, the perfect grounds for a race. The objective is to be the first one to get to All Might. You can use your quirks at your leisure. The first group was Shiro, Ashido, Ajiro, Ida, and Midoriya. Man, everyone in this group has really good mobility, Kirishima said. I don't know, Midoriya isn't really a run and jump kind of guy, Jiro said. I wouldn't say that, I said as everyone stared at me. I looked up to see Midoriya stretching. It's not like Midoriya was just waiting around during his internship, I said as I stared at the screen with a smile. Okay, clearly you know something we don't, Kirishima said as I chuckled. Just watch, you'll see the progress he's made, I said. Is everyone ready? All Might said, begin. He yelled. Everyone took off. Shiro used his tape to swing across the bars. Ashido used her acid to slide around. Ida used his natural speed, while Ajiro used his tail. Look at him go, Kirishima said. Huh, I don't see Midoriya anywhere. Kaminari muttered. Seems you bet on the wrong horse. Yeah, it's like this course was made for him in mind, Kirishima said. So that means Shiro's at an advantage, Shoji said with one of his dupli mouths. Then suddenly a green blur zoomed past Shiro. Seems he tapped into that power again. Midoriya was jumping from pipe after pipe, catching everyone but me by surprise. Well, Midoriya, Kirishima and Mido exclaimed. Since when could he do that? Kaminari asked. Seems you bet on the wrong horse, I commented. The way he's propelling himself in the air though, looks a lot like Bakugo's technique. Impressive. He's speeding towards All Might. He could win. Until he slipped off a pipe. Thanks to that mistake he was last while Shiro got first. Kaminari said something, I'm sure, but I paid him no mind. Once Group 1 was finished, Group 2 went after. they being Kaminari, Jiru, Bakugo, Shoji, and Takoyami. Midoriya sat down to watch the match. "Hey," I said as I sat next to him. "Oh hey," he said with a smile. "Did you see me?" He asked. "Yeah, you were impressive. Had you stuck your footing you would have beaten Zero." I said. "Yeah," he said looking down. "Disappointed?" I asked as he nodded. "Yeah, I was so close." He yelled frustrated. "Oh well, at least I know what to improve on. This is a new technique after all," he said. "Wow, it is. I remember," I said when I leaned in closer in the Stain fight, "that you used it with ease," I said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Well, I couldn't really afford to mess up there, could I?" he asked. "No, and I'm glad you didn't," I said. The match was over, and in a surprising fashion, Takoyami was barely beaten by Bakugo with a blast to his dark shadow. "Well, guess I'm up," I said standing up. "Good luck." "Not that you need it," he said. I smiled as I headed to my group. My group consisted of Minta, Todoroki, Sato, Koda, and myself. "Ready?" All Might asked. "Hey, you better not go easy," I said to Todoroki. "I don't plan to," he said as mist was emanating from his hand. "Go." Midoriya's POV. All Might yelled go, as everyone making their way to them. Todoroki used an ice path to cut through, while Yaoyorozu pulled out a grappling hook. Interesting play. Someone seems engrossed. "Oh, Uraraka, hey," I said as I turned my attention back to the screen. "So Yaoyorozu," she said. What about her?" I asked in a whisper. "Oh, nothing, just how she's keeping up with Todoroki," she said with a straight face. "Oh, yeah, she's doing well," I said. "What did you think I was going to say?" she asked. "And nothing," I said uncertain. "You sounded pretty shocked over nothing," she said in a teasing tone. It's nothing," I said as I felt heat rise up to my face. "Huh, it's amazing how obvious you are." "Oh, Todoroki won," she said glancing up to the screen. I swiftly looked at the screen. Todoroki was given the sash that said thank you. Group 3 swiftly made it back while Group 4 made their way to the starting area. "Hey, did you see me?" she asked. Yeah," I said as she raised an eyebrow. "You're lying to me," she said flatly. "Dang it, why am I so obvious?" "Sorry, Uraraka was talking to me about stuff," I said as the familiar feeling of face heat returned. "Are you okay? You're turning red," she said. "I am fine, just warm out here," I said. "It's rather cold out," she responded. "It's my body warming up to counter the cold," I said. Thankfully, she dropped the subject as Aoyama of all people won the match, though he did look like he was in pain. Once class was over and Minta was sure his eye would recover after the locker room incident, I had to go and see All Might. He wanted to talk about the origins of One for All. I packed up my stuff and headed out. Until, "Hey Midoriya," Yaoyorozu said. "Oh hey," I said. "You coming to work?" she said in a whisper. "Yeah, in a little bit, just have to talk to All Might about something," I said as I headed out. I made it to All Might's office. We sat down, he brewed me some tea, and he proceeded to tell me everything I needed to know about One for All and its origins. One for All is basically a manifestation of All for One. All for One is a quirk that was used by the leader of the band of villains who took over Japan around the beginning of quirks. I heard those were rumors, but I never thought it was true. Anyway, All for One was proud of his quirk and wanted to show it off to everyone. He passed down quirks and altered abilities of others to make them trust and bend to his will. While some couldn't handle the quirks and acted as All Might said, like those Nomas, some could handle the quirks given to them, one of which was his quirkless younger brother, who was small and sickly. However, he had a strong sense of justice, and as such he kept resisting All for One. But All for One transferred a quirk to his younger brother, one that would allow him to stockpile power. Whether he was giving that quirk as a gift or making him submit is purely conjecture. While everyone, including himself, thought he was quirkless, he too had a quirk. He had a useless quirk that only allowed him to pass down quirks. But with All for One's quirk, it manifested to become One for All. I asked what was the point of telling me about All for One. He should be long dead up to this point. All Might told me, however, that he has come into contact with a quirk that stops aging, so the symbol of evil was seemingly immortal. With how the world was in his power, he looked to be unbeatable. So the younger brother decided to trust his quirk to future generations, passing it down to gain more power to hopefully defeat All for One. It was All Might's turn, and he managed to defeat All for One. At least he thought. He survived the battle, and is now back in action to continue his legacy as the brains behind the League of Villains that we've dealt with in USJ. So, now you know. The entire purpose of One for All is to defeat All for One. As its holder, you may one day have to fight against this great evil yourself. Because I have failed, he said as he shifted vision towards me. I know you didn't expect this, but I'll do my best, I yelled as he turned to face me entirely. I'll do whatever you ask, no matter what it might take. As long as you're with me, I can do anything. I know you'll have my back, I said. He just stared at me, with a hand over his mouth, as if he had something to say. Thank you, All Might said. I stared at him, but I didn't probe. He probably had a good reason for not saying what he wanted to say. I packed up my stuff and made my way home. While I was processing the new information I was given, I walked home to pick up my suit. I still had a job to do. Midoriya's POV. I walked up to the main gate and pushed the button. "Oh Midoriya, come in." It was Yaoyorozu. Was her parents out again? Well, the gates opened in the grandiose fashion I'll never get used to. Once inside, I hung my bag on the rack and headed inside. "Welcome," she said as she was looking over her books. "Studying for final exams?" I asked as I pulled up another seat. "Yes, and you should too," she responded. "Well, if it's just stuff we learned, then it shouldn't be too tough. It's the practical I'm worried about," I admitted. She looked up from her books. "Yeah, I wonder what it would be," she asked. "Well, I don't know. It could be those robots from before. It could be something entirely new," I said. "Yeah, and if we fail, we won't be able to go to training camp," Yaoyorozu said. "Oh yeah, I forgot about that," I said with realization. "I'm not worried about us, but I'm worried about Kaminari and Ashido," she admitted. "Yeah, they got the lowest scores in the midterms," I said. Then I heard her stomach rumble. As her face lit up from embarrassment, I just laughed. "Want anything in particular?" I asked. "No, your katsudon will be more than enough," she said as she regained her normal color. I nodded and made my way to the kitchen. And to time it all, I brought her out a bowl. "Aren't you going to have some?" she asked as I shook my head. "No, I ate a little while ago when I went home," I said. "Oh, that reminds me, how's your mother?" she asked as she bit into a piece of pork. "Oh, she's doing very well. She's trying to do stuff around the house no matter how many times I said not to and take it easy," I said. "Gosh, I have no idea what I did to deserve a mother like her," I said. "Well, what did she do to deserve a son like you?" she asked as I felt my face warm up. "How?" I asked. "It's true. How many sons would take a loan from the symbol of peace and juggle UA and become a servant for their mothers?" she asked. "Well, I didn't mean to be a servant," I countered. "Oh, my mistake. You intentionally took the loan to save your mother, but you didn't mean to be given the highest paying job you could have gotten," she quipped, eating some of the rice. Well, I stuttered, trying to think of a counter. "Look, you're a good kid and do a lot for the sake of others. Off the top of my head, you saved your Araka from a giant robot during the entrance exams, managed to get Todoroki to use his full power, and to top it all off, saved Ida from Stain," she listed. "Why, you helped," I countered. "Who sent the distress text?" she responded, setting aside her empty bowl. But what about?" I asked as she bust out into laughter. Why are you laughing?" I asked as my face got even hotter. "Nothing, just funny how you're trying to find any bad things you did and failing," she said as laughter took over. Well, what about you?" I said, trying to salvage this in any way. "What about me?" she asked. "You're a better person than me," I said as she raised an eyebrow. "No, I do believe you're a better person than me," Yaoyorozu countered. This conversation went on for 30 minutes. No one's POV. "Dear Raho," Mrs. Yaoyorozu said, only to hear loud voices. "Well, what about that time where you made me lunch, out of the kindness of your heart?" Yaoyorozu countered. "Well, I wasn't the one who had more determination to win after I need surgery," Midoriya responded back. "How do you even know about that?" she responded. "In second, of course, we were in war," she countered. "Should we leave them alone?" Mr. Yaoyorozu asked. "Yes, they'll settle whatever dispute this is," Mrs. Yaoyorozu said as they headed up to their bedroom. "Just admit you're a better person than me," Midoriya yelled. "I'm not," Yaoyorozu responded. "Fine, we're both equally good people," Midoriya yelled. "Fine," Yaoyorozu yelled back as they turned away from each other. It only took the second of silence for the two of them to realize what they were arguing about and burst into laughter. Did we just?" Yaoyorozu asked, cackling at the events. "Why, yeah," Midoriya responded, laughing just as hard. Soon their laughter died down, only leaving smiles on their faces. But in a seriousness," Yaoyorozu said as Midoriya looked at her. "You're still the better person," she said with a smirk. "You really want to do a round two?" Midoriya asked. "Nope," Yaoyorozu said as she glanced at her watch. "Anyway, it's 7:30, you should be heading home," Yaoyorozu said. "Oh, yeah, I should. See you tomorrow," Midoriya said as he ran out the door, only to come back in to grab his stuff. Yaoyorozu sighed. How can anyone be so nice? She asked herself as she went back to studying. Midoriya's POV. Classes were over and Aizawa-sensei said that the final exams were next week. Kaminari and Ashido had mixed reactions of freaking out and laughter. Ashido, Kaminari, we've still got time to study, I said. That way, we'll all get to go to the training camp together. Yes, as class rep, I have high hopes that we'll all make UA proud. Ida chimed in. It's pretty hard to fail if you just pay attention in class, isn't it? Todoroki said with his cold tone. Why you gotta cut me down like that? Kaminari said, gripping his chest in faux agony. Hey, don't worry about it. You two, I can catch you up to speed on the important topics if you want. Yaoyorozu offered. You're the best, Yao Momo. Ashido and Kaminari praised. I've been studying, but could you help me out, too? Jiru said, pulling out her notebook. I'm having some trouble understanding quadratic functions, she said. Really? She asked. Tutor me please. Classical Japanese is killing me, Shiro exclaimed. Is there room for one more? I'm afraid I'm falling behind a little, Anjiro said. Pretty please, they said in unison. Yaoyorozu suddenly beams with excitement. This is wonderful. Yes, let's do it, she yelled, jumping out of her seat. All right, they yelled. Okay, then. We can hold a study session at my residence over the weekend, Yaoyorozu said. Seriously? I can't wait to see your fancy digs, Ashido said with excitement equal in level to Yaoyorozu's. Then she started to go on an excited ramble, talking about what tea everyone prefers, etc., etc. It's bizarre. I've never seen her this excited before. After that, kinda adorable. Episode form Yaoyorozu. The rest of us headed over to the cafeteria for lunch period. It was a peaceful lunch period, at least it was, for all of 15 seconds. Then that one guy from class 1B, Momo, was that his name? Anyway, he hit the back of my head with his tray, proceeded to say I had a big head, and proceeded to insult class 1 like he always does. Luckily, the big sister of class 1B, Kendo, came in and knocked him out with a quick whack to the back of the neck. She apologized and informed us that the practical for the final exam was against the robots from the entrance exam. Of course, Momo complained, only to receive another whack to the back of the neck, and was dragged away, presumably back to the class 1B table. Once lunch was over, I shared the information with my classmates. All right, Kaminari and Ashido exclaimed. This'll be super easy if it's just robots. Kaminari commented. Such awesome news, Ashido said. Why do you sound so happy? Anjiro asked. You both have a hard time controlling your quirks. Yeah, but I can let loose with robots, Kaminari said. And melting them will be a cinch for me, Ashido said. They both sound overconfident. Is it really robots? Now you just need Yaoyorozu to help you study and you'll be all set for finals, Shiro commented. We'll definitely be able to go to the training camp now, they exclaimed with confidence. Then I remembered what All Might said to me, about how I might have to fight all for one myself. I have to make everything count from now on. It shouldn't matter if it's robots or actual people, Kakin commented. Why are you morons so excited? Hey, who are you calling a moron? Kaminari yelled. Shut up. You need to learn how to control your quirk. You got it, Kakin yelled, then turned his attention towards me. Hey, Deku, he growled. The whole room seemed to have froze as Kakin glared at me. I don't know what's going on with you and your power, but I saw the way you're using it now, and I want you to know it's seriously pissing me off, he growled. Uraraka and the others were muttering in the back, probably about how I was jumping around during the ground camera races. I won't have another half-a-ed performance like during the festival, he said. We'll be getting individual scores in the upcoming finals new rankings, so we'll all know exactly where we're standing. He yelled, pointing an angry finger at me. I'll show you how much better I am, he said. Then he turned towards Yaoyorozu, and Yaoyorozu, I'll show you the difference in out strengths. Don't let that fluke of a match get into your head, he growled as he exited the room, slamming the door. Everyone commented on Kakin's outburst, but I walked over to Yaoyorozu. Hey, you okay? I asked. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? She asked. Because he. Never mind, I said, sulking. Don't let him get under your skin. Most of his words were talk and select few of them were action, she said with a smile. Yeah, and the ones where he won't give a half-a-ed performance wasn't only talk, I responded. Well, why don't you do your best too? She asked. I just stared at her blankly. You were planning to do your best, right? She asked. Oh, of course I was, I yelled as she rolled her eyes. Then you have absolutely nothing to worry about, she said as she slinked her backpack over her shoulders. Anyway, class is over, so I'm going to head on home, she said as she exited the classroom. In all honesty, I contemplated going to work or studying for final exams, money, or grades. The question everyone asks themselves at least once in their lives. Fearing the scolding my mother and Yaoyorozu would give, and the physical scolding All Might would give if I slacked off on my studies, I decided to chance a day off and study. Besides, tomorrow's study, Yaoyorozu will probably be studying the whole time. What's the worst that could happen? Yaoyorozu's POV. Tea, check. Small snack pastries, check. Study guides to fit everyone's needs that I created just last night. Check, 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 and check. All right, everything seems to be in order. All that remains in two. Ding dong, let everyone in. I've been waiting for all of you. Come in, I exclaimed as I opened the gates. Soon everyone was inside my home. I led them to the grand hall while I prepared their tea and snacks. Everything went swimmingly, until, ding dong. Yaoyorozu, were you expecting someone else? Jiro asked. Don't tell me, Midoriya. If they find out he's my servant, I don't know what they'll do, but it'll probably be bad. Oh, just the delivery man. Just stay seated, please. I'll be right out, I yelled as I pushed the button to let him in. Hey, MMPH, he said as I placed my hand on his mouth. Listen to me. Jiro, Anjiro, Kaminari, Shiro, and Ashido are here. I said as he stared at me wide-eyed. How could you forget? I said it out loud. I asked as he shrugged. I sighed. Listen, under no circumstances you should come out to the Grand Hall. The last thing I want is for everyone to know you're my servant. I said as he nodded. Good. Now there's a back entrance to the kitchen. It's always unlocked, so you should get in easily. I'll make up a cover story, okay? I explained as he nodded. Good, I said as I took my hand off his mouth. But what do I do? He asked in a whisper. And what if they need to go into the kitchen at any moment? I pondered for a moment. I'll handle it, don't worry. I said, now go. He nodded and scurried away. Phew, now I just need to entertain them until they go home for the day. I grabbed the handle and tried to imitate my excited attitude that I can't help do when I'm hanging out with classmates. With what's at stake, being excited or bouncy like how my mother used to call it, isn't possible. All was going well so far. Everyone was asking simple questions, which were easy to answer, and weren't complaining really. Then someone by the name of Kaminari had to run his mouth. I'm hungry, he whined, as if the word hungry was enough to set off a chain reaction of hunger across the 5 tutories. Yeah, I can go for something too. Hey, where's the kitchen? Jiru asked. The least I could do is whip something up. She said, no, that's fine. In fact, I just got a new chef. He makes fantastic katsudon. You have to try it. I exclaimed, sounding a little forced to my tastes. Of course, Jiru was almost onto me, until Kaminari unintentionally saved the whole operation. I'm down, he yelled excitedly as Ashido agreed. All right, we'll wait here then, Jiru said, taking a seat back down. Cool, I'll go tell him that, I said as I turned to head into the kitchen. I sighed a breath of relief. Hey, head chef, I need 5 bowls of katsudon, I said as I saw 5 steaming bowls on the counter. Thankfully, these walls are super thin. I heard the whole conversation and whipped them up the minute I heard katsudon, Midoriya said. But that was 30 seconds ago. I asked. Yeah, what about it? He asked. Nothing at all, I said as I placed the bowls in a rolling tray and brought them out. Man, he is good, Ashido commented as she stared at her steaming bowl. They readied their chopsticks and took a bite of the pork. Their critiques were exactly the same. They all said in unison. This is suo guad, Ashido said as she began scarfing the whole bowl down. Heh, if this whole pro hero thing doesn't work out, Midoriya could open his own restaurant. In a matter of seconds they finished. Thanks for the food, they yelled. You're welcome. My eyes shot open as I heard something in the kitchen hit the floor. What was that? Ajiro asked. Oh, just the head chef responding to your praise. Yeah, the walls are rather thin, so what he says you can hear and vice versa, I explained. Oh, well in that case, Ashido said, can I have more? She yelled. Coming right up, he said, trying to get his voice deeper. If this wasn't a dire circumstance, I'd call that attempt to cloud his voice rather cute. Thank you, she yelled. Hey, can I have more too? Kaminari asked. Me as well, Ajiro asked, coming him up. Midoriya said as he began cooking. Man, I wish I had a chef like that, Kaminari said, looking back to his book. With a sigh of relief, I took the cart back into the kitchen. Once inside, I saw 5 bowls of steaming hot katsudon. How are you churning these out so fast? I asked as I placed the bowls onto the cart. Months of practice, he said, not giving me more information. I just shrugged and sent out the food. I hope you guys are studying during the brief intervals of which I went into the kitchen, I said. Oh, of course, Ajiro said, diverting his focus back to the packets. Thankfully, they didn't ask for any more food, and soon 6 p.m. came around. For once, I'm glad my classmates are leaving. Phew, I feel beat. Thanks for tutoring us, Yaorazu, Siro said as I waved him off with a smile. It was nothing, I said, trying not to force them out, or else suspicions would arise. They packed up their stuff and headed towards the door. See you tomorrow, Yaorazu, Ashido waved. Almost, just go out the front. But, of course, it's never that simple. Oh, that reminds me, Jiru said as the group stopped an inch away from the door. She said nothing after that, as she slowly walked her way towards the kitchen door. Hey, Midoriya, Jiru said. Dang it, so close. Knowing the jig was up, Midoriya stepped out of the kitchen. How did you know? He asked as everyone else stared with a dumbfounded expression. Hello, she said, flicking her headphone jack earlobes. I can listen through any wall, she said. Dang, Midoriya said. Enough about that. Why are you here? And more importantly, why are you in a suit? Jiru asked. Well, Midoriya fumbled. You're what? Jiru probed. He's my servant, I said as everyone stared at me. Even Midoriya. I was not expecting that part, Jiru said. Did he lose a bet or something? Kaminari asked. I sighed. You want to tell them why? I asked. He looked a tad uncomfortable. Fine, take a seat, he said. Midoriya explained everything, from his mother's illness to All Might's check. Wait, I thought he was the symbol of peace. Why would he hold a debt over you? Ashido asked. Well, it was kinda my fault. He would have given me the money outright, but I didn't want to take that large sum of money with no questions asked, so he landed me this job to pay him back. Midoriya explained. Oh, Jiru responded. Wait just a minute. Ashido yelled. What? Midoriya asked. Or you, the one who made that delicious katsudon? She asked. Oh, it wasn't that good, he said in a modest fashion. It was like heaven in fried pork form, she said, literally salivating from the thought of it. All right, now what will it take to buy your silence? I said. Oh, easy. Ashido said. More of that food. She yelled. That's enough for me. Ajiro said. Same here, that was amazing. Siro said. I agree. Kaminari exclaimed. Well, seems we set our terms. Jiru said. But, oh fine. Midoriya said. You better be here tomorrow, Mr. Head Chef. Jiru teased as the group headed out of the building back home. Well, that went well, I said simply. Yeah, thank goodness it was hot in there. Midoriya complained. Oh, quiet, and go home, you haven't studied all day, I said as he nodded. Okay, Midoriya said. Oh, and that reminds me, I said as he stopped dead in his tracks. Now that they know of you, you're joining us for tomorrow's session. I need help answering their questions, I said. But I thought I was the cook, he complained. No, you're my servant, and as such you'll assist me with tutoring our classmates, I said. Why, yes ma'am, he said in a timid fashion. I'm only kidding, Midoriya, but some help would be appreciated, I said. Oh, well, I planned on helping anyway, he said. Good, I said as I opened the door for him. Now, head home, study, you have a lot of ground to make up for the final, I said, gesturing him out the door. Once he left, I headed straight to my room and plopped onto my bed exhausted. Who knew trying to keep a secret that got revealed anyway would be so exhausting? At least I don't have to keep it hidden for tomorrow. I should make Midoriya's study guide. Now he doesn't really need it. Oh wait, dang it, I forgot to ask Midoriya to make me some katsudon. Yaoyorozu's POV. It's day 2 of our weekend study session. Now that the truth is out, that Midoriya is my servant, things were better. Everyone was focused, until they got hungry. Midoriya, I'm hungry, can you make us something? Ashido asked. Sure, what do you guys want? He asked. Curry, Ashido suggested. That actually sounds good. Jiru voted. Yeah, I'm game for some curry. Anjiro said. I'm outvoted, so curry it is. Kaminari commented. All right, Midoriya said, standing up. I'll be out in a second, he said as he entered the kitchen. This actually took time, like 10 minutes. All right, I'm not too knowledgeable with curry, so sorry if this is bad, he said, rubbing the back of his head, a habit I noticed when he was nervous. He passed out the curry and handed me one. Here, you seemed hungry, he said. My face felt a tad bit warm as I grabbed the bowl of curry. We all took one bite. It was delicious, Ashido exclaimed. Exactly, delicious. Man, Yaoyorozu, you struck gold with him, Jiru commented as she was eating her curry. Well, it's not that good, is it? Midoriya asked, reverting back to his timid nature. No, it's way better, and you said you had barely idea what you were doing, Ajiro asked. Well, not really, Midoriya muttered. Well, then you're incredibly talented to make something this good on a whim, Siro praised. Midoriya looked at me, as if I could do anything about the praise onslaught. What? They're right, it's delicious, I said, eating more. But, he stuttered. Midoriya, it's delicious, end of story, I said sternly. Dang, Yaoyorozu, keeping him in line, Jiru teased as she set her bowl aside. I have no idea what you're talking about, I said as I looked away. Sure you don't, Jiru said. Anyway, back to studying. I'm sure as heck not going to miss the camping trip. She seemed to have inspired everyone, because they finished their bowls and went back to work. The rest of the study session went off without a hitch, with a small break where everyone nagged Midoriya for food, but those were very few and very far in between. Once 7 hit, I felt that they were ready for the final exam. While the written part, the practical, is all based on their skill. Man, I'm beat. Thanks for the study session, Yao Momo, Ashido said. Yeah, I don't think I would pass if I didn't ask, Kaminari said. Yaoyorozu waved off their praise. It was a pleasure helping classmates. They smiled at my statement and slowly exited my home, leaving only Midoriya and I. Sorry you couldn't get much studying in, I said as he waved his hands. Oh, it's fine. The studying I did get in should be enough, Midoriya said. He was trying to reassure me. It's amazing how nice one person could be. Well, if you say so. Anyway, at 7 you should be getting home. Some last-minute study or training would do you good for the final, I said. Right, thanks Yaoyorozu, he said as he ran out the door. I smiled and headed up to my room. I always practice what I preach. Midoriya's POV. The written exams were over. Kaminari and Ashido walked over to Yaoyorozu to thank her for the extra study time. Now all that remains is the practical. We were ushered out of our classroom into buses and headed towards the battlegrounds. With our costumes on our bodies, we were greeted by the teachers of UA. Kaminari and Ashido were sounding confident about fighting robots. Then reality knocked them back down. Turns out, we're fighting the teachers and faculty. It's a 2v1 scenario, where 2 students are going against a teacher. How the pairings are made is based on strengths, weaknesses, and personal relationships. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are paired, going against Aizawa-sensei. Sato and Kirishima are paired, going against Cementos. Asui and Takoyami are paired, going against Ectoplasm. Ada and Ajiro are paired, going against Power Loader. Uraraka and Aoyama are paired, going against 13. Ashido and Kaminari are paired, going against Principal Nezu. Jiru and Koda are paired, going against Present Mike. Shoji and Hagakure are paired, going against Snipe. Zero and Minta are paired, going against Midnight. Bakugo and I are paired. He glared at my direction, and our opponent is All Might. Once that debrief WS out of the way, we were given 10 minutes before the first match, that being Kirishima's and Sato's match against Cementos. With that 10 minutes, Groups AE allowed to either strategize with their partners or go into the monitor room to watch. Due to Kaken not wanting to strategize with me, I headed into the monitor room. See, Uraraka had the same problem, because Aoyama was in the back posing in front of a conveniently placed mirror. Whilst we were waiting, Uraraka decided to spark up conversation. "So, how's Yaoyorozu doing?" she asked. What do you mean?" I asked as I felt my face heat up. "Why is my face heating up? Don't play dumb, Deku. I saw how you two are hanging out more often," Uraraka said. "But, and how she knew about your new abilities, and was involved with the hero killer fiasco that you were also involved with," Uraraka said. "To you that's just coincidence. To top it all off, she was confident in your ability to win while you were racing," she said with a smirk, probably taking note of my burning face. "She had a rather strong fondness of you," she teased. "And no, she doesn't," I yelled. "Ah, young love," the elderly voice said behind me. "Our recovery girl?" I asked in shock. "I am here, so in case knuckleheads like you get hurt using your powers, I'll help you recover," she said, sitting comfortably in her seat. I sighed. "There's no winning here. You seem to have a fondness with her. Off the top of my head, you made her lunch when you absolutely didn't have to, and you were watching her while she was racing, not even focusing on Todoroki," she pointed out. Hey, Kirishima and Sato's match is starting," I exclaimed, hoping it would change the subject. Alright, I'll drop the subject for now," she said as she diverted her attention to the screen. "Thank goodness, I might regain normal body temperature before my match." Cementos's quirk to create cement walls without any known limit, and with Sato's quirk giving him a boost of strength for 3 minutes before getting extremely tired and burned out. He quickly got drained, leaving Kirishima to get his stamina slowly drained. They lost the battle in a matter of minutes. Next was Takoyami and Asui. With Ectoplasm, he could create clones to fight off Takoyami and Asui. His limit is 30, 36 if he's feeling good, as he likes to call it. So I assume he could only make 36 clones. With his clones, he can make them appear anywhere, and Takoyami isn't a good fighter in close combat. With Asui, however, she could wrap her tongue around him and lift him away from clones. They made it to the end where the real Ectoplasm is at. In a last-ditch effort, Ectoplasm made a giant clone and trapped Asui and Takoyami. Takoyami used his shadow to fight off Ectoplasm, and it was a stalemate between the two. Then Takoyami called Dark Shadow back. As Asui handed him something, I assume the handcuffs. When Dark Shadow got close and Ectoplasm used a kick, Dark Shadow used the opportunity to handcuff Ectoplasm. Next was Ada and Ajiro. Power Loader created the battlefield and laid a bunch of pitfalls and mines all over the field. Their solution: have Ajiro hop onto Ada's shoulders and sprint through the carnage. It worked. With Ada's speed and Ajiro's tail for a more powerful jump, they crossed the exit, earning a passing score. Now this next match is going to be an interesting one. And not that the previous matches weren't interesting. It's just that it was Yaoyorozu and Todoroki against our homeroom teacher. Needless to say, I'm curious what brilliant strategies they will come up with. Yaoyorozu's POV. "Alright, calm down. It's Aizawa-sensei, so it will probably be one of the hardest fights you've ever gone through. Well, aside from Hero Killer. But nothing at this point has ever been harder. Anyway, rambling. Todoroki and I were sneaking around an alley. Alright, I have a plan," Todoroki said. "I have one too, but let's hear yours first," I said. "Okay, to start, you'll constantly make small items, anything that won't take up much energy, and once you're done making things, we'll know if he's near and stopped your quirk," he explained. "Okay, what happens afterwards?" I asked. "Simple, I'll draw him off and you'll run to the exit," he said. "Okay, I have many qualms. First off, what will you do if you get captured by his scarf? I will be all alone to deal with him. You're our main attack force, as much as I don't want to admit it," I said. "Alright," Todoroki said, as he glanced out of the alleyway we were stationed at. "You said you have a plan, right? What is it?" he asked. "Okay, here's what we do," I said, as I started making little dolls. "What are those?" he asked. "Little Russian dolls, matryoshkas to be precise. Inside there are flashbang grenades," I said. "How will that help?" he asked. "Simple, his quirk relies on eyesight. If he blinks, the effects end," I said as I pocketed some of them. These will buy us some time. Now, he will most likely, if not guaranteed, to cancel your quirk first due to you being our main attack force. But after the USJ event, his quirk was weakened due to his injuries. The second your quirk comes back, I need you to make a massive ice wall like how you used during the sports festival, I said as he nodded with a small smile forming on his face. Interesting. What happens after that happens? He asked. I was about to answer until I heard the sound of tile. I'll explain later. He's near, I said. All right, let's move, he said. As we were running, I was still making dolls. Though, I like the idea of using our quirks to find out if Aizawa has found us, I said out loud. Then my doll production was stopped. Aizawa is close, I said. Close is an understatement, Aizawa commented. I looked up to see him above us. Todoroki, I yelled as I gripped the dolls I pocketed. Run, I yelled as I tossed them in the air, running away as well. He slashed one as the pin was unplugged with the slash, blinding him. We ran away, giving us some good separation from Aizawa-sensei. All right, he should be coming after us. Be ready. When you feel your power return, create the ice wall, I repeated as he nodded. I heard Aizawa running along the building. Now all that's left is timing. Like I asked, Todoroki used his ice half to make a giant ice wall separating us from Aizawa. All right, what's next? He asked. I was making my secret weapon to answer his question. Is that Aizawa's scarf? He asked. To an extent. I don't know the material it's made of, but it's a knockoff that will win us the match, I said as I made, with the last ounce of my creation ability, a catapult, a large black cloak, and a 2-stick dummies. All right, phase 2, we're gonna put this over us to make him think we're slipping away in disguise. In reality, it's me, the catapult, and the dummies. Once I launched it, you hit him with your fire, I said. Well, what's the scarf going to do? He asked. It'll take a long time to explain. Time we don't have. You'll just have to trust me here, I said as I placed the bundle of scarf onto the catapult. He looked skeptical. Not that I blame him. All right, I trust you, he said. It caught me by surprise. I would have thought he would have resisted, but I'm glad he didn't. I put the cloak over us, the catapult, and the dummy, and we started walking. Aizawa-sensei took the bait. He wrapped his scarf around the dummies. He pulled off the cloak, revealing me and the catapult. All right, I need to pull the trigger. Damn it, I missed. Wait, he jumped back. It can still work. I pulled the lever and launched the scarf. Todoroki now, I yelled. He pulled off his cloak and shot out fire. The fire caused a chain reaction which caused the scarf to harden and wrap around him. He was captured and we passed. What was with that scarf? Todoroki asked. It's mixed with a special alloy. When heated, it hardens and reforms into its previous form. It's basically a memory alloy, so when it was in a giant clump, I said, then he would be trapped. Todoroki finished. Correct, I said. We were let out of the area and headed back to the main area. Now that our exam was over, I decided to go to the monitor room to watch. Oh, Yaoyorozu, congratulations on your match, Iya exclaimed. Congratulations on yours as well. A reckless but effective strategy, I said. Indeed, as much as I would have preferred a more precise strategy, that was the only one that came to mind. Ida said. Well, it worked, so all is well, I said as we entered the monitor room. Oh, Yaoyorozu, Inda, Midoriya greeted. Oh, and Asui is here as well. Congrats on your matches, you two were amazing, he said. Thank you, Ada said as Asui nodded. Yeah, I didn't imagine you would up with a plan as reckless as that, Ida, Asui said bluntly. Well, it was all I could think of, Ada defended himself. But Yaoyorozu's plan was amazing. She capitalized on Aizawa's hindered quirk to win, and even made a scarf that wrapped around him. How did you do that? He asked, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Why, is he so cute? Wait, cute? Oh, who am I kidding? He's cute, and no one would deny it. I'll explain later, after the final exams, okay? I asked as he nodded eagerly. Uraraka and Aoyama are gripping onto a bar while 13 is trying to suck them in with their quirk. Aoyama turned towards Uraraka and said something. Whatever it was shocking enough to make Uraraka let go of the bar, which made her grab onto 13's arm and got the handcuffs put on her. Wow, turns out Aoyama isn't just some sparkling teen. I'm actually impressed. Next was Ashido and Kaminari against Principal Nezu. Now I don't know a lot about Principal Nezu, so this will be interesting. They were making their way around the Gamma grounds. Then the whole screen shook. Principal Nezu was in a crane causing havoc and destruction. It wasn't reckless destruction either. He's blocking the exit, which has them move quick on their toes. Once they reached the newly made dead end, Ashido melted a hole through concrete, causing them to escape the havoc. But it wasn't enough. Principal Nezu destroyed the building around them, causing a cave-in and thus losing the match. Next was Jiru and Koda, going against Present Mike. With his loud quirk, it will drown out both Jiru's earphone jack and Koda's voice. All they could do is avoid conflict with Present Mike, which is impossible because he's standing in front of the exit. He occasionally yelled something to shake them up. Jiru looked down to the ground. She had a look that she had a plan. She asked Kota something, and he nodded. Once he did, she placed one of her jacks into the rock and destroyed it, revealing a bunch of bugs. Even at the sight of it, Kota ran away. He's afraid of bugs. Jiru was saying something, probably words of encouragement, because Kota came rushing back and started talking to the bugs. Wait, he can talk. We turned our attention to Present Mike, as some bugs broke out of the ground and swarmed his leg. He was freaking out at the sight of them, and passed out. Due to fear, Kota carried Jiru through the gates, thus passing the test. HMPH, he let a few bugs get the best of him. Recovery Girl commented, that wasn't just a few bugs, it covered his whole leg. Regardless, they passed. Next up was Shoji and Hagakure, facing off against Snipe. With his homing quirk, he has more detection, so he could easily shoot Hagakure with her invisibility, making stealth difficult. But she tried it anyway, leaving Shoji to distract Snipe. Snipe threw down a smoke grenade to make himself hard to find as well. He found Shoji, and Shoji was forced to hide behind a column for protection. As Snipe was shooting, Hagakure placed the handcuffs on Snipe's wrist. Wow, her stealth capabilities really has improved. The second to last battle was upon us. Minta and Zero are facing off against Midnight. This is a bad matchup for multiple reasons. One being that Minta is the biggest perv I've ever seen. Second, her quirk can put anyone to sleep when they breathe in the fumes. To make matters worse, Zero was caught by surprise and was knocked out with her quirk, leaving Minta alone. He hid behind a rock, while Midnight stood in front of the exit with Zero on her lap. Minta glared at the pair. Whether it'd be out of determination or jealousy, all I know is that he needs to do something if he wants to pass, and something he did. He put a piece of Zero's tape on his mouth to cover his mouth and nose, thus not breathing in the fumes. Impressed by his ingenuity, Midnight cracked her whip, which Minta countered with his sticky balls on his scalp. They covered the whip, which got it stuck on the ground, and with that Minta escaped. He passed. I don't believe it. Granted, Zero was knocked out, so he didn't pass, but still, I'm actually impressed. However, it was the last match. In my opinion, the most mismatched match, which was their intention. Bakugo and Midoriya are going up against All Might. Good luck, I whispered, placing a hand on his shoulder. He looked at me and nodded. I'll pass, he said. I smiled at his determination. I know you will, I said. He smiled back and headed out the door. I sighed. He'll be fine. I'm sure of it. Midoriya's POV. Okay, calm down. You're just paired up with Kaken. And you're fighting All Might, and all that is at stake is whether or not you'll get to go to training camp. Okay, I'm freaking out. No, I should stay calm. Yaoyorozu would be really upset if I didn't pass due to nervous breakdowns. Time to analyze the situation to ease my nerves. All Might is weaker, and he's also slowed down with those weights. That being said, he's still powerful. Even with full cal, I still have to worry about All Might's natural speed. I also have to be wary of Kaken. He'll probably not care enough about escaping and will probably want to defeat All Might, which will not only get him hurt, but also cause him to fail. Once we entered the battlefield, the doors behind us shut. We're here until we pass by escaping or handcuffing All Might, or we fail. I glanced to Kaken. He looked angry. Well, angrier than always. He grunted and stomped forward. Not wanting him to go alone, I followed behind him. He was walking straight. We'll run into All Might at this rate. Kaken, for this Ekam, the teacher is the villain, and we're the heroes, so we need to keep in D the villain's combat ability and choose to either fight or run, I said, but he kept walking. Stop following me, he snapped. I stopped for a split second, but caught up. If we keep going straight, All Might will probably be waiting for us. I said, we should take a detour. Why should we run away? He growled. We should avoid combat. If we can, no matter what, I yelled, trying to get him to listen to reason. We'll toy with him until it's almost over, and then once he's tired out, I'll beat him up. Kaken exclaimed. It's like talking to a brick wall. Who do you think All Might is? I yelled, running towards him. Even with the handicap, you can't win against him. He turned and knocked me down with a backhand. Don't say another word, he said with full-blown anger. Just because things are going better for you doesn't mean you should talk. It's pissing me off. Listen, Kaken, I yelled. I told you, your power isn't needed to pass. That's why we can never have a real conversation. Then a giant cloud of dust came barreling at us. The sheer force of the shockwave destroyed most of the buildings in its wake, knocking us back a few hundred meters. Once the dust settled, we looked forward. If you think of this as an exam, you'll be sorry, All Might said. Come at me with everything you've got. All Might charged toward us, but Kaken responded with a similar approach. Even if you didn't say anything, I was going to do that, he said, until All Might gripped his face with one hand. Kaken let off some small concentrated blasts on All Might. Oh, he exclaimed, but All Might quickly slammed him into the ground. As I was watching this all unfold, All Might zoomed behind me. You're not off the hook either, young Midoriya, he said. Reacting quickly, I used my full cowl to jump out of the way. Move, Kaken yelled as he slammed into me. We landed on the ground and were slow to recover. Kaken, I said. Move. He growled, walking past me. Shut up. I'll win. That's what it means to be a hero. Then it's even more important to avoid. Let go. Don't touch me, he yelled. For now, here's a present for the one who wants to run away, All Might said as he drove a metal fence over me, hindering my chance of escape, as well as leaving Kaken alone to fight All Might. With a strong punch to the gut, Kaken spit up his lunch, but was still standing. I know why you are so angry. It's because of young Midoriya's sudden improvement, right? All Might asked. Shut up, All Might. If I have to get help from that scum, then I'd rather lose, he muttered. I looked at him in shock and bubbling anger. I can't just stay trapped like this. I prepared my full cowl and launched myself towards Kaken, punching him out of the way before All Might can finish him off. He rolled towards the sidewalk. I seized the opportunity to jump towards him and run away. We were recovering in a back alley. Now is a good time to vent. Don't say that you're okay losing, I yelled, letting my anger flow. You're you because you never give up winning, right? You've been saying that since we were kids, I said. He gritted his teeth and yelled. Kaken punched the wall next to me. Kaken, against that crazy speed, no matter how you run and hide, you won't be able to avoid fighting, Kaken said. But we don't have a chance in a fight. Not against All Might. Shut up, bastard. I'll kill you, he exclaimed. I stared at him as he pulled off one of his gauntlets and handed it to me. As I put it on, we heard footsteps that are slowly getting louder. I'll run out and distract him. That gauntlet is full of nitroglycerin. Once he faces, pull the pin, Kaken explained as he stood up straight. When the footsteps sounded like they were right next to us, Kaken sprung out. So, where do you think you are? He exclaimed. Like how Kaken predicted, All Might turned to face him. Deku, he yelled. I jumped out, stationed myself behind him and pulled the pin. The sheer force sent me back and hurt my shoulder. Run, Kaken yelled. All right, I said as I ran away from All Might. We ran a good ways away, until we reached the other end of the battlefield. Almost there, I said, almost at the escape gate. I added as I gave a quick glance behind us. It doesn't look like All Might is chasing us. Don't tell me we knocked him out. The next time he catches up, it'll be my turn to blow him away with my gauntlet, Kaken yelled. Yes, and then, All Might said, suddenly appearing right in between us. Kaken turned towards him and reached for his pin, only for All Might to break them both with one hit each. He's too fast, he chuckled. Now, die, heroes, he yelled as he delivered a powerful knee to Kaken's chin, sending him flying to a nearby building. All Might then gripped my wrist, and when Kaken shot himself back, All Might slammed me into Kaken. He tossed me away like a ruined doll. It's over, he said. Shut up, Kaken said, his anger burning brighter as he created sparks from his creating a massive explosion encompassing both him and All Might. Oh, was all I heard, Kaken said, until he gripped my costume. Die, he yelled as he blasted me towards the exit. Are you serious, Kaken? New Hampshire smash, All Might yelled as he punched with so much force that he knocked himself into me. My back felt like it shattered into a million pieces. Come now, you're being naive, heroes, he yelled as he knocked me into the UA bus. Kaken suddenly zoomed towards All Might, and unleashing a huge blast, like the one at the sports festival. Go, Deku, hurry, Kaken yelled as he fell back down to the ground. I tried to get up, but my back was wounded with All Might's psychic's defying attack. Make yourself useful, damn scum, Kaken yelled, making another blast as All Might was speeding towards him. I'll move forward, even if it hurts. As I was walking, Kaken was protecting me against All Might, but was grabbed and slammed into the ground. Hurry up. Go, damn nerd, Kaken muttered as he glared at All Might. I break myself. I won't accept that I can't even beat you like that, Kaken. I went into full cow. I'm not leaving him behind. Whoops, I won't let you, All Might said as I launched myself towards him. I sent one for All's energy into my right arm. Smash, I yelled as a wave of energy kicked up the dirt around us. Once the dust settled, I took Kaken and ran as fast as I could to tow exit. He's unconscious. I could have left, but that's not who I am. We made it out, both of us. We passed. A few hours later. Haha, I exclaimed. I tried to move, but the searing pain stopped me. Here in the infirmary. You'll be fine, son, Recovery Girl explained. Thanks, Recovery Girl, I said as I just laid there. All Might, you really don't know how to hold back, do you? Recovery Girl ranted as she walked towards Kaken. Bakugo probably won't wake up for a while. For now, you two should rest here, she said. You don't got to tell me twice. I slowly closed my eyes, hoping sleep will numb the pain. Midoriya's POV. It was the day after final exams. Most of us passed, but 5 didn't. Understandably so. They were extremely sad about it. Everyone, I'm looking forward to hearing all your stories of how fun camp was. Ashido sobbed. Maybe they'll end up letting you go, I said, trying to up their spirits. There might be a last-minute twist or something. Stop, Midoriya, Zero said, placing a hand on my shoulder. By saying that out loud, you're just jinxing them. They said whoever failed the exams would have to skip training camp and live in summer school hell. Kaminari told, we didn't pass the practicals, so we're doomed. Don't you get it, Midoriya? He yelled. Or did All Might knock all the brains out of you? He asked. As much as I wanted to answer, I was busy crying at the sudden eye jab. Ease up, Kaminari, Zero said as he slowly moved his fingers away from my eyes. I'm not sure I'll get to go, either. Out team only won because of Maita. I got knocked out, and since we don't know how they're scoring stuff, I might have flunked, he said. While I was screaming in pain, Kaminari spoke up. At least bring us back lots of camp souvenirs, please, he pleaded. Then I heard the door slam open. Once the bell rings, you should be in your seats, Aizawa-sensei said as everyone zoomed to their seats, though some, meaning me, had a hard time. Warning, unfortunately, there are a few of you who did not pass your final exams, Aizawa-sensei said as Kirishima, Sato, Ashido, Kaminari, and Zero looked dejected. So, when it comes to the training camp in the woods, everyone looked at him. Knowing what he was going to say, everyone is going, he exclaimed. Or not. It's a last-minute twist. The group of non-passers exclaimed. We really get to go to camp? Kirishima asked for confirmation. Seriously? Ashido asked as excitement was flowing from her mouth. Yeah, Aizawa-sensei said simply. The good news is that no one bombed the written exam. 5 failed the practical badly. He explained. 2 teams, of course, and then Zero failed as well. CP, I knew it, Zero said, pushing his hand on his face. Mine made it to the gate, but I didn't do near enough to pass. Allow me to explain. Aizawa-sensei started. For the practical battles, the teachers made sure to leave a way for the students to win. Otherwise, you never would have stood a chance, he explained. We were interested in observing how you each worked together and approached the task at hand. But didn't you say that the teachers weren't going to hold back? Ajiro asked. That was just to get you on edge, he explained. Besides, the training camp will focus on building your strength. Those who failed need those lessons the most. We were never going to separate you, he said as a massive smile appeared on his face. That was just a logical deception we used. A logical deception, the group of non-passers said as they were cheering. While Ida was shaking. He tricked us again. I should have expected this, he exclaimed as he suddenly stood up. Aizawa-sensei, this is the second time you've lied to us. Aren't you afraid we'll lose faith in you? Ida asked. A little blunt there, Tenya. Uraraka said. Wait, Tenya, that's a good point. I'll consider it, he said looking at Ida. But I wasn't lying to you about everything. He added, glaring at the rest of the class. Failure is failure. We've prepared the extra lessons for the 5 of you, he said as the group that one looked excited now looked dead. Frankly, they'll be far tougher than what you'd face at summer school. Soon classes were over, and we met up to discuss the training camp. I'm so glad we're all going together, Ajiro said, holding his camp instructional pamphlet. Looks like we'll be at the training camp a full week, Ida said. I've got to find a bigger suitcase, I muttered. Yeah, I don't even have a bathing suit, Kaminari mentioned. Guess I need to buy some stuff, like night vision goggles, Mindo exclaimed. Why would he need those? I will never understand him. Guys, since we're off tomorrow and we finally finished exams, I have the best idea, Hagakure exclaimed, garnering the class's attention. Why doesn't class want to go shopping together? She said with excitement. While I can't see her, I'm pretty sure she's grinning. Hey, yeah, Kaminari said. We've never hung out as a class before, he said. Wait, really? No, we must have. Bakugo, see you there, right? Kirishima asked as he walked away. I can't think of anything more annoying, he said, exiting the classroom. Will you come, Todoroki? I asked. I visit my mom on days off, he said. While I feel like it would help him open up while hanging out with his classmates, I'm glad he reconciled with his mother. You party poopers, Minta yelled. Don't you ever get tired of being serious? He asked. After that, everyone headed home. I, on the other hand, went home to grab my suit. Finals may be over, but I still had work. On the plus side, I'm done with All Might's debt. In fact, today is my last day. Though I'm kinda bummed. I kinda liked hanging out with Yaoyorozu, even if I'm only really there to cook her food. Now that I think about it, I only cleaned her room once. All the other times either my arms and legs are broken. She talks to me about how reckless I was, which was the result of me breaking my arms and legs and making her food. But at WSA fun, and I feel like we bonded a lot. I pushed the button, and the gate opened. No response from Mr. or Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Shrugging it off, I walked up the path to the manor. Entering the manor, I saw Yaoyorozu sitting in the main hall. Hey Midoriya, she greeted. Hello, Yaoyorozu, I said. Please, have a seat, she said. Confused, I walked over and sat across from her. Now I have 2 things to talk about. The first is this, she said as she placed a check of 5,000 yen on the table and pushed it towards me. Normally, my parents would give you this check, but they are out right now, so I'm tasked with it, she said. I nodded and took the check. As of right now, I'm debt-free. I'm also here to express my thanks for your servitude, though I didn't really want it at first, she said bluntly. I scratched the back of my head. Right. She was rather adamant with me being her servant. Now, the next topic, she said as she donned a new serious face. Your match against All Might, she said. Oh, right, she watched the whole thing. I wanted to state where you went well. She said, you and Bakugo, while not working together at first, showed that you can cooperate, especially so since he lent you his gauntlet. She said, you also went back to get Bakugo, even though the villain, being All Might, was looming over him. She said, while you put your life in danger in the sense of the scenario, you still went back to save him and you both got out. She said, thanks, I said. With all that in mind, the problem, at least after watching the replay, is that you two had contrasting ideas. Bakugo wanted to fight, while you wanted to run. She started, while neither of them were bad ideas per se, in this scenario, and with an opponent like All Might, you need to be able to do both. She said, fight when you need to, all the while running when you get overwhelmed. That goes for every battle. If you feel that you can take on an opponent, then do it. If you feel overwhelmed, then run away. With your newly found abilities, you can outrun any opponent. She said, any opponent. I repeated as I scribbled what she said into my notebook. Her eyes widened for a split second. Why am I still surprised at your thoroughness? She asked herself. I just chuckled at her comment. You know, I'm gonna miss your cooking, she quipped. Well, I can make you stuff. It is my last day after all, I said. Really? She asked. Of course, I said as I entered the kitchen. Yaoyorozu's POV. He's been in there for an hour. What's taking him so long? Then the kitchen doors slammed open. As it is my last day here, I made you all this, Midoriya said as he brought out a cart full of food. I've never seen so much food in one area before. He laid them down before me. Enjoy, he said. You don't have to tell me twice. I grabbed a bowl and dug in. I have no idea what it is, but it was delicious. That's tendon. I learned that from my mother a few days ago, Midoriya said. It's delicious, I said with a mouthful. I covered my mouth embarrassingly and swallowed the food. I didn't know you like my food that much, he said, turning bright pink. Seriously, you can open up a restaurant chain if you so want it. I said. It's not that good, he muttered. Midoriya, it's good, I said. Oh okay, he said, knowing when he's defeated. I smiled and continued to eat the food, and soon I finished the whole meal. Thank you, Midoriya, I said as he smiled. You're welcome, he said as he glanced at his watch. Well, it's 6:30, I should be heading home, Midoriya said as he headed towards the door. Wait, I yelled. He stopped right before the door. What is it? He asked in a concerned fashion. Hold on, I have a gift for you, I said. He turned around to face me. I turned around to make something special. Here, for you, I said as I handed him my going-away present. It was a Matryoshka doll that resembled Midoriya. It's made with a special alloy, an alloy so strong it can withstand a drop from any height. In case you knock it off a shelf it won't break, I explained. He stared at it dumbfounded. Are you going to take it? I asked, feeling my face warm up. He snapped out of his trance and shakily took the doll. Thank you, Yaoyorozu, he said, turning red as well. You're welcome, I said. He walked out of my home with his doll in hand. As of today, he was no longer in debt to All Might. Yaoyorozu's POV. Most of the class headed to the mall to buy stuff for the training camp. I lost track of Midoriya. Did he run off or something? I should look for him. Oh, Yaoyorozu, a chipper voice behind me said. Oh, hey Uraraka, have you seen Midoriya anywhere? I asked. No, he was with us a few minutes ago, she said. Well, I'm worried he gotten lost or something. Want to help me find him? I asked as she nodded. Okay, let's find Deku. We traversed the mall, looking for a giant mess of green hair. Walking, and more walking. How can it be so hard to find him? His hair should stick out like a so. Wait, is that him? Uraraka asked as she pointed in front of me. I looked to see Midoriya with a cloaked man. Deku, Uraraka asked, staring at Midoriya and the man. Wait, messy blue hair, it can't be. His eyes are full of fear and nervousness. It has to be him. Wait, his hand is around his neck. I should be careful if all 5 fingers touch his neck. I don't even want to think about what will happen. Is that a friend? She asked as her eyes widened. No, that can't be right. The cloaked man turned to stare at Uraraka, but I got a clear view of his face. That confirms it. He's the man from USJ Attack. Hey, let go of him, Uraraka said as fear crept into her tone. I can't do anything, especially if his finger is a split second away from touching him. All I can do is let Uraraka talk. This is nothing, everything's fine. Midoriya yelled, stay back. No closer. Then the cloaked man let go. Oh, you were here with a friend? He asked, faking a grin. I didn't know. Sorry about that. He got up, placed his hands in his cloak and walked away. Once he was a good ways away, Uraraka and I ran to Midoriya. Midoriya, are you all right? I asked as he stopped coughing. Hey, Shigaraki, Midoriya growled. Shigaraki, Uraraka asked. I have a question, too. What is All for One after? Midoriya asked. All for One? Is he the leader of the League of Villains? If so, how does he know that name? Who knows, really, he said. But here's a little word of advice, friend, he said as he continued walking away. Be careful. The next time we meet, I'll likely have to kill you. He left. Even if I wanted to run after him, I can't because he could kill some civilians before I could catch him. But at least Midoriya's alright. Uraraka took the initiative to report the incident, and soon the mall was temporarily closed for investigation. The police and responding heroes conducted a massive sweep in hopes of finding Shigaraki, but couldn't. Soon Midoriya was taken to the police station for further questioning. I couldn't go with him due to the fact that I wasn't as involved with the incident as Midoriya. I didn't hear from him since, but I'm certain he's fine. But it's this All for One that I'm worried about. Midoriya said his name while talking to Shigaraki, so they must be connected. But how? Is this All for One the leader of the League of Villains? If so, how come no one knows about him? Unless this All for One went through great lengths to keep himself from the public eye or the news. If so, we could be dealing with a villain we don't know anything about. Well, I shouldn't say that. Midoriya knows about him, but I'm sure it's on a need-to-know basis. Still, if he's connected to the League of Villains, and even more so, the leader of said league, then he must be way more powerful than Shigaraki, and he could disintegrate people in a matter of seconds. Long story short, I should keep my guard up. Knowing my luck, I'm pretty sure I'll have a run-in with this All for One. Anyway, no point in worrying about it now. Midoriya's alright, I'm alright, Uraraka's alright, everyone was alright. Besides, Ashido said we are allowed use the pool tomorrow. So that's going to be a fun time. The next day, we changed into our school swimming suits and headed out. Our idea was to have fun and toss a ball around, but stretches were necessary so we don't get cramps and probably drown. As we were stretching, the guys started funneling in. Wait, they were going to use the pool too. I'm certain Minda was wanting to look at us like he always does. In fact, he and Kaminari rushed out to the pool and looked surprised to see them. At least both Ida and Midoriya were here to keep them in line. Hey Urazu, Ashido said. Yeah, what is it? I asked as I saw Ida carry both Minda and Kaminari away. Have you ever wondered why the guys in our class are so muscular? Even Midoriya is. Ashido commented. I'll admit, I have sent a few glances towards Midoriya. Well, they're heroes in training, and quirks are physical abilities, so it makes sense for them to be muscular, I explained. Yeah, but Midoriya is a big surprise. Jiru teased, like look at him, she said with a smirk. I know what she's trying to do. She's trying to make me flustered. And it's working. But look at Ida, he has more muscle definition than anyone else. Uraraka commented. That is true, but he is literally the brother of a pro hero. Of course he's built. Ashido commented. Anyway, let's move from this, I said as I stretched my back. Let's get in the water now. Alright, Ashido said as ran back to jump into the water. Watch out, foe. Oh, the dividers, I said as she sunk into the water. Once she recovered, we all got into the water. We were tossing the ball around, all the while the guys were doing training exercises. Soon the guys were resting, while Minta and Kaminari were heaving for air. Luckily, Ida brought a cooler full of orange-flavored sodas, or else they might not make it till 5. Then, as if on cue, Bakugo came in and challenged Midoriya. Soon after, Ida started to ponder. Then the figurative light bulb went off. He proposed that the boys would race each other in the 50 meters to see who was the best. Bakugo was obviously down for the idea, and I was curious about the outcome. So the girls and I got out and proposed that we would help out with the racing. The rules are simple. Get across the pool fastest. Quirks are allowed due to us being in school grounds. Soon the competition went underway, and the first 2 matches were underwhelming. Bakugo just flew over the pool with his quirk, while Todoroki skated across with his ice quirk. The third match was the only one that was really exciting, which just so happened to have Midoriya in the bracket. The remaining boys got into position to boost into the water. Once the race started, Midoriya was just swimming, while Ida was using his engine quirk to boost on the divider. But Midoriya wasn't the one to give up. He activated his green lightning ability that he never told me the name of and started swimming faster. Ida, seeing him catching up, used his reciprocal burst, giving him his last burst of speed. It was a close race, but Midoriya was the winner by a literal inch. Midoriya climbed out of the pool, and Ida shook his hand in congratulations. Now it was time for the final match between Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya. Who could have saw this coming? All 3 got ready, Midoriya preparing his quirk first and foremost, as Bakugo got ready to soar to the finish, while Todoroki got his ice ready. Ida shouted go, and the 3 jumped into the pool, only to fall face first into the water. Suddenly, Aizawa-sensei entered the pool, telling us it's 5 and we need to leave. After changing, we headed home. Some, meaning Bakugo, was angry at the result being a tie. I don't know if it would be better had he won or lost. If he won, he would brag about it until he gets beat again. And if he lost, well, you know what would happen. Anyway, not important right now. I just remembered I needed to ask Midoriya about this all for one. Hey Midoriya, I said as he stopped and looked at me. Oh, Yaoyorozu, what do you need? He asked. I need to talk to you if that's fine with you, I asked. He glanced back towards Uraraka and Ada, who nodded for him to go. All right, let's go, Midoriya said. We headed in the opposite direction of our classmates, and we were at one of the training grounds, the Gamma grounds. Once I was certain that no one was here, I turned to face Midoriya. So what did you need? He asked. Okay, I just have one question, I said. Who is this, all for one, you mentioned yesterday, to Shigaraki? I asked. He stared at me wide-eyed. Oh, well, excuse me for a second, Midoriya said as he speed-walked away. Midoriya's POV. All Might's number, here it is. All Might, I yelled. Midoriya, why are you calling? All Might asked. Look, you already know about Shigaraki and the conversation we've had. Well, I asked Shigaraki about All for One and what his goals were. Anyway, Yaoyorozu was there when I asked S. So you're asking me if you can share the information about All for One? All Might finished. Why yeah, I responded. So long, you don't disclose, One for All, my current state, and the fact that you got the information from me, you can explain All for One and whom he is. It might be important for her to know as well, just in case All for One and the League of Villains go after you and the other students. All Might said, granting me permission to explain to her. Thanks, All Might, I said as I hung up the phone. I walked back to Yaoyorozu. Listen, it's a long story, so I would recommend sitting down, I said. I explained to her everything I was allowed to, from All for One's origins, his quirk, and how he ruled over Japan over a long period of time before quirks were dominant. She, understandably so, looked at me confused. Wait, how come I never heard of this in any textbook? She asked. It's a dark moment of world history, so they etched it out entirely. I said, well, almost. I found an online post talking all about All for One. I didn't believe it at first, but since Shigaraki was there, I confirmed my suspicions from there. I lied, but she seemed to have bought it. Okay, so this All for One is the supposed leader of the League of Villains? Yaoyorozu asked. Yes, at least I'm very certain. It makes too much sense, and since he can take quirks and make them his own, it would make sense for him to get a slow-aging quirk or something like that. I said. Ah, I see, she said as she stood up. That's all I wanted to confirm. Thanks, Midoriya, she said as she walked away. Wait, I said as she stopped. Can you keep this a secret between us? I don't want knowledge of this to surface. Why? She asked. It'd be hard to explain, so can you? Please, I asked. All right, I'm sure you have your reasons, she said as she started walking back home. I felt bad about lying about the fake post, but it was necessary to keep All Might and One for All secret. Though, I do feel a tad bit more at ease knowing someone like Yaoyorozu knows about it. That way, if we inevitably run into All for One himself, we at least have someone else up to speed. As much as I wish to let the others know, I don't know how they would even react, or if they would even believe me. Especially with my story about a spooky online post that magically disappeared. No one is going to believe that. Still, I think it's better that way. I got up and headed back home. The camping trip is in a few days. Time to pack my stuff for the week-long camp. Yaoyorozu's POV. UA has just finished its first semester, and it is now summer vacation. Aizawa-sensei said, however, those of you trying to be heroes will not receive days of rest. At this summer training camp, we'll have you aiming for even greater heights for Plus Ultra, he said. Yes, sir. All of Class 1A yelled. All of UA were outside in the bus area. Midoriya was standing around, until Uraraka walked up to him, about an inch apart from his face. He turned bright red. Has he still not gotten over the nervousness around girls thing yet? After that brief exchange, Uraraka, Ashido, and Kaminari were cheering about the training camp, while Midoriya was still blushing. Then that Momo guy from Class 1B decided to take his daily jab at Class 1A. What? There are people in class taking extra classes? He asked, outwardly freaking out. Does that mean you had people who failed the finals? He asked, getting louder. What? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Even though they're supposed to be way better than Class B. How can that be? Thankfully, Kendo came in and knocked him out before he lost more brain cells, and I lost more of my sanity listening to him. Sorry, she yelled as she dragged the unconscious Momo away. Monoma's scary, one of the Class 1B students said. I agree wholeheartedly. Oh, Class 1B, Midoriya greeted. We kind of met during the sports festival, but nice to meet you, Class of one of the girls said. Yeah, another one said. We're getting on the bus, Kendo said whilst dragging Monoma's limp body up the steps into the bus. Okay, Class 1B said as they ran for the bus. After some pervy but par from the course words from mine to Class 1 aboarded their bus. Ada said to line up in seat order. But that didn't work at all, sorry Ada. While some followed the rules, others just sat where they felt like. Not that I'm really complaining. Midoriya is sitting next from me, and Jiru was sitting behind me, whilst Ada and Uraraka sat next to each other. Aizawa-sensei said. That will be stopping in about an hour. He was about to say something else, only for everyone to start talking about different things. Aizawa-sensei sighed and sat back in his seat, promptly giving up on explaining what he was about to say. So, Yonye Yarazu, how do you think camp will go? Midoriya asked, looking very tired. Well, it's training camp, so it'll probably be a place to train and hone our quirks. Are you okay? You seem tired, I asked. Well, I was stressed about over and underpacking, and sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night to check if I didn't miss anything. He said as his eyes started to droop. So, I'm very tired, he said. Then he shifted his entire body on my shoulder. Midoriya, I exclaimed. Then a light snoring came from his nostrils. He's asleep. No worse than that, he's dead asleep. What do I do? Do I move him? What if he wakes up? Or what if he uses his quirk? Then I heard a loud snicker. I looked forward to see Uraraka holding out her phone. Not helping, I whispered. Awa, you're even whispering, she said with a big smile. And come on, it's a cute picture, see? She asked, showing me her phone. I have to admit, he is rather cute. I mean, it's rather cute. You have to send me that, Jiru said behind me. Done, Uraraka said. Great, thanks, Jiru said. Anyway, just let him sleep, he looks comfortable, Uraraka said as she went back to talking with Ida. While I like Midoriya's company, how am I going to keep him asleep for a full hour without moving a muscle? Sigh, I'll just have to grin and bear it. Thankfully the hour went by fast, and the bus made its first stop. Midoriya, I said as I gave him a gentle shove. We're at a break stop, I said as he slowly waked up. Huh. He blinked, seeing where he is. Why, Yairazu. I'm so sorry, he exclaimed, bowing his head, turning red. It's fine, don't worry about it, I said. But, he stuttered. I said don't worry about it, and besides everyone is already out of the bus, let's go, I said. He nodded and we exited the bus. After a few glances from our classmates, ranging from smiles, smirks, and Minda wanting to use the bathroom, we were at an overlook of the forest. Soon, everyone started to ponder. Why did we stop here? There's no point in stopping without a reason, Aizawa-sensei said. We all looked at his direction. Then the doors of the parked car suddenly flew open. Hey, Eraser, a feminine voice called out. Long time no see, Aizawa-sensei said as two females in cat costumes suddenly popped out. Lock on with these sparkling gazes, the red female exclaimed. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild, pussycats, they exclaimed in a pose. Wait, who's that kid? These are pro heroes who will be working with us during the camp, the pussycats, Aizawa-sensei explained. They're a 4-person hero team who set up a joint agency, Midoriya exclaimed. I chuckled. Of course it'd be Midoriya. But I do recall a team like that on the news, as well as an assignment we did a while back. The blue one is named Pixie Bob, and the red one is named Mandalay. They're a veteran team that specializes in mountain rescues, he said as they looked at him in shock. This year will be their 12th work-in. Then he was cut off by Pixie Bob, who looked angry. I'm 18 at heart, she exclaimed. I get the feeling that age is a touchy subject with her. She sharpened her claws. At heart. Why, you're 18, Midoriya said, though a tad bit muffled, thanks to her whole paw encompassing his face. Greet them, everyone, Aizawa-sensei ordered. Nice to meet you, everyone exclaimed, as the kid looked away with a huff. We own this whole stretch of land here, Mandalay said as she pointed off in the distance. You all will be staying at the foot of that mountain. Wait, what? So far, everyone exclaimed. My sentiments exactly. Then why did we stop here? Uraraka asked. Let me guess. Could this mean? Asui asked. No way, Sato muttered. Why don't we get back to the bus? Zero asked. Fast. Yeah, let's do that, Kaminari agreed. I don't think it will be that simple. It's 9:30 a.m. right now, Mandalay said. If you're fast, maybe around noon. No way, guys, Kirishima said. Let's get back, Ashido said as everyone started running back. Get back to the bus, Kirishima exclaimed. Standing around here will be a waste of time. Might as well run back to progress this. I feel like, if my hunch is correct, they make us walk all the way through the forest on foot. Kiddas who don't make it by 12:30 won't get any lunch, Mandalay said. As everyone ran back to the bus, the blue one jumped in front of everyone. Sorry everyone, but training camp has already begun, Aizawa-sensei said as the blue cat placed her hands, or paws, on the ground. Thinking on my feet, I grabbed Midoriya's wrist and dragged him away. What are you doing? He asked. No time to explain. Run, I yelled, as I dragged him over to the ledge. Before he could say anything, I jumped, like I predicted, though not the way I imagined. Everyone got knocked off the ledge with a giant dirt wave. But enough about that, I need to land us safely. Using my quirk, I made us a stack of pillows and threw them on the ground. Once a pillow target was made, I brought Midoriya closer and landed onto the pillows. It hurt a tad bit, but the pillows cushioned the fall so it didn't break anything. Midoriya, are you okay? I asked. He looked around, then at me. He turned bright red. "My Yayorus," he exclaimed. "I am sorry, I didn't mean." He said, right, his nervousness, but at least he was fine, thank goodness. I set Midoriya down as our classmates started to land onto the ground around us. "Oh, my head," Ashido said. "Hey, what the heck, Yaoyorozu? Why didn't you tell us they were planning something?" Ashido snapped. "It was instinct, and I only had 2 arms. You should have known it wouldn't have been that simple," I said simply. She sighed. "Well, it doesn't matter now. We need to get to camp in 2.5 hours, Ashido said. "Hey," a voice called out. Sounded like Mandalay. "Since it's our private land, you can use your quirks as you wish," she explained. "You have 3 hours. Come to the facility on your own 2 feet," she said as loud booming sounds echoed from behind us after getting through. "The Beast's Forest." "The Beast's Forest?" Midoriya asked. "That name sounds like it came right out of Dragon Quest. Yue does stuff like this way too much," Jiru complained. "It's no use complaining," Kirishima said, dusting the dirt off his body. "We have to go." Then a purple blur passed by us. Minda, who still had to go to the bathroom, ran into the forest, which had dangerous beasts lurking inside it. Once was a few feet into the forest. A beast was right in front of him. "It's a beast," Kaminari yelled, as everyone got ready to fight. I pulled out a pole. Not sure how this is going to help, but a weapon is better than my hand-to-hand combat prowess, or lack thereof. As the beast pulled back for a swing, Koda came out. "Calm down, kind beast," he yelled. "Stay back." But the beast didn't listen. I thought his quirk allowed him to control animals. "Then is that thing not an animal?" Midoriya rushed in to save Minta. "Wait a minute. That thing looks like it's made of dirt. Did Pixie Bob make them for us, for training? That has to be the answer." Anyway, no time for analyzing the situation. I had to help Midoriya. As I rushed in, Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugo rushed in. Todoroki froze the beast, rendering him immobile. Ida and Bakugo blasted off his arms, and with the final blow, Midoriya used his quirk to finish off the beast. Once the beast was reduced to a pile of dirt, everyone ran up to praise Ida, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya. But there is a downside. Ida used his Recipro Burst, which means he'll be stalled for a short period of time. I glanced to the side and saw another beast. Then it took off to the sky. Wait, it could fly. "Hey, come on. How many of them are there?" Kaminari muttered. "What should we do? Run away?" Ashido asked. "This is no joke," Sato said. "If we don't make it to the facility by noon, we don't get lunch." I took over. "Then we have no choice but to get through here and take the shortest route." "Ribbit," Asui croaked in agreement. "All right, let's go, Class A," Ida exclaimed. "Yeah." Shoji used his quirk to make more eyes and ears for us. "There are 3 up ahead, 2 each on either side," he exclaimed as Jiru used her quirk to listen in. 7 total. "They're coming," Jiru said. I heard a loud thud. "Sounds like Zero, Kirishima, and Sato are working on theirs." Then a giant flash of electricity was seen right behind the ones I'm dealing with. "Good John, Kaminari." "Birds of the forest," Koda yelled. "Remove the evil beasts from this place." Ashido rushed in while the beast was distracted by the birds, splashing acid onto the calf of its legs, which caused the beast to stagger and kneel. "Oh, no, it's gonna get me," Hagakure yelled, running from whatever that beast is. Well, her distraction is working, because Ashido ran up to splash some acid on it. "Now it's my turn. Everyone, please take cover," I yelled as I created a cannon. Once Hagakure and Koda ducked, I blasted the 2 with my cannons, as they disintegrated into the ground. "You did it, Yao Momo," Ashido yelled. "More have appeared," Shoji yelled. "Geez, how many are there?" "No, that's a dumb question. Pixie Bob could easily make more. We just have to fight and make our way to the camp." "How bad can it be?" Many hours later. "That was bad. It's what, 5:20 and we just got here." Everyone was reaching their limits. Minda's scalp was bleeding. Ada's engine was puffing our smoke every second. Aoyama gripped his stomach. Todoroki had ice forming on his body. Bakugo was gripping his left arm. Ajiro clutched his wounded tail. Uraraka had a hand over her mouth looking like she's going to throw up any second. Koda lost his voice, and everyone, including me, was tired out of their minds. Thankfully it's over. The downside is that we don't get lunch. "What do you mean 3 hours? Kirishima yelled as he collapsed onto the ground. "That's the time it would have taken us." "Sorry," Mandalay said. "Why, you were trying to boast about how much better you are." "That's mean," Sato muttered, too hungry to yell. "I'm hungry. I'm gonna die," Kirishima moaned, gripping his hungry stomach. "But honestly, I thought it would take even longer," Pixie Bob said. "You guys didn't have as hard a time beating my earth beasts as I thought you would." She added, "You guys are great. Especially you 4, she said, pointing towards Midoriya, Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo. "Were you able to act without hesitation because of your experience?" she asked as she licked her lips. "I have a bad feeling about this. I'm looking forward to where you'll be in 3 years. She yelled as she lunged towards them. I called dibs. I didn't know what to do. Do I step in and hopefully save them at the risk of getting clawed? or do I stand back and save my own worn-out body? Speaking of suitable age, Midoriya said before getting grabbed by the face by Pixie Bob. What about it? She asked, looking more scary than before. It's been bothering me for a while. Whose child is that? Midoriya asked, pointing towards the kid from before. Oh, not one of ours. He's my cousin's kid. Mandalay explained. Come on, Kota. Greet everyone. You'll be with them for the next week, she said. After Pixie Bob let go of Midoriya, he walked over to greet Kota. I sense a murderous intent. With the last ounce of my strength, I made a pillow and hobbily moved my way to get the right angle. I threw the pillow the moment he said, Nice to meet you. Thankfully I did, because the pillow blocked and softened the kid's punch that was aimed directly at his unmentionables. But it still looked like it hurt as Midoriya gripped his area and wobbled to the side as Kota walked away. And Mandalay looked guilty over the whole interaction. Ada, thankfully, still had enough energy to rush and catch him. Midoriya, he yelled, turned to face Kota. You brute of a nephew. Why would you do that to Midoriya's scrotum? I don't intend to hang out with guys who want to become heroes, he exclaimed as he walked away. Intend? Just how old are you? Ada asked. Precocious brat. Bakugo commented. Isn't he kind of like you? Todoroki asked. What? Not at all. Bakugo yelled. Anyway, shut up, icy hot. Bakugo yelled. Sorry, was all he said. Enough with this charade. Get your stuff off the bus, Aizawa-sensei said. Once you've put your bags in your rooms, we'll have dinner in the cafeteria. After that, you'll bathe and go to sleep. He explained. We'll start for real tomorrow. Now move quickly. We slowly packed our stuff away. Then we headed to the cafeteria for our reward. Thankfully, I see Midoriya at full throttle almost, as he gave thanks for the food. He then started scarfing down his food. I was eating, but not as fast. So Midoriya, I said as he looked at me, are you okay? Oh, yeah, I'm fine thanks to you, he said. Had you not thrown that pillow, I might not have made it, he said sheepishly. I chuckled. You're welcome for saving your life, I said in a half-joking manner. He laughed. So how do you like the food? He asked. It's good. Not as good as your food, but good, I commented. Wait, Midoriya, you cook? Uraraka said. Midoriya turned red. Why yeah, he said sheepishly. Really, Ribbit, I never would have guesses, Asui commented. But how did you know that? Ida asked. Oh, he made her lunch a few weeks ago, Uraraka said. Now it's my turn to turn RD, but not as red as Midoriya got. Awa, that's cute, Hagakure exclaimed. Why, it's nothing, Midoriya exclaimed. He was just being nice, I exclaimed as well. Though, thinking about it now, yelling didn't help our case. If anything, it made us look more guilty. They all laughed and dropped the subject thankfully. We finished eating and headed off to the baths. I'm both surprised and thankful they had hot springs here. While we girls are relaxing, we heard Ida yell, presumably at Minta. Then we heard pounding going higher and higher up the wall. I have a bad feeling about this. Wait, is that Kota? He was walking along the wall and stopped around the midway point. I couldn't hear what he said, but I assume he knocked Minta back down. That Minta is the worst, isn't he? I commented. Good job, Kota, Ashido yelled as he turned towards us. Yay yay. She cheered. He visibly blanked and fell backwards. Look out, a voice yelled. It was Midoriya's. With the loud thud, I assume he kicked off the wall to land back down. Then, though it was faint, I heard footsteps run further away. Midoriya probably took him inside to the wild pussycats. I wrapped up my bath and changed into night clothes. Once I finished, I began wandering the building looking for Midoriya. Thankfully, his hair makes him stick out like a sore thumb. Hey, Midoriya, I said until I stopped and realized that he's only wearing a towel. Oh yay Urazu, he exclaimed. We both turned away from each other in embarrassment. As so, how's Kota? I asked. Oh, he's fine, he said, sounding as embarrassed as I was. He just fainted from the fall. That's good. Anyway, you should put on clothes and go to bed. See ya, I said as I speed walked away, avoiding any more awkwardness. I made it back to the female area. And of course I walked into Jiru. Are you okay, Yao Momo? You seem flustered, she asked. Oh, nothing, just the summer heat, I lied, which she clearly caught on to and smirked. Oh, did someone see Midoriya? She asked. And no, of course not, I yelled, making myself sound more and more guilty by the second. Liar, I bet you saw all of Midoriya's abs, she teased with a smirk on her face. And no, I didn't, I said as I turned away to head into my room. Anyway, we're supposed to wake up early tomorrow. Good night, I said as I entered my room and closed the door. Dang it, why does this always happen to me? Why do I always see Midoriya shirtless? And why do I always get flustered seeing him? Do I? No, do I? Maybe I should talk to someone about this. Jiru, no, the teasing would never stop. Same with Ashido and Uraraka. Todoroki and Ida are a no as well. Wait, maybe Takoyami would help. Yeah, he's serious enough to give me the time of day. I'll talk to him tomorrow when I get the chance. I crawled into bed and closed my eyes, hoping to get some form of sleep by tomorrow morning. Yaoyorozu's POV. If I had to describe today in one word, it'd be training. Training, the occasional break, and more training. At first we started with a test of how far our quirks have gone. With similar tests from the start of our UA tenure, turns out that, while we have faced a lot of opposition, we haven't really improved our quirks all that much. So we're training our quirks and making them stronger, by using them over and over again. Everyone else was doing their own thing. Bakugo was drenching his hands in boiling water to expand his glands and make bigger blasts, and swearing after every blast. Todoroki is sitting in a barrel of water and using both fire and ice to keep the temperature of the water roughly the same. This in turn helps his body get used to freezing and try to control his flames. Zero is constantly shooting out tape to help him increase his tape capacity, the tape's strength, and shooting speed. Kirishima and Ajiro are training together, with Ajiro attacking the hardened Kirishima with his tail. Both of their quirks will be more powerful. Kaminari is running his electric current through a high-capacity battery. It will help him handle a large amount of electricity. Koda is increasing the range of his Amna voice by doing vocal exercises. Aoyama is constantly shooting his laser to help his body get used to it, so he can keep using it if sick, and increase the range. Takoyami is using his dark shadow in the darkness to help keep control of it. Hiroraka is in a bubble while her body is in zero gravity. This in turn will extend the amount of time she can hold something in zero gravity until she vomits. Ada is doing long training runs to increase his stamina and leg strength. Isui is using her tongue to climb a mountain. This will help her train every muscle, her arms, legs, and tongue to increase their strength. Sato is stuffing his face with sweets while lifting weights, will help power up his quirk. I am right beside him. I am also eating whilst making small matryoshka dolls. This will help me amplify how much I can make and how fast I could make it. Jiru is stabbing her headphone plugs into a nearby mountain, which will strengthen her earphone jack, which will increase the quality of the sounds she could hear. Ashido is right beside her. She is creating acid into the same mountain. This will help her skin's durability. Minta is constantly removing the balls of his head, which will increase his scalp's strength so it won't bleed as easily. Shoji and Hagakure are training together. While Shoji is training his hearing and sight, Hagakure is also training her stealth capabilities. Midoriya is doing some weird exercise. It will help build muscle to strengthen his quirk. But still, it's rather motivating to see him get beaten down by Tiger and stand back up to work harder. Hey, I don't mean to probe, Sato said, swallowing his mouthful of cake. But why are you making dolls of a different color? Wait, what? I looked down to see a bunch of matryoshka dolls, like the one I made Midoriya a while ago. I quickly made a hammer to smash the green ones. Nothing, just got distracted, haha. I stressed out a laugh. He visibly sweat dropped but carried on. Dang it, whenever I see him while making something I make that dang doll. Alright, no more distractions. I grabbed another chocolate and continued training. Many hours later, so tired. It's late afternoon, and everyone was tired out of their minds. To top it all off, we have to make our own food now, which is curry. We were all too tired, but we meekly said, yes sir. Then the remaining member of the Wild Pussycats, Ragdoll, laughed at us. You all look exhausted, she exclaimed. But that doesn't mean you can make any old sloppy cat food. Then Ida perked up from his tiredness. It's true that part of rescuing someone is filling the stomachs and spirits of those exhausted during a disaster. He said, that's UA for you. No opportunity wasted, he said as he stood in front of the tired crowd. Let's make the most delicious curry in the world, everyone. He yelled. Okay, was what everyone said. Everyone started cooking their meals, with everyone handling a certain job so no one isn't doing anything. Some were out getting firewood, others were prepping the fires, and others were preparing the ingredients. Though there were some accidents, like Bakugo blowing up one of the fire pits, the curry turned out to be pretty meh. The reason we all scarfed it down was due to the fact that we were starving and tired. But our ravenous state didn't change the fact that it was an okay curry. Turns out most of us felt the same way. If this was served at a restaurant, I'd take it back, but in this situation, it's delicious. Kirishima yelled. Don't say that, it's rude. Zero commented. Yeah, Momo, you eat a lot, huh? Ashido asked. I swallowed my spoonful. Yes, I said. My quirk turns lipids into various atoms to create things. So the more I eat, the more I can make. I explained. So it's like poo? Zero asked. I froze, got up, walked away, and crouched under a lantern. Apologize, I heard Jiru yell, as the sound of a fist colliding with a face was heard. I'm sorry, Zero said. After that mental breakdown, I got back up to go back and eat. Then I saw Midoriya walk into the woods with a plate of curry. Is he following Koda? I feel like I shouldn't follow, but in case that Koda tries to punch him in the unmentionables again, I should be there. Should I? Against my better judgment, I got up and followed Midoriya. There were curious glances from my classmates, but I didn't bother to respond to them right now. I made it up to a clearing, and I suddenly heard voices. Your parents. A voice said. It was Midoriya's. Could they be water hose? With the water quirks? He asked. Wait, I heard of them before. They were a pair of pro heroes with water quirks. They were defending a village from a muscular villain. Aptly named Muscular, a vicious murderer who is a villain based on his thirst for blood. Could he have killed Koda's parents? Did Mandalay tell you? Koda snapped. Oh, no, he stuttered. Sorry. Yeah, I kind of ended up hearing about it, and based on the information I got, I thought maybe. Midoriya said sheepishly. It was an unfortunate incident. I remember it. Shut up, Koda muttered. Everyone's crazy, calling each other stupid names like hero or villain and killing each other. Talking about quirks and stuff. It's because they're all showing off that it ended up like that. Stupid, he explained. He doesn't hate people becoming pro-heroes. He hates quirks, the superhuman society in general. Had these powers not exist, he would most likely have his parents still alive. What is it? If there's nothing else, then go away, Koda yelled. Well, my friend couldn't inherit any quirks from his parents, Midoriya said. Huh, Koda asked. It's a hereditary thing. And apparently it's rare, but it does happen, Midoriya explained. But he admired heroes and wanted to become one, but you can't be one these days without a quirk. My friend couldn't accept that for a long time and practiced, trying to draw objects to him and breathe fire. But it was no good. There are a lot of different ways to think about quirks, so I don't know if this'll apply to everyone, but if you reject it that much, then it'll just make it more painful for you, Midoriya said. So, just shut up, Koda snapped. Get out of here. Sorry, I'm just rambling. Midoriya said. I'll just leave the curry here, he said as he set the plate down to the side. Once it was on the floor, Midoriya walked away, leaving Koda at the clearing. Shut up, all of you, he muttered. I walked away as well. As much as I would have liked to say something, he probably would have been mad if I did. I did, however, catch up to Midoriya. Who's there? Midoriya asked as he turned around. It's me, I said. Oh, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya said, turning red from embarrassment. Sorry about that. It's okay, was all I could say. So, how did you find me? He asked. Well, I followed you. I figured you were going to see Koda, so I followed in case he tried to punch you and you know where, again, I said. Oh, did you hear everything? Yeah, about his parents and his views on quirks, I said. Oh, he muttered. You were talking about yourself, weren't you? I asked. He asked. That friend, it was you as a kid, wasn't it? I asked. He slowly nodded. That must have been heartbreaking for you, I said. He nodded again. It was an uphill battle, that's for sure, he muttered. Whether it'd be constant crying for not being able to become a pro hero, to getting picked on at school for the same reason. He said. My eyes softened. You're so strong, I said. I wouldn't say that, he said. You didn't give up on your dream. Even with the news that you were quirkless, you kept fighting in your own way. That's how you got your quirk so late in development, right? I asked. Oh yeah, he muttered. You beat the odds at such a young age. That alone makes you stronger than all of us, I said, as I placed my hand on his shoulder. And you'll only get stronger, I said as I walked away from him. I was never good with these motivational pep talks, so I hope that did something. Anyway, it's getting late. I should be heading to the girls' sleeping room. Once inside, everyone was playing cards. Hagakure was on one half of the circle, while Ashido, Uraraka, Kendo, and Jiru were on the other half of the circle. Why are you? Because we can't confirm nor deny that Hagakure is cheating. She took her clothes off, so we can't tell, Jiru yelled. But I'm not. It's just that my clothes are really hot. Yeah, she yelled. Okay, she's definitely cheating. So we're on the other side, so we won't risk it, Ashido explained as she set her cards to the side. But enough about that. Where did you go with Midoriya? She asked. Here we go. It was nothing like that. Midoriya went to give Koda some food, and I was there in case Koda tried to punch him in the unmentionables again, I explained. Oh, dang it, Ashido yelled. Well, if it's all right with you five, I'll be sleeping, I said. Well, what's stopping you? Hagakure asked. You, I said. You're sitting on my sleeping bag. Oh, sorry, she yelled as she got up instantly. Thanks, I said as I got into my sleeping bag. My eyes grew heavy as I closed them, waiting for my body to drift into the sleep state. Wait, I forgot to talk to Takoyami. Maybe he's asleep. Then again, he could be training his dark shadow. Can't hurt to text him. I pulled out my phone and sent Takoyami a message. Hey, I need to talk to you about something important, if that's not too big an inconvenience. After a few seconds, my phone buzzed. Of course, I'll be outside the boys' sleeping area. His text said, Never mind, Hagakure. You can sit on my sleeping bag for now, I said as I got up. Where are you going? She asked. Having a run-in with Midoriya, Ashido asked. No, I need to talk to Takoyami. Some advice, if you will, I said as I headed out. Thankfully, they didn't probe any further. Everyone says that I have a crush on Midoriya. While I won't deny the possibility, I need an opinion from an outside source. And what a better source than the second most blunt and the most serious person in our class. Good evening, Yaoyorozu. Takoyami greeted. Good evening to you too, Takoyami. I greeted as well. So, what's on your mind? He asked, getting straight to the point. I like that. Well, there is this guy. I said, I see where this is going, and I don't feel like I am the adequate person to talk about this. Takoyami said simply, well, I need a second opinion on whether or not my feelings about this guy is a crush. I said. He looked at me then smiled. I appreciate your crush, but if you don't mind, could I bring someone else into this conversation? He asked. Who? I asked. Sue, I believe it would be more beneficial if there are two people of opposite genders hearing this. He stated. Good point. Asui and I don't really hang out, so it would be fine. And she is the most blunt of the students. All right, that's fine. I said. Takoyami texted Asui and she came after about a minute. Good evening, Takoyami and Yaoyorozu. She greeted. So you are having troubles? She asked. Yeah, so this is what's happening. I said. I explained the events with Midoriya, without saying his name or the fact that he was my servant, about USJ, the sports festival, and other events, but above all else, my weird feelings. Now, don't be alarmed, but I believe what you are feeling is a crush. Takoyami said. I agree with you being flustered. And how motivated you were to win the sports festival after he lost. Sounds like a crush to me as well, Ribbit. Asui said. I figured as much. I never had a crush before, so I'm not sure what these feelings are. I explained sheepishly. Understandable, Takoyami said. Now a small question, is this guy you speak of, Midoriya? Takoyami asked. How did you? I asked. Simple really. You and Midoriya were together during the USJ incident. And you said you were more motivated to win the sports festival after he lost, considering the only males who lost before you were motivated. Shiro, Shinso, Kaminari, Aoyama, and Midoriya. It wasn't hard to piece it together. Takoyami explained. I was stunned, but he walked past me. Don't worry, I have no intention of meddling. He said, but if you want some advice, Midoriya is, how do you say, dense? Asui finished. Yes, he is rather dense, so by the looks of it you would have to make the first move. Takoyami explained. Unless you would like me to assist you with this endeavor. He offered. No, I said, I would like to do this on my own, but I appreciate your concerns. I said, understandable. Takoyami said, so is that all you would like to converse about? He asked. That is all. Thank you too for your assistance. I said, no problem, Ribbit. Asui said. Oh, and Asui, I would greatly appreciate it if you would not say this to anyone. I said, all right, I won't say anything. She said, walking towards the girls' sleeping area. That is, until you two come out, that is. She said. I blushed at her comment. I shook off that comment and returned to the girls' room. So how did your conversation with Takoyami go? Jiro asked. Oh, just talking about our quirks and stuff. I lied. Don't try lying to us. Ashido responded. I'm not. I said, but Jiro smirked. It's amazing how you got the #1 score on the midterms and finals. But keep forgetting my quirk, she said as she flicked her earphone jacks. Why do I keep forgetting that? Well, I could care less really. All I know is that I will tease the heck out of you when you finally get together. Jiro smirked as she laid on the bed, taking the words right out of my mouth. Ashido said as she pulled over the sheets to go to sleep. I swear these girls are going to be the end of me. Well, at least they won't probe for a little while. Now that I'm certain that what I'm feeling is a crush, all I need to do is confess my feelings. Nothing will go wrong, right? It's not that there is the possibility that if I confess he would be standoffish and probably not want to be my friend anymore. Okay, a lot can go wrong. No, he's not like that. He will most likely say he doesn't feel the same way and still want to be friends. But still, it can't hurt to try. I'll talk to him after training tomorrow. Again, what can possibly go wrong? Midoriya's POV. I couldn't sleep at all. It had something to do with what Yaoyorozu said a while ago. That warm feeling of someone believing in me wouldn't escape my body. I need to vent. Ida, I whispered. He stirred. Ida, wake up. I yelled. Midoriya, it's 12 at night. He said as he blinked repeatedly to adjust his vision. What is it? He asked. I need advice. I stuttered. He raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He just stood up and put on his slippers. Well, come on then, let's go outside to talk, he said. I nodded and headed outside with him. All right, what's on your mind? He asked. Well, there is this girl, I said. Oh, Ida muttered. Yeah, I don't know why, but she makes me feel warm, I said. Like a bomb exploded, but instead of death, it's warm and fuzzy feelings. I explained. Anyway, any idea what this feeling is? I asked. Midoriya, that's a crush, I think, he said. You think? I yelled. Then realizing that it was late at night, sorry. Well, I'm 98% certain it's a crush. The other 2% is you need to see a doctor, he said in a half-joking manner. This isn't the time for jokes, I exclaimed, turning red. Sorry. Anyway, what you are feeling is a crush. Care to tell me who you're crushing on? Ida asked. I feel like I shouldn't, but I trust Ida. Yaoyorozu, I muttered under my breath. Okay, well, some advice I have is to approach this carefully. Crushes should be tended to and cared for. Rushing face first into it will probably lead to disaster. Build your friendship with Yaoyorozu, and when you feel like you two are close enough, confess your feelings. Ida explained. That is actually really good advice. I was Yaoyorozu's servant for about 4 months. So I feel like our relationship is strong, but maybe we aren't at that level before. And she probably wouldn't want to date me anyway. I'm too awkward and shy, and she probably has men lining up to date her anyway. But that shouldn't stop me from trying right. I'll try. Thanks, Ida, I said as he nodded. You are welcome. Now let us return. We need to wake up bright and early tomorrow, Ida said. I nodded and headed back to the boys' sleeping area. Tomorrow, after training, I will talk to her about this. What can go wrong? The next day. Okay, training finished up and we were cooking up dinner for the day. Immediately dinner was over, we were ushered to the night scare activity. Looks like I won't be able to talk to Yaoyorozu until this is over. Anyway, we drew lots to see who would we be paired up with. I am alone. Okay, calm down. It'll be fine. It's just Class 1B using their quirks to scare you to death. No big deal, right? Teams were going in one by one, and soon Uraraka and Isui took their turn. Wait, is something burning? Black smoke. Is the forest burning? I asked out loud. Then suddenly Pixie Bob was snatched away from us. I turned to Pixie Bob's direction to see blood streaming down from her head as 2 villains were around her. We're under attack by villains. Pixie Bob, I yelled as I rushed over to help, only to be blocked by Mandalay and Tiger. Wait, Koda, he's at his hideout, but he might come into contact with a villain. He's too young and inexperienced to deal with a villain. I have to help. How are you this evening, Yue? High school, the lizard villain said. We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. He greeted. League of Villains. Ajiro said, why are they here? Shall I crush this girl's head? What do you think? The guy with a tarped weapon said, well, what do you think? Like I'd let you. Tiger growled only for the lizard villain to stand between them. Wait up, big sis Mag. Don't be hasty. He said, you too, Tiger. Calm down. It all depends on whether having power over life and death follows Stain's tenets or not. Stain, I muttered. So you're the ones his ideologue brought? Ida asked. That's right, lizard villain said. Oh yeah, you, with the glasses? He said, pointing towards Ida. You were the one who brought about the end of Stain at Hasu City. I apologize for the late introduction, he said as he gripped the handle of his weapon. I'm Spinner, the one who will spin his dreams into reality. Spinner said as he brandished a massive sword which is made of blades of other swords. I gasped at the sight of his weapon as Mandalay pushed me back. I don't care, but you bastards. The woman lying there, Pixie Bob, has started worrying about getting married recently, Tiger explained. She was doing her best to find happiness as a woman, despite her age. You can't damage that woman's face and then just stand there laughing thoughtlessly about it, Tiger bellowed in anger. What's a hero doing trying to be happy like the average person? Spinner asked, rushing towards Tiger. Tiger, I've broadcasted instructions. Leave the safety of the other students to Ragdoll, Mandalay explained, getting ready to fight as well. The 2 of us will hold them back here, she yelled as she turned to us. Go, everyone, she ordered. Listen carefully. Do not fight. Class rep, you're in charge. Understood, Ida yelled as he started running from the battle. Let's go. But I didn't go with them. Midoriya, Ida yelled. Mandalay, I yelled as she looked towards me. I know where he is. After saying that, I activated full cowling and rushed to Koda's hideout. Once I got there, there was a cloaked person there with a massive arm. He pulled back to hit Koda, but luckily I got him out of there just in time. Once I was a good ways away, I set him down to face the villain. You are on my list, the man commented. I came to keep him from coming into contact with a villain. I can't believe a villain ended up right here. My cell phone broke from the impact of the punch. I didn't tell anyone about this area, and I can't call for help, which means I have to fight this guy on my own. Can I do it while protecting Koda at the same time? Yes, I have to. It's going to be okay, Koda, I said, hoping to reassure Koda. I'll definitely save you, I exclaimed as the power of full cowling surges through me. You'll definitely save him? The villain asked, laughing. That sounds just like what someone who wants to be a hero would say, he said as he retracted his muscles. Your kind show up everywhere, talking about justice. You're the one called Midoriya, right? He asked. This is perfect. We were told to take the initiative and kill you. I'll make sure to torment you thoroughly, so show me your blood, he yelled as he removed his cloak, getting ready for battle. He charged at me and kicked off the way to attack me from the side. I blocked with my arm, but the sheer power sent me flying into the mountainside. This guy's powerful. Whoops, he taunted. I almost forgot. If you know, tell me. Where's the kid called Bakugo? He asked. Kakin, What do they want with him? I still have to do my job, he said as he charged for another hit. I can't block, so I can only dodge. Can I take that as an I don't know? He asked. I can, right? He said as he expanded the muscles on his legs. All right, let's play. He yelled as he kicked me in the stomach with speeds that I couldn't even keep track of. That muscle quirk is fast and powerful. I stood back up to face him again. No time to worry about Kaken. I have to beat this guy to save Koda and catch up with the others. I hope Yaoyorozu is having a better time than I am. Yaoyorozu's POV. Poisonous smog enveloped the forest area we were in. I took the initiative to make everyone gas masks to survive the smog. Once it cleared, I took it off to see better. Then I left Aoyama to take care of Jiru and Hagakure due to them breathing in the poison. I left with a waste to find the remaining Class 1B students. What I was greeted with was the stuff of nightmares. It was one of those Nomas from USJ and Hasu. But this one has 6 arms, 3 of which have chainsaws. The other 3 have drills. Who comes up with these things? I heard a loud explosion in the distance. Was that Midoriya? I hope to everything he's alright. Dang it. I'll worry about Midoriya later. He could hold his own, I'm certain. I need to find the remaining Class 1B students and get the heck away from this thing. No, we can't lead it to other students to put their lives at risk. My only option is to fight it and, though very slim, possibly defeat it. God, I hope Midoriya is alright. Midoriya's POV. He's overpowering me. Even at 100% of one for all, he's too powerful. His muscles got even bigger. He was just toying with me before. He threw a punch, but I hoisted Koda onto my back and jumped out of the way. But he quickly shifted directions to hit me again. But I dodged out of the way again. Luckily, he was too engrossed into the battle to realize that he launched his fist into the wall. Now's my chance. I have to fight him, right here, right now. I have to fight him to save Koda and find Yaoyorozu, Kaken, and the others. I stood back up. Stay back, Koda. And then, when it's time, run as fast as you can out of here. I said, one for all 100%. I'm coming for you. He yelled, charging towards me. Detroit Smash. My Detroit Smash collided with his massive punch. It was a tug-of-war battle, and I was losing ground. What's wrong? That was even weaker than before. He yelled. I can't give up. I pushed against him with all my might. Still going after all. You're something else, aren't you? He said. I felt my arm exploding. But I can't give up. Shut up, damn it. I yelled as I still fought. Why? Koda asked. Okay, this will all be okay. I yelled. I will not let him get past me, Koda. Run. I yelled as I felt the bones of my body shatter and blood shooting out of my arm. Go now. He pumped the muscles in his legs. Show me your blood. He yelled as he drove me into the ground. This is it. I'm sorry, Mom. I tried my best. I'm sorry, All Might. I wasn't a worthy successor. I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu. I never told you. Splash. What? Water, he said. Sint. Stop it. Koda yelled. Koda, later, K. I'll kill you later, so just wait. He said. This is not how it will end. In the instant I was distracted. As if, I said as I forced his arm off of me. Wait, are you getting stronger? He asked. I'd let you kill him. I yelled. As if I'd let you capture Kaken. As if I'd let your allies hurt Yaoyorozu. I yelled, as I felt a power surging through me. One for all, 1,000,000%. Delaware, Detroit, Smash. I yelled as I broke through his muscles and punched him into the mountainside. He wasn't moving. I beat him. I was breathing heavily and frantically. The repercussions of that smash are catching up to me. A part of me wanted to collapse right there and now, and my body felt the same way. I leaned forward as my eyes felt heavy. Hey, Koda yelled. No, now isn't the time for a nap. I need to get back, get Koda out of here, and tell everyone Kaken is the villain's main target. I am alright. There's still something I must do. I muttered, still dealing with the aftermath of the fight. You're all beat up. What do you still have to do? Koda asked. I knew that he would defend against it, but that's also why I had to attack. I explained. Even taking that into consideration, I thought I could inflict a lot of damage. But he's a much stronger villain than I thought he was. I explained. If all the villains from this night attack are this strong, then everyone is in danger. I said. On top of that, they might be after us students. Kaken, Uraraka, Todoroki, Ida, Yaoyorozu. I have to protect them all. I have to let Aizawa-sensei and the Pussycats know about that. If I can save someone by moving, then I have to move, right? I asked. We'll leave this villain here for now. With my messed up arms, it was probably weaker than usual, but it should have still caused a lot of damage. I don't think he'll wake up anytime soon. Even if he does, I don't think he'll be able to move much. I explained. Above all, right now, I need to protect you. I said. Koda asked. There's something that only you can do. I said as I looked at the burning forest. The forest has been set on fire. With that, we'd be trapped no matter what. I stated as I looked at Koda. We need that quirk of yours. I said, crouching down to his height. Save us, the way you saved me earlier. I smiled at him. I could tell in his eyes he was scared. Not that I really blame him. I also see a burning determination growing. Now, get on my back, I said. We need to get you back to camp first. You can move with those injuries, he asked, but he got on my back. It's fine, I exclaimed as I used full cowling. That's why I left my legs. Let's go. Hang on tight, I yelled as I jumped off the ledge. I need to find Kaken and the others fast. Midoriya's POV. After making a rather rough land, I ran through the forest in hopes of running into. Hey look, Koda yelled. Aizawa-sensei. I yelled to get his attention. Midori, Aizawa-sensei said. Aizawa-sensei, I'm glad. I huffed as I set Koda down. It was terrible. There are a ton of things I need to tell you. Hey, first, there's something I need to tell Mandalay. I said, hey, please take care of Koda. I yelled. He has a water quirk. You have to protect him. Please, I yelled as I started running towards the fire. Wait, Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei yelled. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned to face him. Those injuries. You did it again, didn't you? He asked. Did you forget about what happened in Hasu? I had a flashback to the hospital room with the chief of police. So listen here, I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to relay this to Mandalay. Aizawa-sensei said. I nodded and paid attention. Everyone is Class A and Class B. You are allowed to use your quirks to increase your chances of survival. I'll take the repercussions later. For now, just focus on staying alive. He said. Do you need me to repeat myself? He asked. No, sensei, I said as I ran off. As I was running, I placed my good arm into my pocket as I pulled out the Matryoshka doll Yaoyorozu made me. Thank goodness she made it virtually indestructible, even though she said it was only in case I dropped it. I put it back into my pocket and continue running. So are you, a voice yelled. It was that lizard villain, Spinner. Hurry up and be purged already, he yelled as he pulled back his sword to finish Mandalay. Smash, I yelled as I shattered his sword with a smash attack with my legs. Huh, Mandalay, I yelled. Koda's okay. You, she said as I tumbled onto the ground. And, here's a message from Aizawa-sensei. Tell everyone using telepath, I said as I skidded to a halt. Everyone from Class A and Class B. In the name of the pro hero, Eraserhead, you are granted permission to engage in combat, I yelled. Her eyes widened but did just that. Once she finished, she looked at me, more specifically my wounds. You, get back to camp immediately. Those aren't normal injuries, Mandalay ordered. No, I'm sorry. I apologized as I used full cowling to run away from the battle. Please tell everyone one more thing. The villains, at least one of their targets is. They're after Kaken, I exclaimed. Please tell everyone with telepath. Who's Kaken? She asked. Wait a minute. One of the villains fighting Tiger, Big Sis Mag, rushed towards me. He must have figured out that I beat the muscle guy. Wait, Big Sis Mag, Spinner yelled as he threw a knife between us. Why did he stop him? Doesn't matter, I was bought enough time to slip away. I wanted to say Bakugo, but old habits don't die at all. Hopefully Mandalay relays my message, and everyone, at least in Class A, knows that Kaken is Bakugo. As I was running, I was trying to figure out where everyone is. Todoroki and Kaken started the courage test second, so if they haven't moved, then they shouldn't be far from where I'm currently. Before I could think about that any further, a purple figure just swung at me. I dodged, but a sharp pain on my wounded arm jolted through my body. The purple figure came back for a second pass, but I was caught in something. Wait, Shoji, I asked as I saw blood leaking from one of his limbs. Those injuries. You shouldn't be move anymore, should you? He asked. You're only thinking about saving your friend. What are we going to do with you? He muttered. I looked at his wound, that just now. I muttered. Yeah, we were ambushed by villains, and I covered us, he explained. But that triggered the quirk that he'd been desperately trying to hold back. Wait, that purple figure, Takoyami, you don't tell me. I muttered. Yeah, Shoji confirmed. If we want to get through here, we'll have to do something about this first. Get away from me, Takoyami warned as he fought desperately to control his powered-up dark shadow. You'll die. Takoyami, I exclaimed. What's going on, Shoji? I asked. Quiet, he muttered as dark shadow crawled past us. After Mandalay's telepath about the villain attack telling us not to engage, we went on alert immediately. He explained. Right after that, we were attacked by a villain. I covered Takoyami, hiding in the foliage even as my arm was cut off. Your arm, I muttered. Yes, even though it's not a shallow cut, it's not like it's lost forever, Shoji said. My dupli arms can even duplicate my duplicated organs, and what was cut was a duplicate, he explained. But I guess he couldn't even stand that. The quirk he had been holding back started getting out of control. In deep darkness, he can't control it, I muttered. I didn't realize his quirk was so peaky. It was probably his emotions, like righteous indignation and regret, that made it even more wild, Shoji explained. He kept trying to hold it back, but, he said as he stepped on a twig. With only a split second to react, Shoji jumped out of the way of Dark Shadow's attack. It reacted to any movement or sound, turning into a monster that was just lashing out with attacks indiscriminately. Shoji finished. Forget about me, find the others, and help them. Takoyami pleaded. Calm down, Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow's weakness is light. If we lead it to fire or back to camp, it should calm down, Shoji stated. Midoriya, no matter the circumstance, I don't want to become a person who leaves a suffering friend behind. You forced that body to get you here because you were worried about Bakugo, right? If you think you can still move, I'll draw Dark Shadow away and open up a path for you, Shoji explained. Wait, I muttered, it's pretty far to either camp or the fire. Then you'll be in danger. Dark Shadow heard me and jabbed at the tree we were hiding behind. I know, Shoji said, running away. The act of saving people comes with risks. That's why heroes are called heroes, he said as we hid behind another tree. Will you stay with me and help Takoyami, or will you rush to where Bakugo is? Shoji asked. Which will you choose, Midoriya? I closed my eyes to think for a second. Yes, we can do both. Sorry, Shoji, I muttered. I want to keep going, but I have an idea. I said. What is it? Shoji asked. If it'll react to just sound, then make duplicates of your arms to use as bait and make it follow without attacking us. I explained. We'll lead it to Kaken. He can calm Dark Shadow down with an explosion. I said, if I have to choose one or the other, I want to save both of them. The plan was in effect, and Shoji was luring Dark Shadow to where Kaken and Todoroki should be. One thing left to do, Takoyami. Don't fight it, I yelled. Surrender yourself to Dark Shadow. He did as told, as Dark Shadow enveloped Takoyami and taking complete control. Wait, there they are, Kaken, I yelled, getting his attention. Shoji and Midoriya and Takoyami, Todoroki asked, staring at Dark Shadow's berserk form. Hurry up and make light. Takoyami's out of control, Shoji ordered as he dodged Dark Shadow's attack. Indiscriminate attacks, huh? Todoroki commented, setting down the unconscious student to prepare his fire. All right, I'll use my flames. But Kaken stopped him. Wait, idiot, Kaken commented. As a guy, I assume a villain in a straitjacket attacked Takoyami's berserk Dark Shadow. I'm the only one who's allowed to look at a cross-section of those kids. Don't steal them from me, he yelled. Berserk Dark Shadow just took him out and tossed him into a tree as if he was a ragdoll. Once he was taken care of, Todoroki and Kaken calmed him down with their respective quirks, having Takoyami regain control of Dark Shadow. I'm a bad matchup for you, Kaken commented. Sorry, thanks for saving me, Takoyami muttered, as Shoji and I walked up to him. Takoyami, are you all right? He asked. You did a good job of what we asked. I was too immature. I let my anger take over and released Dark Shadow, he muttered as his hands started shaking. The influence of the darkness and my anger spurred on that guy. In the end, it got so strong that I couldn't hold it back and ended up hurting Shoji. We can leave that for later, Shoji said. That's what you would say, right? Takoyami looked up to us. I gave him a reassuring smile. Then I remembered we have a job to do. Oh, right, I exclaimed, getting everyone's attention. We confirmed that one of the villain's targets is Kaken. Bakugo, Takoyami asked for confirmation. Are they trying to kill him? Why? Shoji asked. I don't know, was all I could say. Anyway, I think the camp is the safest place since there are two pros, Vlad King and Aizawa Sensei, there. I explained. I see. So now our mission is to escort Bakugo there? Huh? Takoyami asked. But at the clearing, the Pussycats are still fighting. Going back on the path would bring us to the attention of the villains, and we'd lose time. I explained. We should cut straight across. We don't know how many villains there are, Todoroki pointed out. We might come across one suddenly, Shoji commented. We can use Shoji's search ability, and we have Todoroki's freezing. And if Takoyami's okay with it, an invincible Dark Shadow with built-in controls. I explained. Honestly, with this group, we could probably even go up against All Might. What's with you guys? Kaken yelled. You walk in the middle, Todoroki said simply. Don't protect me, you scum, Kaken yelled, getting angrier. Let's go, Shoji said as we started walking. Don't ignore me, Kaken barked. Make sure you keep up, Todoroki said. Don't tell me what to do, Kaken snapped. Everyone get back safely. If we do that, we win. We continued walking, and so far we haven't ran into. Wait, is that Uraraka? Who is that ... and why does Uraraka have a needle in her thigh? Is that her quirk? Uraraka, Shoji yelled. Shoji, Asui said as the girl that Uraraka had pinned down suddenly jumped up and left. There are more people now and I don't want to be killed, so bye-bye, she said, but turned to look at me. I don't like how she's looking at me. Why? No, it's too dangerous, Asui said, stopping Uraraka. We don't even know what kind of quirk she has. Who is that woman just now? Todoroki asked. A villain, a crazy one, Uraraka explained. Uraraka, you're injured, I said as she hovered a hand over her thigh. It's fine, I can still totally walk, she said. Anyway, you're the one that. This isn't the time to stand around and talk, Shoji said. Let's go quickly. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. I said, I know, come with us. Right now, we're protecting Kakin as we head back to camp. I explained. Ribbit, you're protecting Bakugo. Asui asked, where is Bakugo? Asui asked, wait, what? I turned around to see Kakin not there anymore. We let our guard down at the worst possible time. Then a deep voice was heard. I took him with my magic. A cloaked man sat up on a tree. This talent isn't someone who should be on the hero side, he said, tossing around a pearl that I'm 100% certain has Kakin somehow inside it. We'll take him to a stage where he can shine more. Give him back. I yelled. Give him back. That's a strange thing to say. He said, Bakugo doesn't belong to anyone. He is his own person, you egoist. Give him back. Move, Todoroki said as he sent a wave of ice his way. He jumped out of the way. We simply want to show him that the path he's on now with its fanatical values is not the only path he can take. He explained as he flew over our heads. Kids these days are made to choose their paths based on their values. It's not just Bakugo. Tokoyami's not here, either, Shoji said. To go out of your way to talk to us. Todoroki said, you're underestimating us. I was originally an entertainer, you know. It's a bad habit of mine, he said as he pulled out a second pearl. Taking Tokoyami was an improvisation on my part. Moonfish, the man with blade tooth. He may not look like it, but he's a cutthroat on death row whose appeal was dismissed. With a violent nature that trampled that cutthroat down one-sidedly, I decided he was good, too, he explained, clutching both pearls in his fist. You bastard, don't take them, I yelled, even though I can't move effectively enough to back up that threat. Midoriya, calm down, Todoroki yelled. Uraraka, take this guy. Right, Uraraka said as she held onto the passed-out guy. Todoroki sent a giant ice wall at the villain, freezing the surrounding trees solid. Sorry, tricks and running away are my only redeeming features, he said, flying over the ice. There's no way I'd fight students who are hero candidates, he yelled as I placed a hand on the right side of his head. Vanguard Action Squad. Target successfully collected, he yelled. It was just a short while, but with this, our show has come to a close. As arranged, head to the retrieval point in the next 5 minutes. No, I yelled. I won't let you get away, Todoroki yelled. Damn it, everything is going wrong. I hope Yaoyorozu is doing better. Yaoyorozu's POV. A voice said, but it was faint and far away. MGGH. What happened? The last thing I remember was fighting off that green Nama with chainsaws and drills. The voice got louder. Then everything went black. He must have knocked me out. Yaoyorozu, wake up. The voice said, wait. It was a waste. I slowly opened my eyes. My vision was blurred, but I could see the green Namu charging at us. This is bad. This is really bad. Awase yelled, dragging me away from the Namu. This guy's really bad news. Right. I remember now. He got me in the head. My memory is too foggy to recall whether it was a drill or a chainsaw, or a straight-up punch. But Awase is dragging me away from him. Yaoyorozu, are you still alive? Hey, please run. It's gonna catch up, he yelled. I'm trying to move. Any part of my body, my legs specifically, but they won't cooperate. As if that hit to my head has numbed my legs from moving. I'm sorry, Awase, I muttered. I am fine. Damn it, Awase yelled as he turned to the Namu. I could hear his chainsaws and drill being revved up to finish us off. What's that? What is that? He yelled as he shielded me from the attack. Then, it stopped. What? Why is it leaving? Awase asked. Does that mean it's finished its job? Then, don't tell me. Bakugo, wait, now is my chance. While I can't move, I can still do this. With my remaining strength, I made a tracking device. Awase, use your quirk to attach this to that, I said as I pointed towards the retreating Namu. What is this? A button, Awase asked. Just hurry up and do it, I yelled as I started to get feeling back in my legs. It'll get away. Awase took the hint and ran towards the Namu. That was too scary, let's get away, Awase yelled. Right, I muttered. Then my vision started to blur, and my head started pounding. I did all I could do. Sorry, Midoriya. Midoriya's POV. All of us were running towards the magician villain as if our lives depended on it. Damn it, that masked guy's fast, Todoroki yelled. If only Ida were here, Uraraka said. Damn it, we can't give up, I muttered. We have to catch up and get them back. But at this rate, he's just getting farther away, Shoji said, speeding up. Uraraka, make us float, I said, and then Asui, throw us as far as you can with your tongue. Shoji, use your arms to correct our trajectory and pull us. Uraraka, measure the distance with your eyes and release your quirk when the time looks about right. It's a big risk, and many factors can ruin this plan. But it's all I got. A human bullet, interesting, Shoji commented. Wait, Deku, you're still going to move with those injuries? Uraraka asked. She's right, Midoriya. Stay here, you're in too much pain too. I don't feel any pain. I can move, I lied. My mind can't comprehend the amount of pain I'm feeling, but still, I can still move, so I can still help. Hurry. Okay, then let me do this, she said as she took off her jacket, grabbed a nearby stick to make a makeshift cast for my arm. Once she finished, she used her zero-gravity quirk on us to make us float. Then Isui wrapped her tongue around our waists. Make sure you save those two, Ribbit, she yelled as she launched us in the direction of the fleeing magician. We zoomed towards him and caught him out of the air. Then we felt our gravity return to normal, and we slammed him into the ground. Give back Takoyami and Kaken, I yelled, only to see 3 more villains in front of us. I know those kids. Who are they? The black and white villain asked. Mister, get out of the way. One villain with what appears to be sewn on skin said as blue fire was emitted from his hands. The magician teleported out of the way as he shot out blue flames. Todoroki dodged, but he got my right arm and Shoji's entire left side. Midoriya, Shoji, Todoroki yelled as the black and white villain charged towards him. Faces from Shigaraki's to kill list. That little beat-up boy and you, he yelled. But I saw a needle shoot past my face. I'm Toga Izuku. That crazy woman from before yelled as she tackled me to the ground with a knife in hand. I thought so earlier, too, but you'd be cooler if you bled more, Izuku, she said, but Shoji hit her off of me. Midoriya, he yelled as Toga stopped a few meters away from us. Is that how it is? Are you going to get in the way? You're not my type at all, but I'll cut you anyway, she said with the look of murder in her eyes. She's crazy, Shoji commented. Then the magician man appeared back in the crater we slammed him in. Oh, I can't believe you flew so far to chase after me. Your ideas are far out, he exclaimed as he walked towards the sewn skin villain. Where's Bakugo? He asked. Of course, magician villain said as he fumbled around in his right pocket. Midoriya, Todoroki were running away. Shoji yelled, I'm sure now based on what he just did I don't know what your quirk is, but inside that right pocket of yours that you keep flaunting were these Takoyami and Bakugo, right? Entertainer. Shoji, I exclaimed. Oh, that didn't take you very long. The entertainer exclaimed, as expected of someone with 6 arms. You're good at feeling around. Todoroki blocked off the black and white villain and ran away with us. All right, good job, Shoji, Todoroki yelled as she caught up with us. Wait, why aren't they trying to stop us? As we ran towards the forest, we ran into Inamu, I yelled as we turned sharply to run into that Miss guy from USJ. This guy, Shoji muttered. ... Was it USJ? Todoroki finished. The warp, I muttered. It has been 5 minutes since the signal, he said as he opened up warps for the villains. Let us go, Dabai. Sorry, Izuku, I'll see you later, the girl said, which sent shivers down my spine. The black and white villain jumped through as well. Wait, our goal is not yet. Oh that. They seemed so happy that they rushed out here, so I thought I'd give them a present. The magician said, it's a habit as a magician, when I flaunt something, it's because there's something I don't want you to see, he said as he stuck out his tongue. They had pearls. Wait, then what pearls do we have? The magician snapped his fingers to reveal ice shards. My ice, Todoroki exclaimed. That's right. During the freezing attack, I prepared dummies and put them in my right pocket, he explained. Damn it, I yelled as we charged towards him. But they are disappearing into the warp gate. We won't catch them in time. If you discovered that what was in my right hand was in my right pocket, then of course you'd rush happily over. Wait, I yelled, but we aren't going to catch them. And now, that's all from me, the magician said until he was hit with a beam of some kind. Wait, Aoyama, I yelled glancing to the side. He blasted the mask off which caused him to spit out the pearls. Shoji and Todoroki jumped towards them, hoping to catch Kaken's and Takoyami's before they can. I jumped too, but my arm seized up at the worst possible moment, causing me to tumble onto the ground. Shoji caught his, but the sewn skin villain grabbed Todoroki's. That one has to be Kaken's. That's sad. Shoto, Todoroki, he said as Todoroki tumbled onto the ground. With one last-ditch effort, I got up and ran towards them again. Confirm it now. Release this, he said. My show's been ruined. The magician complained as he released the pearls. We have Takoyami, they have Kaken. They slowly dragged Kaken into the portal. Kaken, I yelled as he was slowly sinking into the darkness. Kaken, I yelled as I jumped for him. It was faint, but I heard him say, don't come, Deku, as the portal disappeared. We stared at the location where the portal once was. The villains won, and we have lost. All I could do was scream my emotions out. Fear, anger, sadness, all of them released at the same time. As my screaming died down and my consciousness was wavering, all I could hear was sirens, or both police cars and ambulances. My vision was blurry, as I could faintly see 2 men with a stretcher coming closer and closer. Then, everything went black. Yaoyorozu's POV. I regained consciousness yesterday. My memory was pretty hazy yesterday with the doctors telling me my condition and how I will fare. Wait, Midoriya. I sat up. Then a sharp pain in my head surged through me. I forgot about him. After a quick glance, I saw that there were no doctors in my room. Maybe they left to give me time to rest. I felt around my head, feeling damp bandages, bringing my fingers into my line of vision. They were red. It was my blood, but not much blood. Anyway, I feel well enough to walk. I need to find Midoriya's room. As I walked down the halls, occasionally leaning to the side due to me not regaining full control of my legs, I recalled what All Might and the detective said to me. "Young Yaoyorozu." A booming voice was heard as All Might and a detective entered the room. "Is Midoriya all right?" I asked instantly. "He is in steady condition, though he's been unconscious for 2 days now, but he should be fine," the detective explained. "See, can I see him?" I asked. "Yes, but first, we would like to confirm something with you," the detective said as he pulled out a notepad. "You given a Class 1B student, Yosuawase, a button of some kind to attack to the Namu? What was it?" he asked. "I gave him a tracking device," I answered. "What?" All Might asked. Before I could respond, I quickly created the receiver for the tracker. "I was wounded, so I couldn't fight or help Midoriya and the others find Bakugo," I said as I extended the receiver to All Might. "But with this, hopefully you can bring him back," I said. All Might took the device from my hands. "Before, Aizawa said you lacked judgment to make quick decisions. You've grown so much. Thank you, young Yaoyorozu." With a classmate in danger, it is frustrating to only be able to help in this way, I muttered. "That feeling is proof that you are worthy of being a hero," All Might said as he made a fist. "Please leave the rest to us," All Might said. The detective walked towards me. "You are allowed to see Midoriya, though you should get some rest. Midoriya is currently unconscious right now, but should be awake tomorrow," he explained as he and All Might left the room. I turned a corner, and I started to recall what Kirishima and Todoroki told me yesterday after All Might and the detective left. The memory of the whole plan was hazy, but Kirishima wanted me to make a new transceiver to find the villains and save Bakugo ourselves. They won't engage villains, and their mission will be exclusively covert. He also said this would go down tomorrow night, and he said he wants Midoriya to join as well. I said I wanted to do more. Well, now here's my chance. Midoriya's room was down the hall. At least that's what the nurse told me. Lo and behold, Midoriya exited the room and walked up the stairs. We're at the top floor, so why is he going up to the roof? Against my better judgment, I followed him up. After waiting a minute, because I'm sure he's up here for a reason, I knocked on the door a few times before heading out. "Midoriya?" I asked as he looked at me. "Yaoyorozu, you're okay," Midoriya said as he hugged me. Then winced in pain. "I'm fine, Midoriya," I said as my face started to feel warmer. "Anyway, how are you? Your arms are entirely bandaged," I asked. "Oh, here's what happened," he said. He explained his whole situation, about how if he uses his arms at 100% of his power again, he will lose the ability to use them permanently. I didn't know what to say or how to say it. He must have noticed my dilemma because he waved his hands. "It's fine. I'll just wait until they are healed and I won't use them in such a way again," Midoriya said. Aye. Okay, anyway, did Kirishima and Todoroki tell you something about a plan to rescue Bakugo? I asked. "Yeah, and I want to do it," he said. "Are you certain? Well, they say it's a covert mission and they won't do any battling. Who knows what might happen? Are you certain?" I asked. "Yes, I was the one who failed to save him. I couldn't reach him, and now I can still reach him. I have to do this," he exclaimed. I smiled at his determination. "Well, I'm going too," I said. What?" he asked. "I was the one who placed the tracking device on the Namu, and I'm the one who could make the receiver, so I'm about as involved with this plan as you will be," I said. "And besides, the last thing I want is to know that you're out there potentially risking your life while I'm lounging around worrying about you all," I said. "Aye, thanks," he said as I smiled. "Don't worry about it. Now we have time until we're supposed to meet. You should head back into your room," I said as I headed back down. A few hours later, it's nighttime, so time to put Kirishima's plan into action. I changed out of my hospital robes and went to get Midoriya. Once I got to his room, I knocked on his door. Knock knock, but the door slowly opened. "Oh, Yaoyorozu," Midoriya greeted as he put on his shoes. "You ready to go?" I asked. "Yeah, just 1 second," he said as he finished tying his shoes. Then he slipped something into his pocket. "What was that?" I asked. "Oh, this," he said as he pulled out the Matryoshka doll I made him. "It's a good luck charm," he said. I felt my face heat up at the comment. My present is his good luck charm. "Anyway, let's head out. We don't want to keep Kirishima and Todoroki waiting," I said as I exited the room, with him behind me. We exited the hospital to see Kirishima and Todoroki. They looked at us. Then Kirishima spoke first. "Yaoyorozu, what's your answer?" he asked. Wait, that voice. Ida. We turned to face our class rep, who looks angry, understandably so. "Ida," Midoriya muttered. Why did it have to be you guys of all people?" Ida shouted. "The ones who stopped me when I acted recklessly for personal reasons. You two who received amnesty with me. Why are you trying to make the same mistake I did? It's too much. What are you talking about? Kirishima asked. But Todoroki placed a hand on his shoulder, showing him a look that says, let him finish. We are still minors. Yue is in a bad enough position as it is. Who will take responsibility for your actions? Do you understand? Ada yelled. Ada, it's not like that, Midoriya said as he began to walk towards Ada. We don't think it's okay to break the rules either. Ada gritted his teeth and punched Midoriya in the face. A large part of me wanted to step in, but it would only make it worse. I'm frustrated, too, and worried. It's only natural. He yelled, I am the class representative. I'm worried about my classmates, not just Bakugo. When I saw your injuries, I also saw my brother in his sick. What if your bodies end up irreparable, like my brother's, because of your recklessness? Are you saying that you don't care about my worries? He asked as he gripped Midoriya's shoulders. Are you saying that you don't care how I feel? Ida, Midoriya muttered. Ida, Todoroki said as Ida looked towards him. We don't expect to face them head-on and win either. We'll extricate him without fighting. In other words, covert action, Kirishima said. That's the way we students can fight while towing the line on the rules. I trust them, Ada, Midoriya, Todoroki, and Kirishima. I trust that they won't use their quirks on fights they can't win, but I'm here to also make a guarantee that it won't happen. I said. Yaoyorozu, Ada yelled. I don't know myself, either, but after hearing that I could still reach, I couldn't just sit still. Midoriya muttered, standing up straight. I can't help thinking that I want to save him. Ada clenched his fists, then unclenched them. We can't come to an agreement? Huh. Then take me with you, too, he exclaimed. We were stunned, but Kirishima was the first to say something. Awesome, welcome aboard, class rep, he exclaimed. I must admit, I was happy he is coming along. His speed will be a valuable asset to this mission. With that out of the way, we headed off towards the train station. Midoriya, Ada said, I apologize for getting violent with you. It's fine. I'm okay, Midoriya yelled. I am accompanying you because I'm not convinced that you will behave yourselves. Ada said, if I get even a whiff of combat, then I will make you return immediately. In other words, you're under my surveillance. That's right, I will be a watchman, he exclaimed. Watchman Ada, Todoroki muttered. That is what I plan to do as well. I want to save Bakugo, true, but if a fight comes up that might put the others in danger, I will immediately drag them back. The pros are going to save him anyway, but everyone wants to save Bakugo out of atonement for when they failed to save him during the training camp. I pulled out the tracker, but a thought crossed my mind. A rescue without a fight. That doesn't seem like a real concept to me. If we get Bakugo, then what? We'll run away. If that is the plan, then I'm certain it won't work, because the warp villain will likely be there to stop us if that's the case. And face a lot of situations I'm running through me head. All of them have the end result of an altercation with one or multiple villains. What I'm saying is that this plan isn't realistic, but it still can happen. I hope Kirishima and Todoroki have a plan once we find him. We made it to the train station. Once we took our seats, I pulled out the tracker. The coordinates on the receiver indicate the Kamino Ward, Yokohama City in Kanagawa Prefecture. I said, since we're leaving from Nagano, it will take about 2 hours. We should arrive around 10 o'clock. I explained. Did you tell everyone that we would leave tonight? Midoriya asked. Yeah, Todoroki said. They tried even harder to stop us when we told them, though. After that, Uraraka said something pretty harsh, too. Kirishima said, I think Bakugo will feel humiliated that he had to be saved by everyone. Or at least that's the gist of what she said. Kirishima said, well, I'm sure she had a good reason for saying it. Ada said, whatever the case may be, she still said it, but she probably has a point. No, it shouldn't matter how he feels. We're still going to rescue him. Todoroki swallowed his mouthful, just to make sure. You know that what we're doing is selfish and that no one wants us to do it, right? You can still turn back if you want to, Todoroki warned. If I were hesitating, then I wouldn't have said I'd do it in the first place, Kirishima exclaimed. He's not someone who'd let the villains do whatever they want with him. What about you, Midoriya? Todoroki asked. I cannot turn back, he said. I expected as much. I see. All right, Todoroki said. No turning back now. We have to save Bakugo. We arrived at Kamino Ward. All that's left is to find and extract Kaken. So this is Kamino Ward? Kirishima asked. There are a lot of people, Todoroki commented. So those guys are hiding somewhere in this city. Kirishima asked, okay, where are they? Yaoyorozu. Wait a minute, Yaoyorozu yelled out as he stopped dead in his tracks. From here on out, we must be very, very careful. The villains know what we look like, remember? We must also consider that we may be attacked at any moment. Got it, I said as I crossed my arms over my face. Gotta be covert. That's making you stand out more, Midoriya, Todoroki commented. But at this rate, we won't be able to scout very easily, Ida pointed out. Then what are we supposed to do? Kirishima asked. I have a suggestion, Yaoyorozu said, pointing towards the dirt-cheap donkey ute. We then got disguises. I was dressed like a 1960s gangster, as Kirishima calls it. The problem is that these pants have no pockets, so I have to move my Matryoshka doll to my shirt pocket. Hey you, I yelled, trying to get into character. Todoroki put on a suit in a black with parts of his white hair sticking out. I see, disguises, huh? He said in his monotone voice. Yaoyorozu changed her hair and put on a flowing pink dress, and I have to admit, she looks rather pretty. That's right, Yaoyorozu said, carrying a spray bottle. Ida was dressed in a suit with suspenders and a bow tie. His hair is slicked back, he has a fake mustache. What's with these clothes? Ida asked, fiddling with his bow tie. Kirishima is wearing dark red pants, a white shirt, and a jacket matching his pants. His hair was not in its spiky fashion, and has 2 pieces of cardboard in his hair. I'll tell you later, he said. We paid for the clothes and exited. Hey you, I practiced. That's all wrong. You gotta push your jaw out more, Kirishima yelled. Hey you, I yelled, doing as such. My hey you came off as more deep and threatening. Right, Kirishima praised with a thumbs up. There's a lady with a huge rack over there, Ida yelled. Close enough, Kirishima said with the same thumbs up. Kids would stand out in the shopping district at night, right? Yaoyorozu said with an aura of excitement. Yaoyorozu, wouldn't it have been free if you used creation to make all this? Todoroki asked. Th, that's against the rules. Yeah, you know commerce and economy. If you spend money you strengthen the economy. Haven't you paid any attention in class, Todoroki? She said. So, she just wanted to spend money. Anyway, our destination is this way, Yaoyorozu said. Then I heard the words, UA. Hey, I said, then looked up at the screen. It's a press conference with Principal Nezu, Aizawa-sensei, and Vlad King. The press was asking questions about security and plans of retaliation. But no matter what they answered, the people around us still said sour words about UA and heroes in general. They're losing faith, and fast. We have to get going, I said as everyone nodded. Soon we were getting close to the location. This is the spot the receiver is showing, Yaoyorozu stated. So that's their hideout, Kirishima said. It really looks like one. I don't know if it's their hideout or not, but from what I can see on the receiver, the villain has not left here for the past day, Yaoyorozu explained. Also, just because that villain is here does not mean Bakugo is. We are here with very little to go on. So please, think about that objectively. We don't have anyone who excels at sneaking around, like Gyro or Hagakure, with us. Eda said, if I think it's even the least bit dangerous, I will stop you immediately. Because I am your friend, I will not hesitate to call the police, either. Thanks, Ida, I muttered. What can we do with what we have? I gotta think, I asked as I placed a hand on my chin. The prerequisite is that we not use our quirks or fight with the villains. On top of that, we need to figure out if Kaken is in that building or not. Like Ida said, we don't have anyone with a good scouting quirk like Gyro or Shoji or Hagakure, so. I said, it's been a while since I saw that muttering. Kirishima commented. It really feels like Midoriya. Yaoyorozu said. Why don't we just move around the building to see if there is a window or something? Todoroki asked. Why didn't I think of that? I asked. We gotten closer to the building, and we stopped in front of a vending machine to discuss strategy and get a cola while we're here. There's no reaction even though we've gotten this close, Yaoyorozu commented. The lights aren't on, either. It doesn't look like anyone's in there, Kirishima said. To hide a tree, use a forest, Todoroki stated. I guess they're hiding as an abandoned warehouse. The weeds under the front door are pretty thick, I pointed out. Is there another way in and out? Before I could think any more, I heard a loud shriek. Hey, what are you doing, hostess? A rash voice said. I turned to see 2 red-faced people harassing Yaoyorozu. Back off, I growled, standing in between them. Ha or what? One of them said as I punched him square in the face. Even without one for all, I knocked him out. Hey, Johnson, his buddy yelled, trying to slap him awake. Oh man, that was great, Kirishima exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Way to save your girlfriend, bud. I exclaimed as I felt my face heat up to extreme levels. Let's get moving, Todoroki said, not wanting to waste any time. Thank goodness, I don't think I would have handled any more teasing. Thanks, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu commented. No problem, just be careful, okay? I asked. She nodded with a small smile across her face. Thankfully, she wasn't mad that I knocked out a drunk guy. There aren't many people walking by, but there are some, Todoroki muttered. We can't do anything to stand out. What should we do? Yaoyorozu asked. I looked towards the building that the receiver pointed towards. Let's try going around to the back, I suggested. No matter how little information we have on this place, it's all we've got. We slowly slid through the walls. This is very narrow, Yaoyorozu commented. I feel like I will get stuck. We can't move until we know for sure it's safe, I said. No one will see us here, and at that height, we should be able to see inside, too, I said, glancing at that window. Will we be able to see anything in this darkness? Todoroki asked. I can make a night vision scope. Wait, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima said as he pulled out a night vision scope of his own. Actually, I brought one with me. Wow, why? I asked. When I thought about what we'd have to do, I thought we'd need it, Kirishima said. But isn't that super expensive? I asked. I did research on them online while I was thinking about my costume. But if I remember correctly, they cost around 50,000 yen. Who cares how much they cost? Stop talking about it, Kirishima snapped. Okay, then Midoriya and Kirishima, you two look through it, Todoroki said. Ida and I will carry you on our shoulders. We nodded, and with the limited room we had, climbed on Ida and Todoroki's shoulders to see into the window. It's really cramped. Don't lean forward too much, Todoroki said. I want to make sure we can run the second we think it's dangerous. Soon we were up to the window, and Kirishima peered in. After commenting on how dirty the windows were, his eyes widened and his breath hitched in shock. Kirishima, I asked as he regained his balance. What's wrong? What can you see, Kirishima? Todoroki asked. I in the back on the left. Midoriya, look in the back on the left, Kirishima said. I snatched the scope and looked in. And no way. Are those? Oh, Namu, I asked as I saw the brains of the Namu in the water. Hey, Kirishima said, snapping me out of my shocked state to point towards a car. That's, I said as the truck slammed into the building we were at. It was Mount Lady. The sheer force of that attack was enough to knock me off of Todoroki's shoulders and everyone onto the ground. Ouch, I muttered, rubbing my sore back. What happened? Ida asked. We used the shoulder move again. Kirishima is back onto Ida's shoulders, while Yaoyorozu was on mine. With her heels digging into my shoulders, I struggled to keep her up. Mount Lady and Gang Orca, Kirishima said. And even the number 4 hero, best genist? Mr. Tiger is there, too, Yaoyorozu said. Is it really okay for our job to be this easy, genist? Mount Lady muttered. Maybe we should have gone with All Might. Don't think about difficulty and importance together, newcomer. Best genist said. Riot Squad, get the maidens ready. They might still be here. Please continue to give it your all. We let them down off of our shoulders. The heroes were already moving way before we were. Ida said. Wow, Kirishima said with amazement. Now, let us fall back immediately. Ida said. There is nothing left for us to do now. Wait, since she said with All Might, does that mean Kaken is there, too? I asked. If All Might is there, then there's even more reason to rest easy. Now hurry, Yaoyorozu said. Wait, I can't shake the feeling that this is going too smoothly. I stopped. Are those footsteps? No, it can't be. Before I could even think, I heard screams getting further and further and a massive explosion. The warehouse we were hiding behind was destroyed except a lone wall that we were using as cover. I heard a voice that sent shivers down my spine. It has to be. All for One is here. I heard a loud groan and the sound of blood splattering around the ground. He defeated Best Genist in only 2 hits. We have to run. But my body won't move. Is it one of his many quirks? Or is it just fear? Or is it both? Damn it, a voice yelled. Kaken. He was coughing. Sorry, Bakugo. The voice said. What? He asked as more splashes was heard. I can't just stand here. I need a plan. Okay, he hasn't noticed our presence yet. If he had, he would have sent the villains after us. There are 6 or 7 meters between us and Kaken. With full cowl, I can get there in less than a second. After that, can I even get away? Where would I even go? Above all else, everyone else would be in danger. I can't risk everyone. I need a plan so everyone can make it. I need to move. I took a step forward, until Ida gripped onto both my and Todoroki's shirts. I'll have you return everything, All for One. All Might yelled. Will you kill me again? All Might. All for One asked. Even All Might. I muttered. Midoriya. That's All for One. Yaoyorozu whisper yelled. Wait, who is All for One? Ida asked. I'll explain the full story later. All you need to know is that he is the brains behind the League of Villains, and he has a quirk that lets him steal other people's quirks. I explained. You're kidding, Kirishima whispered. You're pretty late. All for One said as the smoke cleared. It's a little more than 5 kilometers from the bar to here. It was easily 30 seconds after I sent the Nomus before you arrive. You've gotten weaker, All Might. What about you? What's with that industrial mask you've got on? All Might asked. Are you overexerting yourself? I won't make the same mistake as I did 6 years ago. All for One. I will take young Bakugo back, and this time, I will throw you in prison for sure, and all of the League of Villains you control with you. There's so much to do. It'll be touch. All for One commented. For both of us, he said as he used a wind quirk to blow back All Might. All for One is in the way, so All Might can't just move in to save Kaken. With the other villains there, Kaken is outnumbered if he tries to fight, so they are trying to escape with Kaken while All for One holds off All Might. But we have to save him. It's only breaking the law if we hurt someone without permission, without quirks. It didn't say anything about saving someone, like Kirishima said. But we need an opening. Any opening will do, even for an instant. If we save Kaken, then All Might can fight off All for One to the fullest extent of his power. Wait, there is an opening. Ida, everyone. I said. You can't, Midoriya. Ida said. No, there's a way. I said. A way that won't involve fighting, that will let us leave this place, but still save Kaken. I said. Ada let go of my shirt and stood at attention. Let's hear it. Todoroki said. But this plan also depends on Kaken. I don't think my plan will succeed if I do it, I said as I turned to Kirishima. That's why, Kirishima, you're the key to increasing the success rate. I said. Give us more details, Midoriya. Todoroki said. Right, I said. This is my plan. First, we'll propel ourselves with my quirk and Ada's recipro. Then with Kirishima's hardening, we'll break through the wall. The second it opens, I want Todoroki to make a path of use for us, one that'll go as high as possible. We'll run up the ice path at a height they can't reach. I explained. The villain's boss, All For One, is holding All Might back, but All Might is holding him back as well. So the next part is up to you, Kirishima. I explained. That's your plan? Ada asked. Kaken should also realize the situation All Might is in. I said. Yeah, Todoroki said. Let's do it. We got into position, Ada on the left, Kirishima in the middle, and I'm on the right. I prepared my full cowling as Ada got ready to use his recipro. 3.2.1. Go. I exclaimed. Ada used his recipro and I kicked off the wall with full cowling. Kirishima hardened his arms and we broke through the wall. Once we did, Todoroki created an ice path for us to speed up. We launched into the air. Now all that's left is for Kirishima to reach out to Bakugo. Come, Kirishima yelled as he extended his hand. Shigaraki was rushing towards him, but was blown away by Kaken's blast. Kaken launched himself to us and gripped onto Kirishima's arm. You stupid or something, Kaken commented. All right in. Wait, no, a Matryoshka doll Yaoyorozu made me flew out of my pocket. Get ready to create a blast, Bakugo, Ada said. Don't tell me what to do, he yelled but did it anyway. I was looking around for the doll, hoping to find it later when the chaos died down, but the moment Mount Lady blocked the villain, I lost its location. Wait, is Yaoyorozu running towards the villains? As we were zooming past the battle, my view of Yaoyorozu was being covered by Mount Lady, who is currently unconscious. I hope she's alright. Yaoyorozu's POV, just as we thought. Their eyes are locked on them. Todoroki said. This is our chance. Let's go. Right, I said as we ran away from the scene. Then I heard a thud, like something landed on the ground. I looked around for source of the noise. It's Midoriya's doll. I veered off course to run towards the doll. Yaoyorozu, what are you doing? Todoroki yelled. I didn't listen to him. Hell, I don't even know why I'm running after it. I could just make him a new one and he wouldn't know the difference. It's my good luck charm, Midoriya said. Todoroki's yelling probably got the others' attention, but I needed to get that doll back. Shigaraki rushed towards me, trying to take me hostage like Bakugo. Then a yellow blur whizzed by and knocked all of them out. Hey kid, this isn't the time to play hero. Get out of here, the man said. No, Gran Toriono said. I swiftly grabbed the doll and ran back to Todoroki. Why did you do that? You could have jeopardized the mission, he yelled. I needed to get this back, I said as I held out the doll. He sighed. Let's just go, he said, running away from the fight. Midoriya's POV. We landed safely on the ground and we separated. Thank goodness he's safe. Now, where the hell is Yaoyorozu? I hope she's alright. I don't know what I would do if she got killed, or even worse, captured and tortured by the villains. Midoriya, let's go, Kirishima yelled. I sighed with frustration. I'll just have to hope she'll turn up back at the city. As we were walking, I felt my other pocket shake. My phone was ringing. It's Todoroki. I answered the phone. Is Yaoyorozu okay? I asked instantly. She's fine, and she's with me. How are you guys? Did you make it okay? Todoroki asked. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, we landed safely and we saved Kaken. I said. You didn't rescue me, okay? Your plan was just convenient. He commented. You're welcome. We're at the front of the train station. Meet us there. I said. All right, we'll be there soon, Todoroki said as he hung up. We turned our attention to the screen. The news was broadcasting the fight so we could all see. All we can do is watch. All I can do is hope he can beat him before his time runs out. But with the steam coming off of him, he might not make it in time. With that blast, All Might's true form was revealed. Everyone looked at his form with a mix of fear and confusion. The secret he tried so hard to hide was revealed. When, Kaken muttered. No way. All Might. If he can't win, then who will? Even if he looks different, All Might is still All Might, right? Haven't you always been able to save us somehow? All Might, you can do it. The crowd is cheering. The crowd is praying for All Might's victory. Win, I yelled. Win, Kaken yelled. All Might, we both yelled. Then more pro-heroes showed up. Endeavor, Kamui Woods, Tiger, Edgeshot, all came to help in ways to help ease the weight on All Might. They rescued people and bring back unconscious pros. All Might, we screamed, hoping our cheers reach his ears. Then his arm was surging with One for All power. But All for One's arm is 5 times the size of All for One's. And he has probably pumped a bunch of quirks like shock nullification to make his punch not do anything. No, I have to put my faith in All Might. He has put his trust and faith in me more times than I could count. He has to win. He will win. Their fists collided, and All for One is pushing him back. Come on, All Might. You can win, I yelled. As he was being pushed back, blood shot out of his arm and his mouth. But he dug his heel into the ground, stopping him, and All for One. All Might then transferred the strength of his right arm to his left, to hit him in the face, at the cost of All for One breaking his entire right arm. All for One recovered, and surged more of his energy into his left arm, planning to finish off All Might. But All Might reduced the power of his left arm, and extended his broken right arm again. The purple on his right arm has evaporated, as his arm surged with the power of One for All. He pivoted away from All for One's punch, and dealt the finishing blow. It was faint, but I heard it. United States of Smash. All Might yelled, as he drove All for One into the ground, as a tornado of dust and debris swirled around the epicenter. All Might beat him. He defeated All for One. We all stared at the screen, shocked. The fact that All Might 1 hasn't sunken in yet. Only when All Might put up his powered-up arm, that the realization sunk in for everyone. All Might wins, the newscaster yelled as everyone was cheering and crying. All Might, All Might, All Might. The crowd cheered at All Might's victory. An hour later, the heroes are searching the rubble for any survivors, as the police picked up All for One and are sending him to prison. Now, a voice heard. I stopped dead in my tracks to see All Might pointing at the screen. Now, it's your turn, All Might said. Everyone in the crowd cheered, thinking it's his motivational speech of how everyone can be like him. But I know what he really meant. He was pointing at me, his successor, to take over as the #1 hero. I couldn't help but shed a tear as much as he said to stop crying. Soon I caught up with Kirishima Ida and Kaken as we continued to look for Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. Then we found them. They were sitting on the curb and stood up when they saw us. Kirishima, Ida, and Kaken walked towards Todoroki, but I walked towards Yaoyorozu. Once we were face to face, she pulled out my doll. H here, she said, holding it out. You dropped this. Then frustration started surging through my mind. I batted it away and hugged her. Why you ran to the villains for that? I yelled. Tears of frustration were pouring from my eyes. Why yeah, she asked. You risked your life for that. I yelled. Why are you yelling? It's your good luck charm. It means a lot to you. Are you so angry? She yelled back. Because I like you, damn it. I yelled. Why you do? Yaoyorozu asked. Why yeah, and I was afraid I lost you. I said. She didn't say anything after that. I thought I might have lost you, I said, sniffling. I thought the villains would have got you, and why you would have been killed or worse. I yelled as I tightened my grip around her. Then realization dawned on me. What I'm feeling is probably what she felt when I used my quirk against Todoroki, or when I was in the hospital against Muscular. I am sorry, I muttered. Why are you apologizing? Yaoyorozu asked. This is what I put you through, every time. I said, still crying. I felt her stroke the back of my head, like a mother who is tending to a crying toddler. Then she moved me so we could see eye to eye. Then, she kissed me. The kiss lasted about 1,000,000 years. Then she pulled away. I like you too, she said. Yaoyorozu's POV. Midoriya, I asked. I waved a hand in front of his face, then snapped my fingers. Nothing worked. Then Kirishima burst into laughter. I think you broke him, he said. And Midoriya, I yelled. But nothing, his face is a total blank. Well, I figured the nerd would react as much, Bakugo said. Which reminds me, Kirishima said, extending his hand out to Bakugo. He growled but handed him 500 yen. What? He thought you two would have taken longer, Kirishima said as he pocketed the money. Yeah, shut up, he growled. Anyway, are we going to go? Or are we going to stay here forever? Bakugo asked. I picked up the doll, and, with Ida's help, we managed to get Midoriya back into the train. It took an hour for Midoriya to come to. What happened? He asked. Oh, you zoned out when Yaoyorozu kissed you, Todoroki said bluntly. Wait, she did? He asked louder than before, turning to me for confirmation. Yeah, I did, I said with a smile. As expected, he turned bright red. What ensued was many of teasing. Damn Midoriya, nice, Kirishima said with a thumbs up. You even confessed first, very manly if I do say so myself. Indeed, it was very courageous. Granted, it did take many a months. Eda teased. Stop it, he yelled, covering his face. All the while Todoroki recorded the whole thing. This is going on my page, Todoroki muttered. Really? In that case, Kirishima said as he decided to give commentary. So here's the play of the day. We were off in Hasu, and this guy right here, decides to confess to her. Who would have guessed? I did. That's why I made a bet, he said. Shut up. I thought he would get with someone else, Bakugo commented. Words from the bet loser, Kirishima said as Bakugo reached over to strangle him. I, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. I'm probably going to suffer massive teasing from Jiro and Ashido, but hey, might as well Midoriya get teased first. All I could do is pat his back in sympathy. as he slowly recovered from his blushing attack. Though, I had to admit, a part of me wanted to kiss his cute blushing face. But I don't want him to faint from getting too flustered, if that's even a thing. It's gonna be a long train ride back. Might as well relax until it ends. Yaoyorozu's POV. It's been a few days since the Camino Ward incident. Now that All for One has been dealt with, UA has been temporarily closed for a few days. Now UA decided that a good measure to take is to keep its students close to the teachers and staff in case the League of Villains show up. How do I know this? Well, All Might and Aizawa-sensei are in my house talking to my parents about it. So, we would like to have your daughter stay at the dorms for the remainder of the year. All Might said. I see. Well, it would keep her safe. Mother said. Yes, we've been negligent on our parts, and to that we apologize, but we would like to atone for our misdeeds. Aizawa-sensei said. But how would we be certain she would be safe? Father said. Well, Aizawa-sensei stuttered. Wait, I have a perfect idea. Mother said. Yes, what is it? All Might asked. If Momo is going to stay at the dorms, then we would like young Midoriya to continue being her servant. Mother said. Wait, what? I am sorry. Are we thinking about the same Midoriya? Aizawa-sensei said. Yes, messy green hair, 4 freckles on each cheek, rather shy. Mother listed off. Oh, we are thinking about the same Midoriya. He said. Well, if it's all right with you, I would like to call him myself. All Might said. Please, by all means. Father said. All Might pulled out his phone and went to his contacts. Yes, young Midoriya. All Might said. Yes, I'm fine. Anyway, I have a proposition for you. How would you like to keep being young Yaoyorozu's servant? He asked. Why? Well, the Yaoyorozus want their daughter to be safe and sound. So they say that if you agree to be her servant, then they'll agree for her to keep coming to UA, as well as stay in our dorms. All Might explained. Wait, really? Okay, goodbye, young Midoriya. All Might said as he hung up. He says he's fine with it. All Might said. Then it's settled. Father said. Thank you for settling this matter, All Might and Mr. Aizawa. Mother said. Good day to you both, and see you at the dorms soon, Yaoyorozu. Aizawa-sensei said as they my home. You didn't have to make him a servant, you know. I said. Well, how else would we be sure you would be safe? He seems like a capable young man. Father said. He's one of my good friends. He wouldn't leave my side unless there was a good reason to do so. I said. Well, we can't be too careful, dear. Mother said as she got up. Anyway, would you like to go shopping for a suitcase? Mother offered. Midoriya's POV. Please come in. Mom stuttered as we walked into our home. All Might is in our home. She stuttered. Mom, calm down. I said as we entered the living room. Mom laid out tea and snack cakes out for us. Yes, I believe we have already sent notice of this, but I'm here to talk about UA's dorm system. All Might said. Yes, about that. Mom said. I'm against it. I jolted up in shock. Mom, you said it was okay yesterday. I thought about it, but I don't like it. She yelled. Izuku's quirk never appeared, but he still admired you for so long. But since his quirk miraculously appeared, ever since he entered UA, Izuku, he keeps getting more and more beat up. She explained. Did you know about Izuku's arms? If he injures them more, he might lose his ability to move them. I watched your fight the other day on TV. As a regular citizen, I'm very thankful. Even more so, you've done more things for us than I would have thought imaginable. You gave us money to cure my illness many months ago, and you gave my Izuku more reasons to go out and be a hero. But as a parent, and after hearing what he has gone through in just the first half of his time at UA, I'm scared. Izuku looks up to you. If his path leads to a future filled with blood like that, then I feel like maybe staying quirkless and happily watching heroes work would have made him happier. I couldn't help it. Mom, I yelled, jumping out of my seat. Izuku, I told you that I would support you, but that I wouldn't stop worrying, right? She asked. You want to go to UA, right? But, I'm sorry, Izuku. This was the consequence for ignoring my mother's feelings up to this point. I will speak frankly. As Izuku's mother, I don't have the nerves of steel I'd need to entrust my son to UA high school as it is now. She said as tears started falling from her face. It does not matter how wonderful of a hero you are. When villains attacked, you couldn't continue classes, and you couldn't stop the students from getting seriously injured. I don't want to let my son attend a school like that any longer. Ms. Midoriya, All Might said. It's not like that, Mom. It's my own fault that I got hurt. The teachers all told me over and over it was me who didn't listen. If this is how it turned out, then don't you think it's the school's responsibility? Mom asked. Young man, sit down. All Might said. I might be acting like a monster parent, but I'm fine being a monster. I don't want to steal Izuku's dream away from him. If he really wants to be a hero, then he could go to a different school. There are a lot of hero courses, right? Mom asked. I was angry, but accepting. I ran out of the living room to grab my letter from Koda, then I barged back in. It's fine, even if it's not UA. I yelled as I held out the letter. Look, Mom, All Might. I got a letter from the boy I saved at the training camp. A kid who hated heroes and even quirks said, thank you. I'm still hopeless and will make you worry a lot. But even so, for one instant, this letter and this boy made me a hero. I was really happy, I exclaimed as I clutched the paper closer. It doesn't have to be UA. Anywhere is fine, because I will become a hero. You are already, All Might said as he went to his powered-up form. You are already more than someone who is just following my footsteps. In that case, as your teacher, I must support you. You in the path you walk, he added as he got onto his knees. I apologize for doing things out of order. I believe that young Izuku is the right person to succeed me. What I mean is, I believe he is the person who should become the symbol of peace. What? Wait a minute, please stop. What is this? Mom asked. It is an apology. As the one who is formerly the symbol of peace, I was weak as his admiration and negligent in my teachings. I humbly apologize, he said as he reverted back to his original form. And this is my entreaty as a UA. Teacher, it is true that my path was filled with blood. But that is why, to keep him from going down the same path, I want to stand by him and walk together with him. All Might, was all I could say. I don't blame you for having misgivings about the current UA. But a UA. Heroes also know that they cannot continue like this and are trying to change. Is there any way you can look not at the current UA, but at the future UA? All Might pleaded. Will you allow me to pour my all into young Izuku? I will protect him and raise him up, even if I have to give my life to do so. Mom then collapsed onto her knees. And Mom, I don't like this after all. I mean, you are Izuku's reason for living. It's not that I hate UA. I just want Izuku to be happy, so don't give up your life. Please live properly to protect and raise him. If you can promise me that, then I will allow it. Mom said. Mom, I promise. Izuku, if you're going to live at UA, then you understand, right? Mom asked. I wiped the tears away. I definitely won't make you worry. I exclaimed. Mr. All Might, please take care of my son. Mom said. All Might got up from the floor. I will, he said. Soon All Might left, leaving my mom and I there alone. So, what do you need to pack? Mom asked. A few days later, all of us were standing in front of the Heights Alliance dorms. Aizawa-sensei gathered us in front for orientation of sorts. For now, I'm just glad that we were able to bring Class 1 back together again. Aizawa-sensei said. Everyone was allowed to enter the dorms? Huh? Zero asked. Hagakure sighed. I had a hard time. That's normal, Jiru commented. The two of you were directly affected by the gas, Anjiro stated. We were all able to be together again because of the teachers. Isui said, when I watched the press conference, I thought we'd lose them, and it made me sad. Yeah, Uraraka agreed. I was surprised too. Well, I'm sure everyone has different circumstances, Aizawa-sensei said. Now, I'll explain briefly about the dorms, but first for now, we will focus on getting the provisional licenses we were planning to have you get during the training camp. Oh yeah, they did talk about that, Sato commented. So much happened, I forgot about it. Mina said, this is important. Listen up, he said as he glanced toward us. Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Midoriya, and Ida. Aizawa-sensei listed. These 5 went to go save Bakugo that night. Everyone but Jiru and Hagakure tensed up. Your reactions tell me that you all were at least aware of it. I'm going to set aside a number of issues and say this. If it weren't for All Might's retirement, I would have expelled everyone except Bakugo, Jiru, and Hagakure. He stated, of course the 5 that went, but also the 12 who knew but didn't stop them betrayed our trust, no matter what the reason. I would be grateful if you could follow the proper procedures and act properly in order to regain our trust. He said, that is all. Now, we're going inside. Let's have some energy. No, wait, how are we supposed to right now? Kaken suddenly grabbed Kaminari and dragged him away to behind the bushes. A massive electric zap was all we could see as a bumbling Kaminari came back out. As Jiru was trying to conceal her laughter, Kaken handed Kirishima what I would assume to be 50,000 yen. Kaken walked away, as we all stared at Kaminari being himself. Soon we were funneled into the dorms and given the grand tour. Baths, kitchens, laundry. Everything we'll ever need was on the first floor, along with a common room. Our rooms were massive and state-of-the-art, with their own bathroom, AC, closets, etc. All of our stuff that we sent from home is here in our rooms, and we were supposed to unpack and soon go to sleep. Many hours later, I'm done, I yelled as I stretched my arms. I'm so tired, Kirishima said, sitting on the couch as well. Kirishima, you done unpacking? Zero asked. Yeah, just finished, Kirishima said. Good work, I praised. How things ended up like this way weren't great, but it's kind of exciting to live together, huh? Kaminari asked. Yeah, I said, living together. This is also training to help us learn cooperation and discipline, Ida exclaimed with excitement. You're really going all out, huh, Ida? Kirishima asked. Boys, are you done with your rooms? Ashido asked, running towards us. Yup, just relaxing now, Kaminari answered. Well, we girls were just talking just now, Ashido started. And we have an idea. Hagakure finished. Want to have a room presentation contest? Ashido asked. Huh, Takoyami, Minta, and I asked. I screamed like a banshee. No, wait. I yelled, but it was too late. Yaoyorozu's POV. I have to admit, I am interested in Midori. Wait, should I call him Izuku? I should ask him that later. Anyway, I'm interested in what his room looks like. Once the door swung open, I was greeted to a familiar smile. It's filled with all might, Ashido commented. It's an otaku's room. Uraraka said. It's because I admire him. He muttered as his face turned red. Why didn't I see this coming? But what did catch my eye was the little matryoshka doll I made him. It was in front of the like of all might figures. Hey Midoriya, what is this? Kaminari asked as Midoriya snatched it away. Oh, a special gift, he muttered as he set it down gently. Oh, I see. A special gift, huh? He said with a smirk. From a special someone? He teased. So what? He asked defensively. After a chorus of ahwas we exited the room. Soon this turned into a contest of us judging who has the better room. Takoyami's room was completely terrifying, but fitting. Aoyama's room was sparkly, fitting. Minta's was. We didn't even bother going in his room. Ajiro's room was normal, just normal. Ida's room was full of books and shelves stocked with glasses for when they break during combat. Actually really smart. That didn't stop Uraraka and Ashido from stealing a pair though. Kaminari's room was gaudy, like he just grabbed a bunch of stuff and threw it all over the place. Next, Koda's room was cute. It even had a little rabbit. Kirishima's room was mainly workout equipment, fitting, and extremely warm. Shoji's was next. There was nothing of note. In fact, there wasn't anything at all, just a futon and a desk. Siro's was next, and his was an Asian design. I like it. Todoroki's was next, and his room was Japanese style. How did he do all this in one day? Everyone was shocked, and rightfully so. Sato's was the last of the boys, and it was a nice-looking room, but the cake he gave us was delicious. It could even rival Midoriya's cooking maybe. Now it was the girls' turn. Jiru's room was first, and it was filled with instruments of different kinds. I like it. Hagakura's was next, and it was abnormally pink, but it fits. Ashido's was next, and stylish would be an understatement here. It's really nice. Uraraka's was next, and hers was more interesting than Ajiro's, but still plain. Next was Asui's, but she wasn't feeling well, so we skipped hers. After Asui's was mine, and I feel like I miscalculated. I brought a bunch of stuff from home, but the room wasn't big enough for my stuff. After my room, we were brought back to the common room for judging. I have no idea who to vote for. A part of me wants to vote for Sato because of his cake, but I want to vote for Midoriya because I'm biased. I cast my vote and waited for the results. By a staggering 4 votes, Sato was the winner. The reason? Everyone loved the cake he made. Glad to see I wasn't the only one who had the same reason. But I still voted for Midoriya. I felt his room was endearing. While the contest was over and Todoroki was about to go to bed. Until, Todoroki, wait a sec. Uraraka called out. Deku and Ida, too, and Kirishima and Yaoyorozu. Do you have a minute? We don't know what she needs, but she told us to head outside the front. As we headed down, we saw Tsu, and she looked down. You see, Tsu said she had something to tell you all. Uraraka explained. I can't help but say everything that comes to mind, but there are times when I don't know what to say. She said, do you remember what I said at the hospital? Yeah, I remember, Midoriya said. I hardened my heart and said painful things, she said as Uraraka came closer for comfort. Even so, you still went. When I heard about that this morning, I was shocked. I thought I'd stopped you, so I was filled with disappointment and bad feelings. I didn't know what to say. I didn't feel like I could have fun talking with everyone. But tears were streaming from her eyes. That made me very sad. It was heartbreaking. All I was thinking about was saving Bakugo, but I didn't think about everyone else's worries and feelings. That's why I wanted to tell you even if I couldn't gather my thoughts properly, so that I could have fun and talk with everyone again, she said as she was trying to regain her composure. It's not just Tsu that feels this way, Uraraka said. Everyone felt uneasy and wanted to make that feeling go away. That's why. The Room King and everything was because they understood how you all felt. So don't blame them, but, I know it's hard, but anyway. Let's all work hard together and laugh together again. Tsu, Kirishima yelled, I'm sorry. Thank you for telling us. Asui, I said. Tsu, Ida yelled. Asui, sorry. Todoroki said. Asu Tsu, Midoriya said. I won't ever do it again. Kirishima said, grasping her shoulders. Me neither. I apologized. I promise. Ida said. We spent a vast majority of the night apologizing for our actions. It took a little while, but we managed to apologize and reassure Asui enough to go back inside. Oh, wait a minute. Midoriya, I said. He stopped and turned towards me. Why, yeah, he asked. Can I talk to you? I asked. Sure, he said as he walked towards me. I looked behind him to see Uraraka and Ida making gestures, but I ignored them. What I had to say to Midoriya was important. We went back outside, and we took a seat on the steps. So, what did you want to talk about? Midoriya said with nervousness. Calm down, Midoriya, it's about us. I said. Oh, I'm sorry for yelling at you. He apologized. Why? I asked. Huh, he exclaimed. I yelled at you when it was due. You yelled at me when it was due, and you admitted your true feelings as such, which is what I would like to talk about. I said. Oh, okay, he muttered. So, do you want to? I asked. Do you want to be together? What are you saying? Of course I do, he exclaimed with excitement, then turned red. I laughed. I know what you meant, I just wanted to be sure, I said with a smile. Oh, okay, he said, still red in the face. How can one person be so cute? So my next question, how do you want to go about this? I asked. Well, we should take it slow right now, he said. The provisional license exams are coming up, and we need to focus on that first, he explained. Okay, I see, I said. After that, however, I'll take you all on a date. I finished. Why, yeah, that, he exclaimed. I laughed. Okay, that's fine with me, I said, giving him a kiss on the cheek, but I'm choosing where we're going, I said as I got up. Oh, okay, he yelled as I entered the dorms again, only to walk into Jiru. How much did you hear? I asked. All of it, she said with a smirk. Now who confessed first? She asked. I sighed. The cat's out of the bag now. He did, I answered. Really? How did it go? Tell me everything, she said. Might as well. I explained everything, from the rescue, to the doll, to the confession. So you rushed into a bunch of villains to get at the doll that you made, Midoriya, even though you could make a new one? She asked. Yeah, I don't know why I did it, but my body wouldn't stop until I got the doll back, I explained. Then once you met up, you gave him the doll back. But he was upset that you threw yourself into danger and in blind frustration confessed. Jiru asked. Yeah, I answered. Okay, that's adorable, she commented. So when he said he got that doll from someone special, yeah, he was talking about me, I said, feeling my face warm up. Okay, final question. When did you exactly confess to him? She asked. The Friday of last week, I believe, I said. Yes, she cheered. What? I asked as she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Ashido. They confessed last week and it was Midoriya. That'll be 1,000 yen. She yelled. Why, you bet too? I exclaimed. Oh yeah, we bet not only when, but who would confess first. She said it would happen this week at the earliest, and it would be you confessing, she said as she put her phone on speaker. Isn't that right, Ashido? You're on speaker, by the way. Yay, Arazu. How could you? Congrats, I'm so happy for you. Ashido cheered. Sorry about your loss of 1,000 yen, I commented. Anyway, forget the money. What happened? Spill the secrets, girl, she yelled. I'll tell you tomorrow. I'm tired right now, I said as I got up. Awa, why? Ashido complained. No complaining. You're lucky I'm even telling you in the first place. Anyway, get some sleep. We're training for the provisional licenses tomorrow, I said as I headed up to my room. Then I remembered another question to ask him. I pulled out my phone and shot him a text. Why, Midoriya, I have another question. Yes, what is it? Why, do I call you Midoriya or Izuku? If you want you can call me Izuku. Why, okay. And you can call me Momo as you want. Okay. Why, that is all. Good night. Good night. Once I finished that text, I shut my phone off and glanced at the clock. 9:45. I have time for a quick shower. I don't really like showering in the mornings. Feels nice. It's been a long while since I could just relax. With my shower over with, I changed into pajamas and was drying out my hair with a fluffy towel. By the time I made it to my room, my hair was pretty dry. The small perks of having your room at the 5th floor. I entered my room, hung my towel off the side of the bed, and laid on one of my pillows. I should get to sleep. I have a long day tomorrow. Yaoyorozu's POV. My eyes fluttered open as I rubbed the gunk out of my eyes and glanced at the clock. 6:20. We were supposed to be at UA at 8. I woke up an hour and 40 minutes early. I laid back in bed, but I couldn't go back to sleep. I was somehow wide awake. Well, no point is wasting time laying in bed. I should get up and get ready. I changed into my school clothes and headed down to the 1st floor to make some food. Then I started to hear music. I sneaked around the corner to investigate. It was my Izuku, and he was singing. For a minute I was stone cold sober. I pulled you closer to my chest. He sang. He actually sings really well. I slowly and silently crept closer to listen more clearly. I knew I loved you then, but you'd never know, 'cause I played it cool when I was scared of letting go. I smiled and listened in. How have I never made this discovery before? I knew I needed you, but I never showed. But I want to stay with you until we're gray and old. He sang. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. I applauded. Then I heard him stop the music. Who's there? He asked as I stood back up. I didn't know you sang, I said as he turned a bright red. It's a habit I picked up. He muttered in an embarrassed fashion. Also, where did you learn that song? It's entirely in English, no? I asked. remember that assignment for Present Mike's English class, where we would pick a song, translate it to Japanese, and learn the words in English? Izuku asked. Right, and I remember that if we sang it in front of the class he would give us a lot of extra credit. But wait, how come you never sang this in front of the class? I asked. Because I was embarrassed, and I'm not good, he muttered. You're being modest, you were great, I exclaimed as he looked at me wide-eyed. Oh really? He asked. Yeah, I said. He stared at me for a few seconds, before starting the song over. Jiru's POV. I woke up accidentally at 6:22. A part of, okay, all of me, wanted to sleep till my alarm. But I was too hungry to bother. Might as well change for the day. After changing into my school clothes, I headed downstairs. Then music was playing. My curiosity piqued, so I snuck around the corner to see something I didn't expect. Midoriya and Momo slow dancing, while Midoriya was singing the song playing in the background. I can't pass this up. I swiftly pulled out my phone and sent a quick text to Ashido. Ashido, come to the first floor and come quietly. Why? Midoriya and Momo are slow dancing. I could hear the door slam from above me. I said quietly. Stupid. I rolled my eyes and started recording the whole thing. Thankfully they seemed too engrossed with their loving moment to bother noticing me. Okay, where are they? Ashido whispered. I placed my index finger in front of my lips in a shushing motion, but I nudged towards the kitchen. I want to live with you, even when we're ghosts, 'cause you're always there for me, when I needed you most, Midoriya said, then took a deep breath. Final chorus coming up, I'm gonna love you till my lungs give out. I promise till death we part, like in our vows. So I wrote this song for you. Now everybody knows that it's just you and me, until we're gray and old. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. They stayed in each other's arms for a little while. Then Momo moved in for a kiss on his nose. Midoriya blushed but couldn't stop smiling. What a cute moment. I think now is the right time to ruin it. You two are so cute and sweet, you'll give me diabetes, the instantly fatal kind. I teased. It's as if they heard a ghost, because they instantly paled and broke apart. It's not what it looks like, they said in unison, saying things in unison too. Oh, then what's this? I asked as I played back the recording. They stared wide-eyed at the video. What should I do? Ashido shared with the whole class. I asked. I don't know, it would be a good pick-me-up, don't you think? Ashido asked. Alright, what do you want? Momo asked. I want servant boy to make me breakfast, I said. Midoriya stared wide-eyed at Momo. Can I have some too? She asked. I burst into laughter at her comment. But fine, he said as he went back into the kitchen. Yup, he's a keeper, I commented as I took a seat at the table. Midoriya's POV. How does this keep happening? How come I'm always being blackmailed into cooking with people? No love to cook, but can't these guys and girls just ask for food and not hold something over my head? Oh well, can't really do much about it. I made Jiru, Ashido, and Momo. That will take a long while to get used to. Thanks Izuku. Why, Momo said. How did she switch so quickly? Izuku, first name basis already. Jiru teased as she dug into her own food. Well yeah, last names are too formal. Momo, geez me, said. Wow, I was just joking, but I feel like you two will actually kill me. Jiru said, gripping her chest for dramatic effect. Oh haha, I'll get it this time, Momo said. Who will kill you? Jiru said. Oh great, just my luck. Most of the class are behind him. Well, I stuttered. Midoriya's cooking, that's what. Ashido yelled. I stared at them, expecting them not to believe the story. Until, Deku, you cook? Uraraka asked. A little help here, I whispered to Momo. Yeah, it's delicious, she said with a smirk. Traitor. After that, everyone was asking for food. Even Kaken of all people wanted food. Soon I made 16 other meals for everyone. Not that I minded really, but it was a development I didn't expect. But hey, everyone loved it, so it's all good. This is really damn good, Kirishima yelled. It is. Hey Midoriya, with your food and my pastries, we can have one heck of a dinner later, Sato said. Oh my gosh, I'm so down, Hagakure yelled. That's a great idea indeed, Ada exclaimed. I nervously glanced towards Momo. I can brew up some tea, she suggested. Even better, Kirishima exclaimed. I sighed. But hey, it's keeping everyone in high spirits. Yeah, this is fine. Alright, I'm in, I said. Alright, everyone yelled. Soon we finished eating, and we headed to UA and we were greeted with Aizawa-sensei. He went into detail about the provisional licenses. However, the two important things to take from this was to change and update our costumes and create some ultimate moves. Moves unique to us and to be used to ensure victory, also known as a finisher move. To assist us with creating our ultimate moves, Cementos, Ectoplasm, and Midnight came to help us create said moves and name them. Soon we were ushered to Gym Gamma, and we were allowed into a new part of Gym Gamma called Training Dining Land, or TDL. I feel like there is a potential copyright lawsuit we're walking on here. Moving on, Cementos created stone platforms, one for each of us, and Ectoplasm created one clone of himself for each of us as well. Everyone was working hard, while I was hesitant, with my arms the way they are. I can't use them or else they're useless. I brought up this concern with Ectoplasm, and he said I should focus on training my quirk, due to it being the most inconsistent out of all of Class 1As. As I was training my quirk, All Might, who shouldn't even be here, came in and gave a word of advice. "You are still trying to emulate me," was all he said before heading down to give advice to Kirishima. Trying to emulate him? What did he mean by that? I have his quirk, so it made sense to try to be like him. No, anyway, worrying about it now isn't going to help me. I'll give it some more thought when I go to the Department of Support to get my costume updated. A few hours later, Support Department. Oh, Izuku, a familiar voice behind me said. Oh, Momo, I exclaimed with a smile. Glad to see you're using my name. She said. Why yeah, you use mine. I said, feeling my face heat up. So you're here to update your costume? She asked. Yeah, specifically braces on my arms. I said. Oh right, would you like to walk together? She offered. Yeah. We proceeded to head down the halls of UA. Now is a good time to start some small talk. So, did All Might give you some advice? I asked. Yes, he said something along the lines of multitasking is the key. I already figured that by trying to make 2 items at once, but I took his advice to heart anyway. Maybe he sees something I don't. She said. Yeah, he said that I was trying to emulate him. I said. Well, you two do share similar quirks, and you are his biggest fan, so maybe that has something to do with it. She explained. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know what he means by. Oh, we're here, I said as I glanced at the giant metal door. Deku, a cheery voice behind me said. Oh, and Yaoyorozu too, a formal voice said. Good afternoon, Ada and Uraraka. Momo greeted. Are you two here to get some costume redesigns too? Ada asked. I'm not really sure. I will take any recommendations, sure, but I can't really think of any way to update my costume. She explained. I need some arm braces. I said. Well, I'm sure the support department will have something for you. Uraraka said. Wait, is something burning? Get down. Momo yelled as she pulled me out of the way, as the door blew open. Yaoyorozu's POV. Thank goodness I heard the beeping sound, and managed to get Izuku out of the way. Smoke emanated from the room, as someone was coughing on the floor. Oh, the person muttered. Sounded like a girl. You know, you really shouldn't just put everything you think of together. Power Loader scolded. A chuckle was heard in the smoke. Failure is the mother of invention, Power Loader Sensei, as Thomas Edison once said. She said as the smoke was starting to clear, even if what I made doesn't work the way I planned, that doesn't mean it was a waste of time. She said as she got up from the ground. This isn't the time for that. Power Loader yelled. Will you listen to me for one, Hatsum? Oh yeah, it's that girl from the sports festival. She was in THR tournament and in Izuku's group during the Cavalry Battle. Once the smoke cleared, we were allowed inside. Sorry about the sudden explosion. She apologized. It's been a while, huh? Hero Course students, I've forgotten all of your names. Ada, Uraraka, and Izuku looked shocked. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said. I'm Tenya Ida. Ada yelled. I'm the man you used as an advertising tower during the sports festival tournament. I see. She yelled as she swiftly turned away from us. Well, I'm busy developing my babies, so. Wait, I wanted to ask Power Loader Sensei about improving my costume. He said. Then she stopped dead in her tracks. Improving your costume? She asked as she got right up in his face. Sounds interesting. She seems bubbly and unaware of people's personal space. I should stay closer to Izuku in case she offers something that might blow up in his face. Hatsum, Power Loader Sensei yelled. It's fine for you to come in and out of the studio now that the dorm system is in place, but if you go wild in here anymore, I'm going to banish you. Midoriya muttered. I've already heard from Eraserhead. You're here about changing your costumes as you develop your ultimate moves, right? He asked as he gestured us in. Come in. We entered the lab, and there was a bunch of tools and gadgets strewn about. Whoa, it's like a secret hideout, Izuku exclaimed. Now, show me the instructions for your costume. It's in the case with your costume, right? Power Loader Sensei said. We all reached into our pockets and handed him the instructions he asked for. I have a license to make costumes, so I'll tinker with what I can using that. He explained. For small changes and repairs, I can just report what I changed to the design company, and they'll do the paperwork for it, but for major changes, we'll have to fill out an application and ask the design company to do it. Then the government will check the new costume, and once it's approved, it'll come back here. Anyway, the agencies we work with are the best, so we usually get them back in about 3 days. I was thinking about how I could lessen the strain on the ligaments of my arms. Is something like that possible? Izuku asked. Midoriya, you fight with your fists and fingers, right? If that's the case, then it'd be possible to do it pretty fast with just a little tinkering. Power Loader Sensei said. Uraraka and Izuku gasped in amazement. Isn't that great, Deku? Uraraka asked, doing a punching motion. Then the sound of light padding echoed throughout the room. Hatsume was touching Izuku's chest. What are you doing? I asked with anger seeping through my tone. Just feeling around. You have the perfect body type for, she said as she pulled out a giant box. This, she yelled as she opened the box, revealing a giant mesh suit. My anger eased up as he was put into the mesh. Someone was a tad bit angry. Uraraka teased. I muttered. There was no getting out of this one. Baby number 49. Hatsume exclaimed as she pushed the button. The suit started to move on its own, twisting such a way that made him uncomfortable, almost in pain. Izuku, I yelled as Hatsume pushed the button again, releasing him from the torture device. Looks like I made a mistake R2 during the limit calculation. That was my bad, she said. I'm this close. Izuku, are you alright? I asked, hovering over him. I think my spine is broken, he muttered. I gently lifted him up, only to see Ada have another invention of Hatsume's on his arms. Oh, this cannot be good. Booster, go, she said as she pushed another button, causing Ada to jettison to the ceiling. Ada, Uraraka and Izuku yelled. Soon the boosters ran out of fuel and Ada came crashing onto the ground. And my quirk is in my legs, you mad woman, he muttered as we started worrying over our friend. She's this close to killing us all. Yahaha, I know, but you don't understand. Come on, it's so brilliant, she exclaimed. If you're wanting to cool down your legs, why not walk on your hands? Then I saw Izuku's eyes widen in realization. Ada, he exclaimed, please, there is so much I want you to teach me, he said, walking closer and closer. Slow down. What is it you need me to teach you? Ada asked. Whoa, Deku, your face lit up just now, Uraraka commented. Why, yeah, I just realized what I need to do. In fact, he said, walking towards me, can you make me a pole? An indestructible one, he asked. Oh, sure, I said, not sure why, but I made him one. Is this long enough? I asked. It looked to be around 7 feet. Yes, perfect, he exclaimed as he grabbed it. Thanks, Momo, he said as he went back to Ada to talk about something. So you two are on first name basis now? Uraraka asked. I'll explain later, I muttered as I left the support room, before I could be put into a metal death trap. We have returned to the TDL, and returned to training with whatever time we had left. Class B has this place after us, so we better use the full time we have. Once our time was up, we were allowed to head on back to the dorms to either relax or train if we so desire. However, we have the dinner party that we, meaning I, forced Midoriya to do. But hey, we have his cooking and Sato's baked goods, so it's a win-win for all of us. But it's currently 5, so we have 2 hours until dinner actually starts. Midoriya can cook at the speed of sound, so he isn't cooking right now. In fact, he's outside at the training grounds that were made in the back of the dorms for us. I stepped outside to watch him train. Luckily, they have a bunch of dummies for Midoriya to train off of. After delivering one last hit to the dummies with his pole, he stopped, grabbed a towel, and wiped off the sweat. How's progress? I asked, walking up to him. Oh good, Ada agreed to help me with my moves, he said. Cool, well what are they? I asked. Well, it's a secret, he said. Oh, I see how it is, I said with a smile. Well, I can't wait to see them, I said. Well wait, maybe I can show you one. You did help me do it, he said. I nodded and took a seat on the steps. Oh okay, I haven't mastered it yet, so sorry if I mess it up, Midoriya said as he grabbed a dummy. Alright, he exclaimed as he grabbed the pole I made him. Ultimate move, he yelled as he knocked the dummy into the air. And with his quirk he jumped up to it and started hitting it in rapid succession with targeted swings, pole onslaught. With the last move, he knocked the dummy back onto the ground. As the ground cracked underneath it, Moku. Whoa, that was cool, I exclaimed. He looked at me and turned red. Well, you made it happen, he said sheepishly. Yeah, but you executed it excellently, I praised. Thanks, he said with a shy smile. Also, why Moku? I asked. Then his face flushed. You made the pole. And it's my move, so it's Momo and Izuku, he explained. Why is he so cute? I like it, I said as my face started getting warmer. You do? He asked. I mean, I find it cute. And it sounds cool, so I like it, I said. Oh okay. I smiled and ruffled his hair. Anyway, shouldn't you be cooking? I have to get to brewing the tea, I said. Oh right, sorry, talk to you later, he said, rushing back in, before running back to kiss me on the cheek, then running away again. Wait, he kissed me for once. He actually kissed me. I smiled to myself and glanced at my phone. 5:40. I should probably start making the tea right now. Midoriya's POV. Hey Midoriya, you okay? Kaminari asked. You looking a tad bit red. Oh, just the summer heat, I said, hoping he would buy it. Oh, the summer's heat. Are you sure it wasn't? He said, looking around until leaning in. Yao Momo. How did he figure it out? You know Todoroki posted that video on his blog, right? Kaminari asked as a smirk formed on his face. And based that look on your face, you didn't. I stuttered. Kaminari just laughed. Well, luckily I'm the only one who knows. Kirishima shared the video with me, and me only. He said as he headed out. Also, you confessed first. I didn't expect that. He left, leaving me alone in the kitchen. I have to ask her. I pulled out my phone and shot her a text. Hey, I have a question. Why? Yes, what is it? Should we tell everyone about us at the dinner party? Why? Funny, I was going to ask you the same question. Shouldn't everyone know? Why? I'm willing to do it if you are. Okay, thank you for understanding. Why? Of course. Now get back to cooking. I can smell it burning. Wait, shoot. I turned off the stove and checked on the food. Okay, thankfully very little of it got burned. I'll just take the brune parts. Alright, no more distractions. No one's POV. Midoriya, Momo, and Sato finishing up the food for the dinner party, and everyone, yes I mean everyone, is sitting at the table waiting for the food to be presented. Once Midoriya laid out his dishes, and Yaoyorozu set out some tea for everyone, they looked at the crowd of eating students. Why yeah, Midoriya muttered, nervously. Can we have your attention everyone? Yaoyorozu said, as everyone suddenly stopped eating to give them their full attention. She nudged Midoriya to start. Well, we would like to tell you that, he stuttered. Just shut it and make out already. The brash voice of Bakugo yelled. Why yes, exactly that, Midoriya said as she grabbed onto Yaoyorozu's hand. We're dating. I knew it. Uraraka yelled as she extended her hand out to Ida. Pay up suka, she exclaimed. Okay, seriously, how many of you bet? Yaoyorozu asked. To her shock, everyone raised their hands. It was a good money-making scheme, Kirishima said, trying to defend his actions. Then Jiru's eyes lit up. Now that the cat's out of the bag, hey guys, watch this video, she yelled. Midoriya ran away in embarrassment. As the class watched the video from this morning, most of them gave the mandatory all while others, being Bakugo, scoffed, but has a small smirk form on his lips. Soon dinner was over and dessert was brought out. Midoriya finally came out of his hiding hole, only to be teased by everyone saying how much of a Casanova he was and how good his singing voice is. Once the entirety of Sato's desserts were eaten, everyone turned in to rest up for tomorrow. Soon a few days have passed and everyone was making progress towards creating and perfecting their ultimate moves. Some even started making multiple. However, the one with the biggest change to their fighting style was Midoriya. He can't use his arms as much as he used to, so his solution was to use his legs. Thanks to Ada's teachings, he perfected his new form of full cowling shoot style. With 2 ultimate moves under his belt, inspired by his friends and girlfriend, he felt ready to take on the world, or at least the provisional license exams. But for now, all they can really do is hone their moves to perfection. Yaoyorozu's POV. Our long training was over and we were sent to the testing grounds, Takoba National Stadium. It was time to get our provisional licenses. Before we arrived, we had a strategy meeting. We talked about how we should be prepared to be targeted. The other students know about our quirks thanks to the sports festival, as well as to be prepared for an initial onslaught that the other school will hit us with. Our initial plan is to stick together and defend while the first wave comes in. Once we arrived to the stadium, we had encounters with the other school. One guy slammed his head into the ground in apology. Why is he apologizing? I have no idea. Anyway, we were ushered into a room of some kind, and we were told what the first part of the exam was going to entail. The basics is that each test taker is given 3 targets to signify their weak points, and these targets must be placed somewhere noticeable, like your chest or somewhere. If one gets hit with a ball, it turns red, meaning it's been exploited. The minimum to pass is to take out 2 other test takers with the 6 balls you've been given at the start. After that brief introduction, the test has begun. As the walls in the room have been lowered to reveal, we were smack dab in the middle of the massive stadium. Wait, how did they move us? Anyway, no time to nitpick. We have to stick together to protect ourselves, because Shiketsuhai is already on the move. One of their students touched the ground, which caused the terrain to change drastically, giving the other Shiketsuhai students the high ground over us. They soon started throwing their balls at us, hoping to take one of us out, but we planned for this from the beginning. I jumped in front of Hagakure and made 4 shields covering us from the balls, while the others utilized their special moves to stop the balls and or bat them back. This went on for a while, until suddenly the ground started to shake and vibrate, and the ground started to shatter below us. Shoot, no time to dawdle. I have to get out of here. I ran away from the ground, batting away any stray balls that came my way with a pole as I escaped the carnage, only to be dragged somewhere else. MPPH, I yelled but felt a hand on my mouth. Quiet, Jiru whispered as we heard a bunch of footsteps run over us. Once we were certain they were gone, I breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Jiru, I muttered. Don't mention it. Now where's your boyfriend? Jiru asked. Oh shoot, I forgot to grab him, I said, worried. Calm down, he can handle himself. He's pulled out of bigger scrapes before, she said. She is right. I just have to believe in him. So is there anyone else here with us? I asked. Funny you should ask. Jiro said as she pointed behind her. It was Shoji and Tsu. Hello, Yaoyorozu, Ribbit, she said. All right, so what's the plan? I asked. Well, since the main battle is going on at start area, we planned on slipping away somewhere else and pick off people somewhere else. We concluded that people will travel in teams, so we figured that we could take out a team and pass there. Shoji said. Interesting, alright, let's do it. I said. I hope Izuku's alright. Midoriya's POV. Things could be going a lot better. I was spotted by a bunch of students and was forced to flee, only to run into a girl who could transform into any person. She was also the person who took out one of my targets. She transformed into Uraraka, and she tried to take out another target, until I figured out it was an imposter and batted her ball away. In all honesty, I figured out she was an imposter from the moment I caught her from falling. The real Uraraka could just make herself float to stop the fall. Why did I catch her? Because she was still falling. It's not like I could just not catch her and have her hurt herself or worse. She was intrigued by my actions. Yes, those were her words. So she crawled close to me and wanted to know more about me. Why do I always run into creepy people? Thankfully, I was saved by the real Uraraka and Zero too. Granted, she slipped away, but hey, I didn't lose any of my targets, and I was regaining my composure. We slipped away and started talking about strategy. As we were talking, the announcer announced that 4 more people passed the test, which brings the total up to 58 out of 100. I really hope Momo and the others are a part of that 58. Then we came up with a plan. The amount of people we need to defeat in order to pass is 6, 2 for each of us, so what we need to do is immobilize them with Uraraka and Zero's quirk, and eliminate them at that moment. As we finished discussing the plan, we heard footsteps coming toward our position. I decided to be bait, due to me being the fastest, and not vital towards the immobilization part of the plan. I pulled out the pole Momo made me and got ready. I hope she's doing well right now. Yaoyorozu's POV. TTH things C could be better right now. As some of the S-Cent students closed us off in the H hallway of the BB building and lowered the temperature. I had impact Tsu, D due to her being P part frog. I it's also affecting me B because my quirk is impacted on my fat C cells, and I if it's cold. Anyway, I can only make a few more things until I'm completely useless. I have to think. W what would Izuku D do at a moment like this? I pulled out my encyclopedia. There has to be something. That's it. I put the B book back and opened up my costume. As Shoji's eyes widened and he turned away completely. Why yeah Momo. W what are you doing? Jiro asked. JJ just put these on, I said as I tossed Jiro, Shoji, and the S sleeping Tsu a pair. I put mine on and got on knees. I created a massive speaker. Jiro, why you use her H heartbeat fuzz? She nodded, attached one of the jacks from her boot and let the sound waves go into the room. Everyone deal with it for 7 minutes 7 more seconds. I said 6.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. I said I heard glass shattering. We barged into the room. Everyone, but your balls on their targets. I said luckily there was 8 of them H. I felt someone grab my wrist and drag me back into the room. It was her. You used your quirk for attacking instead of defending. I can't believe someone from the elite UA would choose a method with such high risk, she said as she gripped a ball and charged straight for me. But because of that, you can't move now. Even if I can only get you, I'll have you fail. I'm completely drained. No, it can't end this way. I have to use my training. With my last ounce of strength, I created a pair of handcuffs to stop her right arm. You're struggling in vain, she yelled as she started using her left arm. But I can't stop TH. The doors slammed open as Tsu wrapped her tongue around her left arm, rendering her immobile. Everyone, I muttered. Shocked, she looked at Tsu, Shoji, and Jiro. Why did you come back? Didn't you think she failed already? She asked. Right now, we're in the middle of the licensing exam. You should be thinking of yourselves, not your friends. That might be true for you, but we're different. Jiro said. We won't leave our friend behind. Tsu said. And we don't give up. Shoji said. That's how we, Class 1A, are. I said, standing back up. She smiled and dropped the ball, admitting defeat, as expected of UA. You've defeated me completely. We eliminated our targets and passed the test. Our targets were blue now, signaling we've passed the test and should return back. I hope Izuku has already passed by now. Midoriya's POV. I'm sure she is a part of the 58 passers. Anyway, no time to dawdle. I jumped out and using my full cowling, I started sprinting. 8. I counted 8 people. We only need 6 for all 3 of us to pass. Zero is running right on my heels. Zero. Midoriya, carry me and jump. He ordered. Huh, just do it. He yelled. I carried him in my arms and jumped as high as I could. Okay, Uraraka. Zero yelled as Uraraka released a bunch of rocks that had Zero's tape attached to them. Those who were under the rock and tape were trapped, while the stragglers who were confused by the act were caught by Zero himself, as everyone was immobilized. I gave some tape to Uraraka and had her set some traps, Zero explained. I did say as many as possible, but that's so bold, I muttered, but it worked. In order to make sure no one was in position to be hit by debris, I hid and figured out the timing. Uraraka explained with pride, which she deserved. Both she and Zero did an amazing job. Currently, 76 people have passed, the announcer said. We will be reaching capacity soon. We don't have much time, and I'm sure the others will come attack us soon, too. Zero said as we prepped out balls. Let's take these guys. You guys are first years, right? One of the trapped guys said, give us a break. We've got to get our provisional licenses this time around. One guy pleaded. I gripped the ball, but I pushed it on him anyway. I do, too, I said. We're at 79 people. We're moving fast at a good pace. The announcer said. Our targets told us to head to the anteroom. That's probably where everyone is currently. As we made our way back, we ran into Kirishima, Kaminair, and Kaken. Kirishima and Kaminair celebrated with Zero and Uraraka, while Kaken started walking towards the anteroom. You passed? Huh. Deku, you damn bastard, he muttered. Kaken, yeah, I said. It feels like a while. Ever since Kamino, he's come at me even less than before. With that power you've got, it's only natural, he said walking past me. Huh, I muttered. Kaken, just now, to me. You made what you borrowed your own, huh? He asked. That is true. I have borrowed a lot from other people. All Might's one of all. Gran Torino's speed for full cowling. Ada's kicking skills for shooting shot. And Momo's indestructible pull for my pole onslaught Moku. Though I haven't used either of my special moves during this whole test, then again, I didn't really run into all that many confrontations. I'm sure I'll get a chance to test them out on the remaining test takers. We entered the anteroom, and I immediately combed the building for any sign of Momo and the others. Izuku, everyone, I'm glad you are all safe. I was worried, she said as she held a plate full of food. Jiru, Tsu, Shoji, and Todoroki passed as well. But what about the others? Yao Momo, we're safe, Kaminari said. Man, you guys are fast. We also just finished, Shoji commented. Todoroki was the fastest. I thought Bakugo would definitely be here already, Jiru commented. But I see. It was because you were with him, Kaminari. What? You should fix that part of you, Kaminari yelled. I walked over to Momo, who was currently eating. So, how's that pole treating you? Is it too big? Too small? She asked. Oh, I haven't really gotten a chance to use Moku yet, but I just thought of a way to make a new move, and this length is perfect, I said. Really? Well, I would like to see it. When this is all over, of course, she said. But I said before leaning closer. But I thought you wanted to go out as soon as this was over, I whispered. Dang, Midoriya, already scoring a date, Kirishima commented. Such a man, he exclaimed. But I didn't, I am. I exclaimed as I tried to wiggle my way out of this. I even looked at Momo for help. He said I could pick the place, she said. Betrayed again, letting the girl pick, even manlier. There is no winning with these people. I turned my attention back to the screen, and I saw Aoyama use his laser, not at anyone, but aiming it at the sky. I bet his plan was to lure other people to him. A bold move, but it worked because the remaining people from Class 1 showed up to help. Koda used his Ana-voice to summon a bunch of pigeons to attack and distract the remining test takers. All the while Minta was tossing many of his grape balls onto the ground to trap the other test takers. While a lot of them got trapped, it took the combined efforts of Takoyami's Dark Shadow, Ajiro's Tail, Sato's Sugar Rush, and Hagakura's Flash Attack to knock them down. Wait, Flash Attack? Wouldn't that mean that her quirk isn't invisibility but light manipulation? Then why does it say her quirk is invisibility? Anyway, doesn't matter right now. Ajiro, Hagakure, Minta, Ashido, Sato, Koda, and Takoyami passed. That girl who almost knocked me out, Kami, also passed. There were 2 spots left, and only 2 UA members left, Ida and Aoyama. They rushed towards 2 trapped test takers. They eliminated them both, securing the final 2 spots. Everyone from UA passed the first exam. All right, Kirishima yelled. We all passed. Kaminari yelled as well. We will be given a 30-minute break to rest and eat as soon as the remaining passers come to the anteroom before the second part of the test. All we can do now is wait and hope we all pass the next part. Yaoyorozu's POV. Our 30-minute break was over, and it was time for the second part of the exam, which was the last part of the exam. Once the small explanation was over, we were told we had 10 minutes before the test began to take care of any needs, like using the restroom or something along those lines. I'm getting flashbacks of the Kamino incident. I get the feeling this test was made with that in mind. Should another incident as catastrophic like that occur again, we'll be prepared for it. Midoriya. Huh. I turned to see Minta and Kaminari walk up to Izuku's face. What were you doing, you bastard? Minta yelled, when the rest of us were working so hard. Were you making light of life just because it was during a tea? Kaminari said until I placed a barbed pole in front of their vision. Now just what are you doing? I asked. Don't ask us, ask him. What did you do with that person over there? Minta asked, pointing to some girl from Shikzu High. Understandably so, she looked in this direction. But she was waving. Then Minta screamed. That's a secret greeting with a man and a woman after they've progressed to a sir. I smacked him in the back of the head. I was half tempted to use the pole, but I didn't want to get in trouble for injuring one of the students 10 minutes before the test. Still, that girl rubbed me the wrong way. Maybe this was her plan, to distract Izuku, myself, Minta, and Kaminari before the test. If so, clever. No, it's not like that. Izuku yelled. It was her quirk. Actually, I don't know what was going on. It was super scary. He muttered. Did she make advancements on you? I asked, ignoring Kaminari and Minta's outbursts. Why, yeah, he muttered. Okay, she's on my watch list for sure. As Minta and Kaminari were still shaking information out of him, she was still waving, with that same smile. Wait, is that her quirk? Some sort of seduction? No, that's stupid, but it's still a possibility, an extremely minuscule possibility, but a possibility nonetheless. Before I could ponder that girl further, some more students from Shikzu High walked over to Bakugo and Kirishima. The extremely hairy one apologized for one of his fellow classmates. He states on how he wanted to build a strong relationship with UA Academy. However, Todoroki asked one of the students, the tall one with the wind powers, if he has done something to upset him in any way. He responds by saying how much he hates us based on the fact that Todoroki is the son of Endeavor, and then walked back to the other Shikzu students. Izuku walked up to Todoroki, but that girl muttered "see you" to him. In a nervous fashion he said right, which garnered glares from Minta and Kaminari again. What do you mean? Right, you sexual, Minta said before I slapped both of them on the back of the head again. One more word, and the minute we get back home, there will be 2 more openings for Class 1A. I muttered. Why yes, yell Momo. They yelled, bowing, and then running far away from Izuku. Thanks, he muttered. I couldn't help but smile. Don't worry about it. Now get ready, the test will begin. Before I could finish my statement, a loud alarm started blaring. Villains have begun a large-scale terrorist attack. This is occurring in all areas of city name here, the announcer said. Could they really not think of a city name? Due to the buildings collapsing, there are many injured, he explained. The test is beginning. I muttered as the ground started to shake. Due to the heavily damaged roads, the first group of rescue workers have been delayed, he said as the walls started to open up. I'm just not going to ask how this is possible or how this whole building was transferred here. Until they arrive, the heroes in the area will lead the rescue efforts. Save as many lives as you can. Well then, start, he yelled. Everyone sprang into action. We all went to the nearest urban area. Bakugo, as to be expected, veered off from the group, but Kaminari and Kirishima followed him, much to his behest. As we were looking around, Izuku stopped suddenly and ran off towards a destroyed building. We followed him and found a wounded child who was asking for his grandpa. What this is bad where? Izuku asked until the child broke character to give him, and by association us, about how this works. He proceeded to explain that we needed to check whether or not he could walk as well as if he was breathing properly and check his head gash. He then proceeded to tell us that heroes with provisional licenses should be able to know the victims, the conditions with one look, and act immediately. Wait, will all the injured citizens be grading us based on our proficiency and effectiveness? This will show how much you've trained. Look all around you and pay attention, he yelled. All around us, we could see everyone from Shikzu High doing a lot of different tasks efficiently. Mora created a landing zone for a helicopter as well as a road for when the rescue workers come in. Another student was extending his arms to block off dangerous areas. Shindo established a first aid station and evacuation zone. You're not just providing rescue and aid. Until the firefighters and police arrive, you need to exercise authority in their place and do your best to make sure everything goes smoothly to hand off to them, he said as me wiped the blood from his face before it reached his eye. In order to save many people, heroes must do many things. Above all, we are all scared, hurting, and worried out of our minds. The first thing you saw is, what? This is bad. That's no good, he explained. Izuku stared at him for a while. He snapped back to reality. It's fine, he yelled as the scorer went back to his act. Over there, my grandpa. Don't worry, we'll definitely save him, Izuku said before turning back to his. I'll carry this kid to the first aid area. You guys go on ahead, he said as he carried him to the first aid area. I went with Ada and the others to look for more injured people. As I was looking, I stumbled across a man who was underneath a pile of rubble. Hey, this man is under a pile of rubble and appears to not be able to move. I called out as Uraraka ran in. Don't worry, I'll float the blocks away to make a clear path, she said until I stopped her. Wait, take a look at the surroundings, I said, pointing to the debris. That looks extremely unstable. A single touch could bring it down and hurt him more, I said. Oh okay, I'm sorry, she said. Don't worry, I said as I opened up my costume and started creating a support beam. If we use this, we can extract him safely without it caving in, I said as I finished making one and started on the others. Leave that to us, Zero said as he and Sato were walking towards us. They managed to build the proper support, as well as reinforce an unstable wall. Now it was Uraraka's turn. She used her quirk to move rubble out of the way to make a clear path. Alright, stay here to bandage his leg. I'll go look for Jiru, I said. Got it. I looked around for Jiru, who was digging her earphone jacks into the ground. Found anything? I asked. No, wait, yes, over there, she said, pointing towards a fallen building. Right, let's go, I said as we ran towards the building. Wait, I said, slowing down to a stop. What? Is something wrong? Jiru asked. No, and that's the problem, I said. There isn't any resistance. Anything that would make this test hard. Doesn't that seem odd? I asked. Yeah, but now isn't the time to worry about that. We need to help TH. There was a large explosion. It was back where the wounded are held. Villains have appeared and started their pursuit. Hero candidates at the scene should continue their rescue efforts while also suppressing the villains. The announcer said. Have I ever told you how much I hate it when you're right? Jiru commented. No, but the villains are back where the wounded are. They're probably going to attack it, I said as I made her a lot of bandages and surgical tape. Here, use these on any wounded you see, I said, turning around. Hey, where are you going? She asked. I'm going to fight the villains, I said. Alone? She asked. No, I'm sure someone else is fighting the villains as well, I said, running off. Standing here talking will get us nowhere. Momo, Og, fine, she yelled as she ran towards the building. Remind me to buy her dinner later. I made it to the clearing. I saw Todoroki and Urashi fighting him off as well. You did that on purpose, Todoroki exclaimed. Your wind blew away my flames. Are those two really arguing right now? Well, whatever. They're distracting Gang Orca for me to be able to attack. I just need a catapult and an incendiary grenade. As I was making the catapult, Todoroki was shot by some gray sludge that suddenly hardened. Cement. It has to be. I finished the catapult. Now I just gotta angle it. Perfect. Alright. I gripped the incendiary and launched myself. Take this, I yelled as I pulled the pin, tossed the grenade down to his feet, and kicked off his face to get away from the blast radius. Gang Orca was engulfed in flames as I landed right next to Todoroki. Can you two just get along for a few minutes? Good gosh, we're in the middle of battle, I exclaimed as I pulled out a bat, preparing myself for battle. HMPH, not a bad attack, but let's see what you do next, he exclaimed as he charged towards me, but a flash of green kicked him in the face. Midoriya, Todoroki said, as he kicked off of Gang Orca and took out some of the infantry. What are you two doing? He yelled as he launched back towards us and pulled out his pole. We have to defend the others. All right, Todoroki said as he prepared to use his eyes. Hold on, hold still, I said as I created a small hammer. Ha, I yelled as I smashed the cement off his arm. Thanks, he muttered. Heh, you're lucky you had some allies jump in to save you, boy, Gang Orca muttered as he gave the order for the remaining infantry to fire their cement weapons. Todoroki created an ice wall, buying us some time to think of a... Wait, I got one. Izuku, how good are you at baseball? I asked. If you're asking if I can bat something at Gang Orca, then I can hit most of them, he explained. Good enough for me. But your target isn't Gang Orca, it's the guys who are shooting Urashi, I said as I used the last ounce of my strength to create many light metal balls. Todoroki, on my mark, get rid of the wall, I said. Yes, Yaoyorozu, he said. Okay, now, I said as Todoroki melted the wall instantly, and once it was out of view I threw balls for Midoriya to bat. Team special move, I said as he nailed every one ball he hit. Home run Belitz, Izuku yelled as he managed to defeat most of the infantry. Only a handful remain. Alright, Todoroki and Urashi, finish off Gang Orca, I yelled. How? His quirk spreads my fire away from Gang Orca, he said. Well, coordinate your attacks. Think. What happens when wind gets underneath fire? I asked as their eyes widened. It becomes a vortex. They both answer. Thank you, I yelled, as if I'd let that happen. Gang Orca yelled as he sent his sonic waves to Urashi, which caused him to plummet to the ground. Hey, Todoroki yelled, but Gang Orca gripped his neck at speeds that I couldn't follow. You reap what you sow, he said as he used his sonic wave to numb Todoroki's body and toss him aside. Totoro, wait, let them handle this, I whispered. They need to pass too. As Gang Orca loomed over Todoroki, Urashi sent a gust of wind extremely close to the ground towards Todoroki, and Todoroki created a massive flame which the wind hit to create a vortex prison aimed at Gang Orca. Now all they have to do is wah. This was a great idea. Any normal villain would give up, but what if they didn't? What's your backup plan in case they strive on for victory? Gang Orca said as he dispelled the fire vortex. Shoot, this is bad, let's get him. No, you're low on energy, he said, grabbing the pole. I'll take him out. he said as he rushed at Gang Orca. A direct attack. Bold, but stupid, he yelled as he faced towards Izuku and unleashed his sonic wave attack. But Midoriya jumped over it and jammed the pole onto the ground. Secret move, he yelled as he jumped off the top and gripped the base, and with a swing of his body landed a powerful kick that knocked Gang Orca into the air. Grounded pole style, he yelled as he maneuvered himself onto the top of the pole and kicked off the tip and prepared T. At this moment, all the HUC who were deployed have been rescued from the danger zone, the announcer said as Midoriya face planted from not being able to finish him move. It may seem arbitrary, but with this, all the provisional licensing exam procedures have been completed. Izuku, are you okay? I asked, rushing towards him. He was slow to get up, but appeared to be fine. I couldn't complete my movie, he whined. After we tally the scores, we will announce the results here. Those who are injured should go to the infirmary. The rest of you should change and then stand by. Young Midoriya, Gang Orca said as he gave Izuku back his pole. I must be honest, I was hoping to see where that move of yours was going. That's a shame. Oh, sorry to disappoint, he muttered. Don't worry, while I was disappointed, I'm sure I would have been defeated by your move, so it saved me the trouble. But I am quite curious, what is the name of your special move? He said. Oh, it's grounded pole style, Ismo. Interesting name, I shall remember that, he said. Gang Orca returned to his subordinates. Ismo? I asked as he turned bright red. I just came up with the name right now, he exclaimed as I laughed. Wait, did you even practice that move? I asked. And no, I just made it up on the spot, he said. And you executed it perfectly. Hey, daydreams can be a good thing. You impress me sometimes. We shared a laugh and returned to the break area. We changed into our school uniforms and are now waiting for the results. In all honesty, I was nervous. I helped fight off Gang Orca, sure, but I abandoned Jiru to tend to the wounded. Will that affect my score? Thank you all for participating. Now, I will announce the results, but before that, I will tell you about the scoring system, he stated. Between those of us at the Heroes Public Safety Commission and HUC, we had a twofold demerit system we used while watching you. In other words, we were evaluating you on how few mistakes you made in a crisis situation, he explained. Anyway, the names of those who passed are listed in syllabary order. Please check the list keeping those words in mind. The names of those who passed flashed on the board. Momo Yaoyorozu, Yaoyo, wait, there I am. I passed. I cheered. I did too. So did I. Momo, Izuku yelled, pulling me into a hug. We did it. He cheered, looking the happiest he's ever been. Wait, Todoroki's not up there, I said, as Izuku stopped jumping and quickly looked at the board. He didn't even look at the screen. Don't worry about it, Midoriya. I'll be fine. Todoroki, Urashi said before slamming his head into the ground. I'm sorry. You failing to pass. It was all my fault. My lack of heart is entirely to blame. Forgive me, he yelled. Are you quite done? Todoroki asked. From the very beginning. This was a result of the seeds I've sown. So cut that out, he said, extending his hand. You really gave it to me straight back there. And thanks to that, I realized some important things. He wasn't the only one from class wanted to not be there. God damn it. FK. Bakugo yelled. Were they the only two from class 1 who failed? Before I could ponder that further, we were given documents detailing everything about us, ranging from our hero names to height, body size, etc., even a picture that's going to be on our license. And lastly, those of you who were not fortunate enough to pass, you do not have the luxury of allowing yourselves to become dejected over losing too many points. There is still a chance remaining for you all. After first attending a special training course in March, if you produce strong enough results on your individual tests, we will issue all of you provisional licenses, he explained. Wait, seriously? That means Todoroki and Bakugo can get their licenses. I do believe you'll be quite busy while having to balance the special training with your school work, but I personally have no objections to you all attempting to re-challenge the exam in April. I saw the looks of determination coming from Bakugo, Todoroki, and Urashi. They won't be behind for long. Anyway, we were given our licenses. Some reacted well, some were extremely happy, and one of us cried. Izuku, are you all right? I asked. Then he hugged me. We did it. Wait, we can go on that date now, he exclaimed. Oh yeah, that's right, I said. I picked out the perfect spot too. It's a restaurant called Mos Eisley. Hey, and come on, if there is a place called Kamino, Tatooine, Dagobah, and Kyashi that references Wookiees, there has to be a restaurant called Mos Eisley. Give me a break. Isn't that crazy expensive though? He asked. Really? I thought it was fairly priced. I said. Well then, okay. He exclaimed, hugging me some more. All right, you two. The bus is here. Get in before you give me diabetes. Jiru teased. But wait. I have questions for Shikzu High. Izuku yelled, trying to talk to them. I need to know about their training methods. And how do they? He's rambling again. Izuku, I said as he stopped to look at me. If you don't stop running those lips, I'll have to kiss them, I said as he froze while red in the face. Heh, that ought to stop him. Momo, he muttered as I glanced at his direction. My lips are still moving. So, Momo, shoot, is too cute. Hey, why are you flustered for? I'm the one who should be, not you, he exclaimed as he began to walk away. Momo, you dummy. I'm leaving. Stupid. Momo, Mina, he exclaimed. Oh, calm down, Izuku, I'm just teasing you, I said as I pulled him closer. Momo, you bully, he exclaimed. I can't help it. You're too cute, I said as I planted my lips on his. I felt time slow down, and it felt like we were the only two people on Earth. I wanted it to last forever. You two are f-king disgusting. But it lasted for a whole 5 seconds. I parted from Izuku's lips and glared at Bakugo. How the FK did Deku land a chick before all of us? He asked. Now's my chance. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's because Deku's an amazing human being unlike you, I asked as he glared at me. Say that again, he growled. This is a waste of time. Come on, Izu, I said, but I turned to see Izuku staring blankly in space. Not again, I groaned as I managed to lead him into the bus. What's the matter with him? Aizawa asked as he just exited the bus. Did he really not witness what just happened? Oh, well, he's in a state of shock. You know, from finally getting his provisional license and all. I lied. I don't even want to know how he'd react to us dating. Oh, well, in that case, it's get on the bus, he said as I managed to get him onto the bus. Still in his dazed state. How long does this last? Mina asked. Oh, well, last time it happened it lasted for about an hour, Kirishima said. Wow, if he gets dazed over just a little kiss, then imagine him during C. Don't finish that sentence, I said, holding a barbed bat to Toru's face. See, season 5 of that show. It's really rough, she said, laughing nervously. HMPH, nice save, I said as I pulled the bat back. But seriously, how do you handle this? Mina asked. Well, I find it cute, I commented. Fair enough, Mina said as she got back into her seat. I side-glanced outside the window. Today was a long, tiring day, but today we took one step closer to becoming pros. Now we celebrate. The minute Izuku wakes up from his trance. Arazu's POV. Hey, come outside after. It's about your quirk. Those are the words I heard Bakugo tell Midoriya about an hour ago during the party. It was now late at night. I should be sleeping, but those words still kept me up. Ugh, I should go see if they're all right, I said as I tossed away the covers and slipped on my shoes and headed out. I wandered the campus aimlessly until a faint boom was heard in the distance around Ground Gamma. I rushed over to Ground Gamma. Don't run away. Fight me. It was Bakugo. I rushed towards the source of the sound. Then another massive explosion was heard. I turned around the corner to see Bakugo fighting Izuku. Are you Al? Izuku asked, but his hand was slapped away by Bakugo. Don't you f-king worry about me, Bakugo yelled. Fight me. What the hell is your problem? He yelled, shooting another explosion at Izuku. Why? How did I end up chasing the back of a ST head who was always trailing behind me? A STTY small fry like you getting stronger and being recognized by All Might, even though I was getting stronger too. So why did I become he reason for All Might's end? Uraraka was right. Bakugo was upset for the rescue, but for a completely different reason. If I had been stronger, if I hadn't been kidnapped by the villains, then none of that would have ever happened. All Might was trying to keep it a secret. He couldn't tell anybody, but even though I tried not to talk about it, the slightest accident would have made it all come flooding out. He yelled, slamming his fists onto the ground, creating small craters. I have no idea what I should do. Bakugo then shot towards Izuku, explosions emanating from his hands. Izuku tried to kick him, but Bakugo dodged. Alright then, I wanted to test our shoot style and pull style against you anyway. If you want to go, then there's no holding back. Izuku yelled as he started glowing like before. I have no intention of becoming your punching bag in this fight. Kaken. Bakugo blasted towards Izuku, but launched upwards. Izuku saw that and dodged out of the way. Close one, he exclaimed, but Bakugo didn't let up. He immediately blasted towards him. After a series of exchanges, Izuku was knocked into a metal fence. Then Bakugo launched towards him. Izuku countered by flipping over the fence, but Bakugo countered right back by gripping his forearm and launching him to the side. Izuku struggled a bit, but stood up. I know I'm stating the obvious, but you're really getting stronger, he said, reaching for his pole, but Bakugo attacked before he could grab it. What the hell do you think you're smiling about? He asked, sending an explosion at Izuku, but he dodged. I thought you said you weren't going to be my punching bag. Guess you were wrong. Izuku shook off the recoil of the blast and stood back up. I won't be, he yelled, rushing towards him with pole in hand. You're probably just scheming your tricks. As usual, he yelled as he cupped his hands together to use his stun grenade technique, disrupting his field of vision. That kind of stuff always made me sick to my stomach. I never know what you're thinking. he yelled, sending a massive explosion at Izuku, causing him to fly into a building and cough up blood-infused saliva. I have to stop thy. No matter how much I beat the ever-living ST out of you, you kept holding on and coming at me. And you were always looking at me from above with those damn eyes of yours, even though you were just some a-hole who never had a damn thing. He yelled as the smoke of the explosion was lifting into the air. It's as if this whole time, you were looking down at me with disdain, and truly aiming ought surpass me because you knew you could. It's that goddamn attitude of yours that I can't f-king stand. Izuku stood there in silence, his eyes wide with shock. You thought of me in that way? He asked, then looked to the side opposite of where I was standing. Well, that's pretty normal. If I kept being looked down on and made fun of by someone, I know I would want to have nothing to do with that person. But even so, it's like I said earlier, I did have nothing. And that's exactly why. To the same extent as your unpleasant traits, your sheer amazingness at everything you do was so brilliant to me it was blinding. You who had so many things I never had, he said as he put the pole away, and charged up and launched towards Bakugo, but was much faster this time. To me you were an amazing, inspiring person, who was closer to me than All Might, and because of that, Bakugo stood tall and placed his arms up to block his fast kick. I've finally caught up with you. It was a constant back and forth battle. One person would land a blow only for the other to respond right back. Is that all you got? Izuku asked, recovering from a massive explosion and rushing in again. Then he spoke up again. It sounds so stupid, so I can't say it to you, but what? Bakugo asked, getting impatient. When my feeling of I need to win is greater than my feeling of I need to protect, I'll carelessly run my mouth and say stupid things. And though that's supposed to be a part of me that I rather dislike, in the end, in my mind, you're the image of victory. Izuku yelled as he pulled back for one big punch. He landed it square on the side of Bakugo's face. I will win. Bakugo yelled as he forced the punch back and unleashed a massive explosion. I couldn't see what was happening, but once the dust settled, Izuku was pinned to the ground. I win. Bakugo muttered, All Might power. Even with that power, even if you had made it your own, you're still losing to me. Come on, why did you lose to me? He asked, sounding angrier. I have to stow. That'll be the end of it, you two. A voice said. It was All Might. Bakugo got off of Midoriya and looked at All Might. Sorry for eavesdropping on you two, he said as he walked over to talk to them. What does one even do in this situation? Do I leave? I should. I already heard more than I should, Young Yaoyorozu, would you mind coming over here? All Might asked. Well, there's no leaving now. I walked over to the stunned Izuku and Bakugo. Care to explain why you were there? All Might asked. Well, I heard Bakugo tell Izuku to go outside. I had suspicions, so I went to investigate. I explained. I see. Now, why didn't you stop the fight? All Might asked. Well, I told her not to, Izuku said, lying to protect me. No, I didn't stop the fight because I didn't have the courage to do so. I said. No, All Might, I told her not to. He's lying. All right, you two stop it. All Might said as we quieted down. Well, since you're here, allow me to ask you something. What's your relationship with young Midoriya? Izuku exclaimed, turning bright red. Do you trust young Midoriya? And young Midoriya? Do you trust her? He asked with a serious tone. Yes, sir, I trust him with my life. I said with the same amount of seriousness. Why, yes, I trust her with my life as well. He said. Well, all right. Now what I'm about to say is secret, and should never leave the three of us. Should this information leak out, then who knows what kind of catastrophic events would occur. Every villain in the world would come looking for young Midoriya. And all of you based on association. All Might said. If you would not like to know this information, then I'd recommend leaving now. None of us left. Okay, listen well, I'm only going to say this once. All Might said. He explained his quirk, which is dubbed One for All. He explains how it's a quirk that has been passed down through numerous generations, and Izuku is the current holder. The quirk can only be passed if the current holder allows it to be passed down, and can only be passed down through DNA. He also explained the origins of the quirk, about the quirkless brother of All for One, and how All for One has given him a quirk as a flaunting of his power. Needless to say, it was hard to wrap my head around. So, when Izuku said his quirk manifested late, it was a cover-up to keep our secret. All Might said. Sorry, he muttered. Don't worry about it, you've had your reasons. I said. Moving on, it's critical that this doesn't go out yet. Not even to your closest friends. I'm putting my trust in you three. We won't let you down. I said. I'm not saying St. Bakugo said. That's settled then. Now let us return to the dorms. All Might said, leading the way back. Once we made it back, all three of us were wrapped in Mr. Aizawa's tape. He looks very angry. To have enough energy to get in a fight the night that the exams ended. How wonderful, he said as he dragged us to his room. Aizawa, wait a second. Pause your apprehension. All Might said. The cause of the incident has to do with me. Excuse me. How so, All Might? Mr. Aizawa asked. What does this have to do with you? Our eyes widened at what he was implying. He wasn't going to tell Mr. Aizawa about One for All, is he? Young Bakugo felt guilty about my retirement, thinking that he caused it. Bearing the full weight of burden, he still faced the exam, and consequently his inferiority complex erupted. Without realizing it, we neglected to care for his mental health. This fight was brought about by the failures of us adults. All Might explained. Nonetheless, rules are rules, and I cannot let these transgressions slide. I'll dole out the proper punishments. Mr. Aizawa then glared at us. Yaoyorozu, were you involved in the fight? She stood by and watched, but didn't stop us out of fear. Bakugo said bluntly. Yeah, that's what happened. I responded. Okay, now you two. Who threw the first punch? Mr. Aizawa asked. I did. Bakugo said. I also threw a punch back. Midoriya said. Bakugo, 4 days. Midoriya, 3 days. Yaoyorozu, 2 days. You three are under house arrest. During that time, you will be cleaning all of the dormitory common spaces, morning and night. Bakugo and Midoriya, I want a written statement of regret from the two of you. Yaoyorozu, I also require a written statement on the fundamentals of courage. He ordered. As for your injuries, if your pain doesn't get better, go to the infirmary. However, don't go thinking that you could go and rely on that lady's quirk. Heal your injuries yourselves. Now go to bed. He yelled, kicking us out of his room. We didn't bother talking to each other right now. We just headed to our rooms to rest up for the punishment that will soon arrive. The next morning. What? House arrest? Mina asked. You two fought, and Yaoyorozu didn't stop it. Toru said. They all said comments about how stupid we were for them having a fight and for me not stopping it. Izuku and I took it just fine. Bakugo, however, felt like he was gonna snap in a minute. Hey, Yaoyorozu, do you know how to make bleach? Bakugo asked. Yes. Why? I asked. Because bleach does wonders on bloodstains, which will be all over the carpet if these F-curs won't stop talking. He yelled, which silenced the crowd for about 3 seconds until Ida came into the picture, ranting and raving about how disappointed he is in us for the fight. They eventually left for class, giving us some peace and quiet. Well, as much quiet as vacuums would allow. Then Bakugo shut off his vacuum. Look, I'll handle down here, you two handle the halls. Bakugo said. Boo, look, I'm sure you two have some lovey-dovey ST to talk about. ST that frankly doesn't involve me, so go vacuum the hallways and let me brood. He said, switching his vacuum back on. We took the hint that Bakugo would like to be alone, and we started walking towards the stairs. Hey, Deku, Bakugo muttered. Yeah? Izuku asked. Your shoot style, your wind-up motions are too big. Even with your speed, your opponent has just enough time to dodge. Not well suited for a slugfest. He explained. Was he giving Izuku advice? It doesn't go well with your punches, and it pisses me off. He muttered, continuing to vacuum. Sorry, Izuku muttered. For what? I asked. Because I fought Bakugo, and now we can't go to Mos Eisley anymore. He muttered. Oh, that's it. I asked. What do you mean that's it? He exclaimed. You were super excited about the date, and because of me we will, he muttered before I kissed him on the nose. Don't worry about it. What we should be worrying about is cleaning. The last thing we want is Mr. Aizawa extending the punishment now, do we? I asked. Well, okay, he said, sounding unsure of himself. And besides, I kind of saw this coming and had the reservation moved to Friday. I said. Why didn't you tell me? He asked. I was going to, but I didn't have a good opportunity to. I explained with a small smile on my face. Soon evening came around, and the others were so quick to notice spots we missed. Hey Bakugo, do you not know how to clean or what? Minta laughed. I didn't clean there, he said simply. I did, I muttered, holding a bat to their faces. Oh, and by the way, Minta, you might have noticed a few things missing from your room. I took the liberty of cleaning out the taint that you had in your room. You didn't, he muttered. Yes, I did. How if you want to see your precious items again? I recommend you shut your mouth, or else your items will be replaced with a pile of ash. I said, leaning in closer. Got it? Why, yes, ma'am. He yelled, bowing. Sorry, ma'am. He yelled, running into his room. Maybe we shouldn't anger Momo. Ever, Mina stated. Good advice. I said, tossing the bat aside only to have Bakugo bust out laughing. That was great. Oh man, I'm starting to like you, Yaoyorozu. Maybe Ida should take advice from you. He commented. I will not resort to such acts. He yelled, swinging his arms back and forth. Go, come on, it's not like I meant what I said. Then a loud noise was heard down the hall. You already destroyed it. Minta yelled. See, I said with a satisfied smirk, while Bakugo was rolling on the floor clutching his stomach. Haha, you didn't destroy anything of art, did you? Toru asked. I don't know. I still have a day of house arrest left. Unless you have anything to say about me and or Izuku. I asked. No, not at all. Carry on. She stuttered before zooming into her room. I nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Izuku, who was struggling with the large amount of garbage bags. Need help? I asked. No, he said, as he immediately dropped them. Yes. I laughed and grabbed 2 of them, 1 in each hand. The garbage dump wasn't far from the dorms. Thankfully, once we got there, a face, and yes, a literal face, was sticking out of the wall. Trash, right. The food trays are okay to go into the combustible trash, got it, he said. Wait, the face on the wall spoke. Ooh, okay, Izuku said, clearly as confused and dumbfounded as I was. The face suddenly disappeared off the wall. You're one of the lively first years, right? Wah, Izuku yelled. What the heck? Did I surprise you? You did a bad thing after all. I thought I would go out of my way to surprise you, the man said, then suddenly disappeared again. Wah, what is this? Who are you? Izuku asked. Ha 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 ha, what am I indeed? I'm wondering what I am doing as well. How peculiar, he exclaimed. Well, I'm sure you'll know soon enough. In any case, keep your spirits up. All I can really say is, there's some sort of rumor going around, so have your wits about you, he said, leaving, for real this time. We stood there for a couple seconds, wondering, what the heck just happened? This school gets weirder by the day, I muttered. Yeah, no kidding, Izuku said as we swiftly headed into the dump, tossed the bags, and sped back to the dorms. Whatever or whomever he was, I hope we don't meet again with his face on the pavement. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.